哎，贴了火，我下来，完了 ，barbecue， 这真 barbecue 了。
위치가 클리어가 안 됐는데
먼저 킬로그램.
이거는
하나 더.
이거는 실수예요.
연배는 지금 담벼락이 없는 게 이렇게.
이거
이거 누군가의 악몽? 1위 터란이에요.
자 그리고 수류탄.
자 던져.
수류탄.
거리 되니까.
여기서
네.
수류탄 나오네.
튀겼어요.
자 이런 못 살려요.
하나 더.
근데 이거 관통하는 수류탄이야.
T1 치킨 먹으면요 1위 탈환합니다.
자 오르크 혼자 남았습니다. 또 혼자 남은 오르크.
차량 터졌고 MP5K 들고 가요. 움직이면서 쏠 거예요.
와.
지금요?
자 여기 들어왔어요.
이거 진짜 큰일 났어요 배고파.
앞으로 막아버리고. 이거 말이 안 돼요. 버리면 이거 어떻게 도망가나요?
오토바이가 더 빨라.
살렸어요.
感觉看他的一个调整脱口，
距离太近了，17度。
哇，真的
真下来了！
시간 계속 벌어지고 있고.
수류탄. 와, 생각.
진의 감각으로 올킬.
You see Rock now using multiple numbers. Looks like Flood will steal one away for Bastia. A good nade from BL. Will find one on the Balefrost, leaving it all really down to Shinboy.
Yeah, I imagine, but here the footsteps are.
BL, the longer he waits, the more of a problem this is going to create for himself. He's trying to get the angle. I think the player has been picked back up. BL will spot him out though when he gets the knock onto Shinboy. As one player who was at PNC will get a knock onto another. Now Cherry will step. Cherry.
圣南斯的。
哎，你有什么办法呢？这一幕我只有在短视频平台上面看到过。是的。你是真的还没脾气。哎，贴了火，我下来直接往你里边扔火泥怎么办呢？绝望，真的绝望。完了 ，barbecue， 这真 barbecue 了。
走不了吧？还在跑。
队友说：“好，你就送我一个头。”
不是吧，哥们儿，
关键是
拿枪了进那个仓里有可能。
对，关键是你一把联军，你不一定打得过这个人。
对啊，他换了汤姆逊，这个枪真不好说了，你也没投甲。
还能打个药，把你们懵了。
本来队友公平对决。哎，不是吧？真来了，
出事了！
Can't peek over. As soon as they stand up fully, they're going to be shot in the back by a circus crew. So they're pinned in between these two teams, hoping that somehow they'll start fighting one another. But right now, BB team allowing the utility to do the wall for them as Phil first now swaps over to the Orc, finds the double headshot. Able to take one more down. There's just one player left alive right now below. Moldog peeks on over, finds one with nade in hand, jumps on him, but Nima is able to get the first. Will be taken down in the end, though. And that's going to be...
Squeeze is going to be a bit too much. If vehicle comes in, final C4 to take Snakers out. I think this one's gonna hit. Is there going to be a victim of Zensen as well?
Shrimsy?
No, it's
make something happen. It would be.
And just seeing Bonjay run away from it. Yeah, absolutely needed to come out on top with that engagement. Now they've isolated. They know where this player is.
That would have been the start. Pulled the player away, isolate another one, and this is rough. Switches to.
Whoa, wait a second.
Whoa, what happened?
Wait, 3 knocks?
No way.
3 knocks to the gas chamber, gonna burn them all fully down to a Chris. Sets this up into a one-on-one.
You got to make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range.
A heaven in a beautiful position.
It's going to give Mir the chance to push up to Shrimsy. Stepping up as well. Vixen's caught on out.
Julian Draining gets the headshot. Tiggleton repeaks at Shrimsy.
Not landing, that is very, very hard.
Give away those triple points.
Twisted Mind Hacks made
history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
Really impactful. A couple grenade side of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter.
PGC champions, the Expendables.
别人残血，
火，这个火真的太好了！
哇，
就抽一个。
就来，哎呦！
피하면서 이거는 뭐 자 같이 가자. 이집을 이제 안 돼요.
Aggressiveness, for control. Overlooking over onto that stone as well, and
Successful BWD making mad dash for it. He goes.
They're moving towards the middle, just onto the controller. Don't take that level, and he's gonna have to get it back on because Nader's good.
Oh, the Panzer fellas from A-Low. Hurt back behind.
Will make their crossing.
Welcome PUBG Esports fans to the PGS preview. We are here to get you ready for PGS 9, kicking off in Malaysia from October 13 to 19, followed by PGS 10 from October 27 to November the 2nd. These are the final 2 PGS events of the year, where we will crown 2 more champions and find out who will claim the remaining PGC points and round out our lineup for the PUBG Global Championship 2025. We've invited some of the best commentators and analysts from around the world to break it all down. So let's get started with the Korean region and the PWS finals, where everything came down to the wire. Alright, let's welcome our first guest, the commentator everyone knows very well and a resident Korean region specialist, Paperthin. Welcome, and it's all your time, Paper.
Alright, I'll take it away. I think the expectations are high for Korea right now. Got to look at the DN Freaks first. They're destroying in the PWS in Korea. They're blowing everyone else out of the water. Everybody in a 12-game finals had 20-plus kills on the team. They absolutely clobbered the rest of the PWS. So, of course, this should be the time for the DN Freaks. You would hope that they could start breaking through and getting those big wins internationally. And then you got some of the other cool teams coming through. You got Bagel Pa making it through again. The PO-led team, Khan in particular, has been playing really, really well. And then you look at FN Polchon, a team that is full of some veterans, some new players, and all their players couldn't necessarily play on the days they needed to due to illness and things like that. They're looking to bounce back with a Rex-led team. Rex, that longtime veteran of the PWS. Another team we should, of course, look at, one of the global partner teams in the PWS in Korea, is Gen.G. They got second in EWC. Expectations went through the roof for them again. Maybe this is the resurgence of the Gen.G we used to see back in 2019, 2020, but they struggled in the PWS this time. So they're really going to have to bounce back because they're one of those teams that is looking to get into PGC. They aren't fully qualified yet, so we're going to need to see a big step up. Last but not least, the Young Gun team, the team that we are really keen about right now, is SGA. This is a team full of young guys. Hane in particular has been going crazy. He's one of the other 20-plus kill players in the grand finals for them to get them here. So really excited to see what they can do. So this is also very important for the PWS in terms of how they can qualify for PGC. So 2 teams in particular, SGA and Gen.G, they are still in a precarious position. They are still in a spot where they might not qualify for PGC, so they have to play extremely well at PGS. So, Lisa, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Paperthin. I totally agree. Overall, the Korean region has shown a very solid playstyle. I'm really looking forward to how the Korean team will perform. Now it's time to introduce a new face to PGS, joining us from the APAC region, Contra!
Hello, Lisa. I'm glad to be on board. Well, my name's Contra, and I've been casting the APAC region for a couple of years now. Starting things off, the Expendables, as part of our partner teams, have shown that they've been able to grow stride by stride as they've been able to mature with their steady pacing. And then, of course, if you're looking at the top gunner in the entire APAC circuit, look no further than TanVuu has been the one dishing the most amount of damage so far in the circuit. Of course, he's been paired very well with Cloris as well as Delwyn to also be up to steady pace. So the Expendables, they're going to once again look to take that trophy home by the end of the year. And not only that, if we take a look at the rest of Force Natural Gaming, despite that level of inconsistency that they've been showing, they've been able to really grow steadily throughout the entirety of the APAC finals. And of course, in the cut for the PGC qualifications, we've got Full Sense as well as Bram United. Full Sense, they've absolutely dominated. They scored the second seed throughout the play-ins to qualify to the grand finals of the PAQ. And once they made it into the PAQ, they've shined bright, scoring multiple chicken dinners in a day. And they've been able to top their entirety of the grand finals at #1 spot with plenty of points to really separate the rest of the competition apart. And of course, APAC has been the cradle of dark horses with plenty of new players emerging every other season. This time, I think we're going to be seeing some massive surprises, Lisa.
Yes, I totally agree, Contra. Thank you so much. And our next guest has actually double duty today, and he will break down both the China and the EMEA region. So please welcome the always insightful Claris. Hi, Claris.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you very much for having me. Yes, I'm Claris, basically the host of internationals as well as commentator for EMEA, and I'm excited to break down what's going on. So first and foremost, let's start off with China and everything that's been going on there, right? You've got your China GPT teams and how they've been able to perform. Petrichor Road, second place, really keeping up with JDG for, I would say, the entirety of the tournament until the very last day. We can break that down in just a moment. 17 Gaming in third place. I don't really have too many concerns about how they're going to perform internationally, despite not being able to attain the P. For them, I expect big things from them on the international stage, as always. And 4AM in 7th place with 112. I think for a lot of people, there's always been question marks about how 4AM can perform. And again, those will proliferate here throughout our next PGSs. But JDG, first place here with an amazing performance, I have to say. Them and Petrichor Road really neck and neck up until that last day. However, I would argue JDG had the best day of their gaming lives on that last day of PCL, with back-to-back wins on Rondo and Tego, and every single game that day basically being double digits or close to in terms of the kills. So very excited to see how JDG is going to perform after constant improvements and movement in the previous PGSs under the banner of Too Cool. So I want to see them do well when it comes to PGS and maybe even take another title for China after 17 Gaming set the pace in the previous PGSs, Lisa.
Let's turn to the EMEA region and also back to you, Claris.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. The EMEA, obviously, we have, I would always argue, one of the most deep regions in the world. And that is kind of exemplified by even some newcomers being able to qualify to PGS, which we'll get on into in just a moment here. But we'll start things off with Twisted Minds. The greatest of all time in my mind, being able to take #1 again with 191 points at the top. Nobody was really able to challenge their dominance. They've won EWC. We were scared for them a little bit at the beginning of the year because they weren't able to do as much as you would expect at those PGSs, but it's Twisted Minds. They're coming for more PGS wins. Let's be real, they're coming for PGC as well at the end of the year. No doubt, no doubt. And then on the other side of GPT, Na'Vi, 5th place. Not exactly their best showing. However, I do think some of their individual components, like So Said, for example, have been able to step up their fragging game alongside the likes of the always consistent Hakatori. So for them, this PGS, these next two PGSs coming up, is going to have to be a bit more of a proving ground on the international stage to know that they can potentially challenge for PGC down the line as well. Moving further from our GPT teams, when we look at the qualified teams that have been able to move forwards, we have SlamG, we have FaZe, and we have Virtus Pro. The big surprise, I think, for a lot of people is that SlamG was able to take second place. And this is a team of upstarts from kind of middling teams, as well as some prodigies coming through in the scene. Boostic, everybody's talking about this kid. Boostic. I see the North American pros. I see the EMEA pros all talking about this kid and how much he could potentially upstart everything that's going on. So him on internationals for the very first time could be a big deal if they're able to knock it out of the park the way that they did in EMEA in a very, very deep field. FaZe is back. Obviously, they had a bad start to 2025. They did not qualify for LANs. I think once they were the previously GPT, I think they got a little bit complacent about qualifying to LANs. However, at the beginning of the year, obviously losing GPT was a big blow for them, and I think that complacency got the better of them at the beginning. Now, though, they've gone back to the grind. They clearly were working on a lot between LANs, knowing that they hadn't qualified prior, and they have come back with a vengeance. They look like a completely different team to the beginning of 2025. And finally, you've got Virtus.pro, who, of course, we've seen almost win out PGSs, almost win out EWCs, and now they're back to get themselves another spot at LANs. They've had a little bit of a change up, of course, with the fact that Skoom is no longer the coach and Ibiza has stepped into that role, but I think that won't change too much for them on the international stage. From there, I think maybe we could see even more EMEA teams get themselves PGS pots to be able to push themselves forwards.
All right, thank you so much, Clarice. I totally agree. For the EMEA region, the strength is undeniable. Thank you so much, Clarice. Thank you for your time. Finally, let's welcome our good friend and also old friend, TanVuu, for him to give us more info on the American regions.
Thank you very much, Lisa. As she said, my name's Toffees. I love the Americas. I spent the whole year watching the action. I'm going to prepare you for what to expect. First, the GPT update. We have the Falcons. It's one of those regions where there's not a lot of GPTs, so the update's pretty fast. Falcons, still on the grind, still looking good. They dropped the ball at PAS. They did not qualify to PG3 through that PGC point system. So that means if they want to go to PGC, they need to perform at this PGS series. Now, the good news for them is the fact that they are essentially tied for first right now with the Freaks at 480 points. So they should go. The problem is winning this PGS gets you 480 points. So you have to really be on your game right now. They have to have, I would say, a middling event, and they are set for PGC. So if you're a Falcons fan, don't stress. There's a chance you miss, but it is very, very, very low. Couple other teams to keep an eye on, though, that could cause problems for them. Number one, Lisa, Team Liquid. They are, I think, a little bit bummed, and as am I, that they didn't get a GPT last year after how well they did at PGC. They dropped the ball at PGS at our first half of the year when they got shot in the back by DraftKings during qualifications and missed a whole lot of practice time. That hurt them at EWC, but I feel like they're back on their game. They look good at PAS. This could very much be their event. The two other teams we sent, Al-Qudsiya and Mission Ready International Alliance, are a little more wild cards in my opinion. Both made up of members of the same team once upon a time. If you remember the old Falcons, we got Rello, we got Roth. Snakers helped Mission Ready get here. These guys know what they're doing. The bad news for Mission Ready, Snakers will not be at PGS. He has to work. Good news for Mission Ready, they qualified for PGC already, and Snakers will be there. Should be an exciting event no matter how you slice it. My money's on Falcons and Team Liquid to really stand up and shout for the Americas, but this is my biggest takeaway, Lisa.
Yes, thank you so much, Toby. Thank you for your info. Thank you so much. All right, so we've now heard about every region, and it's time for the big question. Who's going to win the PGS 9 and PGS 10? So actually, I want each of you to give me your champion predictions. And remember, we've got a friendly bet on the line. Is it cool with everyone?
Yeah.
Hey, okay.
Okay, let's go. So maybe we can start from paper then. What is your prediction?
Oh, this is easy. This is a no doubter for me. Okay, second place at both the first PGSs. It's time. It's the DN Freaks. They are gonna win this, no doubt about it. They are ready to roll.
Okay, that is a nice pick. And what about you, Contra?
Well, I think like a lot of people will think that, you know, this team that I have in my hand will take it all, but no, I still think that APAC will be able to secure it. I mean, you take a look at Expendables' run last year, you may say, oh, it's a miracle run. There might be a fluke, but man, they've shown that they're not a fluke, because throughout the entire year, including the EWC, they finished 4th, and recently they have been able to really regain some tempo, finishing 2nd in the APAC qualifier. So they really want to solidify it and make a back-to-back run to defend their title.
All right, still stands for APAC, and that is a good trick. All right, so what about you, Claris?
Well, it's nice that everybody's predicted DN Freaks, the Expendables, etc. However, the Kings, the greatest of all times, Twisted Minds, are on the way to take even more PGSs. They're not sharing. They've already got 3 under their belt. The 3-time PGS champions, the EWC champions, the EMEA champions, the greatest of all time, Twisted Minds.
Okay, back-to-back champions, Twisted Minds, good pick. And what about you, Tofi? Share the same opinion with Claris, or you have another option?
Well, it is noble of Claris to take the hard bet of Twisted Mind to win this thing. Or of Quantra to say, take the hard bet of the Expendables PGC defending champions. Or to take the Freaks, who are the top of the PGC boards right now. I'm going to do something different. I'm representing the Americas. And I'm going to tell you, 2nd place PGC last year. I don't need a winner. I need a runner-up, because it's time to win now. Team Liquid looked terrible at the start of the year, but it was little issues all along. Right now, PAS, they were on fire, and they have been training hard. Alo has been in the gym. And when I say in the gym, I mean on the keys, putting in tons and tons of work, getting stronger. I think they look good. They're my pick to take at least one of our PGSs.
Thank you so much, and a huge thanks to our guests for your great insight, and thank you all for watching. And now I think it's time to say goodbye together. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Secure their tickets to PGC 2025. The format remains the same as PGS 7 and 8. All 10 of our global partner teams are returning to the PGS stage, along with 14 new challengers from 5 regional series. These 24 teams will be split into 3 groups and face off over 3 days in the group stage. Battling through 18 matches across 4 iconic maps, the top 16 teams on the leaderboard will advance to the final stage. There, they will stake their claim on the $300,000 prize pool for each PGS. But only one team will lift the trophy in each PGS, with the exclusive 400 PGS points awarded to the PGS 9 champion and 480 to the PGS 10 champion. Right now, the standings could not be tighter. DN Freaks and Team Falcons tied at the top, BB Team and Twisted Minds locked in 3rd, and just 10 points behind, PGS 7 champions 17 Gaming chasing in 5th. The stage is set for an explosive battle in PGS 9 and 10. How will the leaderboard change after the upcoming PGSs? And who will laugh their way into PGC 2025? PUBG Esports will be back in action in Malaysia for the PUBG Global Series 9 from October 13th to the 19th. And for PGS 10, the final PGS of the year from October 27th through November 2nd. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media to keep up with everything happening in PUBG Esports.
The road to the end begins now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to PGS 9. The end of 2025 is upon us, and we have got a lot to talk about before we actually get along that road. My name is Kalaris. Joining me to get things going, I have Mr. Toffees himself. The duo from the Atlantic crossing is here, ready to go for everything that's going to go down here, Toffees, in Malaysia.
In Malaysia, it's no longer just a West showdown. This is everyone getting into the action. We've got young guns coming up that we've never seen before. We've got substitutes substitutions that we never expected. It is going to be a wild event, and I'm excited about it.
No, definitely. I think that as you say, the young blood that's coming on through, I think that they see an opportunity here to be able to rival these veterans across the board. They know that the game is constantly ever evolving and ever changing right now, and it's the perfect opportunity for them to step in and try and challenge them here.
I think they've seen some of the fabled teams drop the ball over the last 2 years and have seen a chance to make a move. I'm also hyped. There's a couple of substitutes like Gats who stepped in for some players that have a really good chance to sort of set a name for themselves as we go into the next season. So some young guns who are also looking to get that next step in their career.
Definitely. But of course, throughout 2025 so far, we've had some great global winners. We've seen as we've had our teams try and challenge for those #1 spots. And it's been some of our usual names as well as some teams that I thought was going to win an international, and did, and then had a little bit of a slip here and there. But let's talk about first and foremost, 17 Gaming. They won out PGS 7. 7's in their name. They did well.
They had to, right? But this is a team that has been hot and cold for me. They got their PGS 1 win once upon a time, and then a bit of a doldrum, and then we see them kind of make this comeback in 7. Here's my beef with 17. I feel like they get passive, especially at the end of a tournament, and they depend on circles moving towards them. Yes, they get these great fights when they've got 4 alive, but if they get bad luck right out of the gate in the first day, I feel like it becomes a very difficult tournament for 17 to get back into. Their recovery is not what I'm looking forward to. So look for them. They got to start strong.
And PCL was a little bit of a change for them, of course, as JDG was able to take that spot. We'll talk about them a little later on. But as we cast our kind of eye just a little further afield here, we saw that BB Team was able to win at the very end of PGS 8 off the back of not really them involved in this fight per se, but 4AM was instrumental in pretty much shutting down DN Freaks, allowing BB Team to take that tournament.
Imagine being DN Freaks and the only thing 4AM does in this tournament is ruins your chance to pass BB Team.
That is the only thing they did.
Brutal.
For sure. And then, of course, the Esports World Cup, where we had big concerns about if Twisted Minds was going to be able to make it happen on international stage again, and they came back swinging. But, Toffees, I should remind the fans out there, this was the closest international we've ever had.
If you didn't watch EWC and you have free time, go back and watch the Grand Final. Those last 3 games were absolutely insane, but that's where teams like Twisted Minds thrive, because they know they have the pedigree, they've got the experience, they can make it work. We were scared. Coming off the last 2 PGSs, it was a little shaky, but they showed this is a team that knows how to win, and when they really care, they play out of their minds.
There's a reason I'm picking them for at least one of these PGSs.
Okay.
We're going to get another one, a 4th, maybe, for good old Twisted Minds. But let's move on and talk about the teams that are kind of looking forward towards PGC, who might potentially be in a danger zone. Now, it's an interesting scenario we find ourselves here in 2025, because for the most part, a lot of these teams should be kind of secure, but they've got little factors that are kind of potentially working against them here.
I think one of the biggest issues is that point valuation has gone up so much, right? So the only thing that's really working against some of these teams is if teams that are here that are on the cusp have 2 really good events, it knocks them out. But I mean, when you look at that, you got teams like Falcons, which there's not a lot of risk there, right? They should be advancing no issue whatsoever.
Yeah, 480 points right now in the PGS point standings, tied alongside DN Freaks as well. Technically, Falcons didn't qualify from their regionals.
Yeah.
However, we've heard from people like Shrimsy on podcasts and things like that, that their focus really is more so on those internationals compared to the Americas.
They just wanted to make sure that the guys who qualified, right? They're like, you know what, we're going to get it through PGS points. You guys earn this on your own. Another one for me is Na'Vi. I think this is a team that's no longer theoretically looking for these hot drops and taking risks. I think they'll be okay as they're now got Extends in the roster and they've got a good, stable system.
I like Extends, man. I think he's slotted in really well for this team, even though I think that they can probably attain higher positions than they have prior. We'll see how it all unfolds. But Gen G on the very end of all of this as well is a team that we need to focus on, because honestly, I've had big question marks around this team for, honestly, multiple years now.
100%.
Multiple years, and then they came to Esports World Cup, and it felt like as soon as they were 2-man, as soon as they were Flame and Orca, they were actually popping off.
So this is one of the most fabled brands in PUBG history.
Correct.
Back to the early days, and then they went through this run of the PGSs, 16th, 10th, 21st, 17th, 17th at PGC, and then EWC, the heavens open, and Gen G looks like a totally different team. And this was a team that we were arguing. I was at a point where I was like, take GPT away. They do not deserve this. They've been sitting on their laurels far too long. If they come here and they do what they did at EWC, and I hope that they do, this is a world-class team with bids for PGC.
I have to agree with you based on what we saw at the Esports World Cup, because it got to the point in that final game where if one or two things didn't go the way of Twisted Minds, we would have been talking about Gen G as winning the biggest tournament of the year so far, aside from PGC.
And if you had told me that before EWC started, I would have called you crazy, and then they show up and do that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. All right, let's focus on some of the players that have really kind of rounded things out across the regionals. Our MVPs per region. We didn't have an official one for PEC or PAS, of course. However, in terms of top performance, it was very clear who stood out.
Absolutely. I mean, we sort of nominated Luke out of Liquid because Liquid has been dominating. Luke, this is what, for me, exciting, because to see him back in form and getting hyped again. Remember, there was a time when Luke was the export coming out of Australia, and we kind of fell off. But now he is looking incredible, and that team's looking really, really strong. On the other side, Heaven, coming out of PWS, has been one of those, I think, great picks for me a long time for Fantasy, because he's never quite as high as his teammates in cost, but is always a top performer.
Belmoth, of course, for full sense. For APAC, they were looking good, being able to dispatch of an extremely competitive region, and then Spaceman on the other side of things here for PCL. Now, JDG, Jingdong Gaming, for me, this team is an exciting one, because as Too Cool, when we got to those PGSs, I think they surpassed a lot of people's expectations on the international stage, and now they won PCL up against Petrichor Road, who is normally just, we want to win PCL specifically.
I love the roster. I love Spaceman coming out of Weibo way back in the day. Remember, him and Cold 119 have been together for a very long time at this point, traveling through DD Team, traveling through Weibo. But for me, the ad of December 12th, this idea of bringing on a player with the new happy experience, he's been to PGCs, he knows how to play. That is what they lacked. If you went over their old roster, it was a lot of inexperienced players at this level. December brings that extra level of expertise. I think this is a team that is only going higher from their performance.
I agree. I mean, similar to the Expendables being a wild card for our world champions last year, to me, JDG is a wild card for these PGSs. I think there's easily the potential that they take one, considering their constant rise throughout the ranks on internationals, as well as winning a PCL, which is an extremely hard fought over region, I would say.
And I think you add to this the fact that Ice Left is not here. JDG, for me, comes out ahead when it comes to that region.
No, definitely. Well, beyond all of that, though, of course, we've got to think about what's going to happen on the ground here across the battlegrounds as a whole. We're off thinking about hot drops. We're considering what may go down, Toffees. What are you thinking for this? Do we think there's going to be some conflicts? I'm always thinking something like Rondo, but what do you think?
Honestly, there's a shocking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hot drops that I'm expecting to happen today across all of the different maps. So throughout the day, as we get close to those maps, we will check back in and sort of talk about what to expect for each one. But I do think because a lot of teams are qualified for PGC right now, that opens the door that you can use this tournament to make a statement that you deserve that spot when it comes to the big show. So look for some of these teams to take risks they wouldn't normally take.
And one of those regions that might need to take a few risks to attain a trophy might actually be South Korea, of all regions, which is kind of ridiculous in my mind, right? Because this is a region that should be constantly breeding champions. However, it has been a while since we saw Danawa take that PGC.
It has been, but the crazy thing about the 680 days is it has been 12 days since my last almost win when it comes to the Korea region. The amount of second places, that 4 a.m. backstab, I mean, it just keeps happening to these poor guys.
No, definitely. I'm hoping that they can be able to kind of eke things out a little bit. DN Freaks, we're going all the way back to the point where we think they should win one of these PGSs, surely.
They have to. I mean, the roster, the pedigree, the skill level, the moments, we see huge highlight moments from these guys. It's just they keep getting caught. I mean, overconfident fights maybe, and backstabs have been their kryptonite.
No, definitely. All right. Well, that is how it all shapes up here for PGS 9. We are done. Let's head over. Let's get this started. PGS 9 on the way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. PGS 9 begins now. We have got ourselves 24 of the very best teams from around the world to determine who is going to become our next champion. PGS 10 is on the horizon. PGC is on the horizon. But now PGS 9 begins. Joining me here, I have Toffees to break everything down. My name is Kyle Aris, your desk host for everything that's going to be going down. Avengers somewhere.
He'll show up eventually.
He's gallivanting. He's gallivanting. I think.
But he's got a big smile on his face while he does it.
He does. He's always smiling. He's crazy. But anyway, let's talk about everything that's going to be going on. First and foremost, huge thank you to Crafton as well as Heroes Esports for bringing everything that's going to be going down here for PGSs and PGC.
And now, if you want to overpower your game, the only way to do that is with op.gg. Stats when they matter most.
No, definitely. And then, of course, you guys at home can be involved in everything that is going on, not just by watching, but also getting some rewards whilst watching as well. And I'm going to say it the same way I said it in rehearsal, and the same way I said it over on social media as well. We have the best sprays we have ever had. MVP of PGS 7. You're going to get TanVuu's signature spray. Ooh. I love that. That's an awesome little touch that we're adding here to PUBG.
I really like that. I like when they give the sprays, too, because it's something that I don't have to change my banner, but I can still go there and flex a little bit, show a little TanVuu love in every single lobby. So make sure you're getting those drops and collecting them.
Yeah, and of course, that being the MVP of PGS 7, you can maybe predict what those sprays might be for PGS 10 if you're thinking about the MVP from PGS 8. But anyway, also, we have the bingo that is going on that you can participate in. Go over to the QR code, check everything out. You can potentially win yourself some good old G-Coin. Over the past couple of months, regionally as well, we have given away so much G-Coin.
It's insane.
So get some more G-Coin, because you want those progressive skins leveling on up.
Shocking amount of progressives in lobbies lately. I wonder if it's because of the amount that we've been giving away.
Maybe. I'm seeing those kill feeds light up with some interesting little logos, that's for sure. But anyway, let's talk about all the schedule that is going to be going on. We have 6 days of gameplay coming at you here for PGS 9. 3 days of group stage. No last chance, because it's all do or die truly in that group stage. And then when you get to the final, it's a best of 18 to determine who's going to become our champion.
But to get to 18, you got to beat 12. And that is, I think, is going to be the tall order for some of these teams, especially the ones with young players who haven't felt this pressure before.
No, of course. We have a lot of them as well. It's exciting to see. And here is the groups and how they all shape up. Today, of course, we've got Groups A versus Group B. We can get to that a little bit later on. Of course, I think when we were discussing things, as we look at these groups, do we think C might be a bit spicy?
Yeah, I think so, because you've got JDG and Gen G, who would have been sort of wrote off not long ago. They're both powerhouses, and FaZe, who is having this like renaissance amongst themselves.
Thank God.
Also, right? Gen G and FaZe, both brands that we've desperately needed a renaissance from for a very long time, now showing up is actually pretty exciting.
If it wasn't for Esports World Cup, I would have said the same for Team Liquid as well, actually. So it's good to see them back at a PGS, of course, here. And this is how the prize pool will break down. $300,000 in total, with 100,000 of that going to the champion. And we have had, I will say, a lot of third places from good old Falcons throughout the year. In fact, every international, they've been third place. They've racked up some moolah, but we know Falcons wants more than that.
They want to win a little cash, but they also really care about their legacy, and that's what they want right now. Is they're going to want to put numbers up here. They do not like the fact that they did not qualify for this event through PAS, right? They want to be one of those top 3 teams, if not number 1. They got something to prove here.
And how do you defend that? You rack up the points. Do you know how those points work out per game? And here are the all-important points for PGS points leading towards eventual qualification for PGC. Now, for the most part, PGS points, there are still a lot of teams that can get in there, but what's very important for some of these teams is unlocking extra slots for their region as well. So that will potentially have knock-on effect about who could potentially come out from EMEA, NA, etc., etc.
I mean, it's one of those things, we're all friends here, but never has anyone from your region cheered for you so hard as they are for those extra slots right now. BB Team at home is screaming for everyone above them on this list.
Oh, definitely, definitely. So, and this is how it sits so far. As we were mentioning before, technically Falcons is not fully secured, but that is like if something crazy actually happens throughout the day.
We would have to have like what was it? I forgot who it was at EWC, broke their hand literally in the middle of the event. That's
from FM Poncho.
Yeah, from Poncho. That's the only thing that stops one of those top teams, right? Because technically, Freaks, everybody else is in a situation, or Falcons is in that situation, but it would have to be something insanely tragic to knock them out.
Now, in that top 8, of course, one team that is not here, the only team that is not here is BB Team. They're at home, kind of with the fates of them only in the hands of everybody else. However, even them, it kind of would require a bit of a miracle in terms of the results actually going against them. It's not all said and done, though.
Right.
Like, people were breaking the numbers down. Kovo said 80% online. He'd have better estimations after PGS 9. But here are all the teams across the board that are going to be participating, our global partner teams, as always. Korea brought something a bit spicy this time around.
Yeah, I like what Korea is bringing. I think SGA is going to be interesting to watch. Bagopop, not having PO, I'm curious to see how they perform in terms of that roster. But for me, again, this is one of those waiting for the win. Korea brought some interesting things, but all three of those teams that are not the GPT, I have to watch and see what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's not only Korea that was spicy now that I think about it. America's is spicy.
Yes.
EMEA is spicy. We have Slam G. We have good old Boosting.
Yes.
And we're excited to see how he does on lap.
I'm excited about Boostix. I think Slam G is going to be awesome to watch. They told me today, I said, if there's something you want the world to know the first time that they meet you, what do you want them to know? And they said, we are the best team in the world playing from the outside of the circle right now.
Ooh.
Hands down.
Well, hey, they do get to the late game very well as 4 if you give them some space. Here is what we have today. Group A, Group B, these 16 teams will collide in a 6-game day to determine who gets a little bit of an edge going into their second day of group play. And for a lot of the players, a lot of the teams, you talk to them, a lot of people think starting out a group stage is significantly easier to try and play out in a 3 group stage days.
I think because there's no expectation on the start, right? And that's actually particularly good for the rosters that we have here. When you got MRIA, you've got Slam G, you've got Al Qadsiya. These are a lot of new players to start day one and not have the added pressure of sort of knowing what you have to put on the board. I think is actually a really good thing for those guys. So look for them to put some numbers in. You saw Bizzler just walking by as our players arrive here. Punch-On is so frustrating for me because at EWC, I expected them, they were doing so well until the accident happened. And it was a series of unfortunate events. A player who broke a finger and had to go to the hospital. A player who had a nosebleed and was not allowed to play. It was one of those situations where you get so desperate, your coach has to play a game. And then, there's no hope of you winning EWC. So here, they're healthy, they're happy. I can't wait to see what they do.
And it happened all just before really qualifying on. And well, BatulinS looks like he's ready as well. You guys at home can also not only participate by trying to win yourself G-Coin via bingo and all the drops that's going on, but also, as always, the Fantasy League is here for Twire. Make sure to go and join the Fantasy. We're all on it. I'm excited. There's some interesting prices.
I can tell you the winning team right now if you want to save yourself some draft time.
Okay,
go on. You got to get example. And you got to go ahead. I got a little salute on there.
Okay,
good. And you get Boostix and Clories. It's just a guaranteed win. No?
I feel like that's my exact team.
Because it's a guaranteed win.
Is that your team?
That's my team.
Oh no, we picked exactly the same team.
I waffle between Nixie and Clories a little bit, but Clories just seemed like a higher upside.
This wasn't even planned. This is a problem.
We keep it secret from each other because of this.
I'm scared what Martin has. I guess we'll ask him later. But you guys at home, actually across PGS 9 and 10, can win yourself some prizes as well. Not only G-Coin, but also Super Lights. And by the way, that's the mouse I use. So it's clearly the best mouse.
The best mouse. I'm a Naga guy, but I think the Super Lights are a lot of fun, very accurate. Go ahead and get one. Also the G-Coin for 2nd through 10th.
That's
more
pretty
progressive,
cool,
man.
Yes, that's pretty cool. All right, well, so today we have got 6 matches coming at you. 2 Erangels, the Grassy Pastures. Then it's time to Tego. Then we're ready to Rondo. And we have got the Dusty Dunes to round things out for a good old duo at the very end. I do believe from day to day we kind of like switch around our little Grassy Pastures and Dusty Dunes for everything that is going on. But an exciting time ahead. I feel like we've had some crazy kind of situations between all of these teams across our internationals, but everything has not looked any more open than it does right now.
It's wide open. And now I told you I'd give you a quick update. Make sure you're watching for hot drops. It's school apps. It's going to be Twisted and Petrichor. That's the only thing to worry about in Erangel right now.
Okay, thank you very much for that. All right, it is time. We have got PGS 9 ready and raring to go. 16 teams, Groups A and B today. Day number 1 here to figure out who gets the edge going forwards.
Welcome PUBG fans, I am your host Lisa and it's great to have you here in Malaysia. It's time once again to ignite the PUBG Global Series battlefield. After a gauntlet of fierce regional qualifiers, the ultimate showdown is about to begin. Legendary 3-time PGS champion Twisted Mind, the season America's top seed Team Liquid, and the rock-solid new GPT powerhouse GN Freaks are back, lifting trophies once more to prove their dominance. Meanwhile, new challengers like FullSense, JDG Esports, Mission Ready International Alliance, SGA Incheon, and SlamG are all ready to strike and cannot be underestimated. Who will break through the chaos and claim the final victory? We are about to find out. Let's start PUBG Global Series 9.
Shots are starting to ring out in the other side of things, Spiro, and they will have themselves a championship. The spray comes through. PGS1 champions.
He's going to be pushing right up the right, and it's over. Belzebub just lands on
To win this game now, Stocks on over to the MK Peaks on 4K. Gonna give it away in the end. Hemus.
Got duck juice there. He's getting so in. Oh, it's Danful! Then you caught up that over here, but it's not gonna matter. He's got it all!
shield, but Xiaobei on the side. So Xiaobei also gonna fight there for Xiaobei.
First as well, it's all down to where Mime is on. Right by Xiaowu. Xiaowu's up, and he's got the win!
Going, it's just Xiaowu getting a lot of damage. Exchange for balls up.
Rainey's gonna burn as well, and BB Team!
You can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years. I can tell you right now, outside ain't safe. I had to go get what I deserve. Can't stand in line, no, I really can't wait. I put family first and then the money came next. Right now, they're in no third place. I don't budge, I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't break.
Let's welcome your PWS champions. It's DN Freaks. And next up, former PGS champions ready to fly. It's Team Falcons. They're three-time PGS champions, EWC champions, and EMEA champions. Here comes the now legendary Twisted Minds. Please welcome the PGS 1 and PGS 7 champions. It's 17 Gaming! Making a resurgence on the global stage, it's Gen G! Your current PGC champion. And your Thailand Series champions, E-Arena. They're young, they're hungry, and they're born to win. Let's welcome Na'Vi! It's the smell of winning after the rain, now entering Petrichor Road! The stage now belongs to 4 angry men! Here they are, your PCL champions, JDG Esports! Making their global debut, it's SGA Incheon! Stepping in, your APAC champions, it's Full Sense! And now, appearing for the first time on the global stage, it's Slap G! Here they come, your PUBG America Series champions, Team Liquid! Making their PGS debut, here's Change the Game! The spotlight's ready, and all eyes are on FN Puchan! Get excited and make some noise for Buriram United Esports! They're leaner, they're meaner, and they're ready to go hard. It's FaZe Clan! Now it's time for Mission Ready International Alliance! They're ready to eat some chicken dinners. Say hello to our old friends, Bagopa! Here they come. Often underestimated, but always exciting. It's Forest Natural Gaming! Courage, excellence, strength. It's the PUBG Polar Bears. Let's welcome Virtus Pro! And finally, the perfect cross-section of experience and youth. Let's hear it for Alconcia Esports!
nay em tất cả các đội tuyển mặt bằng chung thì rất là đều nhau, mọi người nó sẽ hơn những năm ngoái về cái mặt cạnh tranh. Thì đội tuyển của chúng mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức có thể để đạt được thành tích cao nhất có thể để mang về vinh quang cho Việt Nam.
ผมคิดว่าโอกาสของทีมไทยน่าจะมาในเร็วๆนี้ซึ่งคิดว่าอีกไม่นานทีมไทยน่าจะได้แชมป์ในทัวร์ระดับ global ครับ
PGS에서 한국팀이 트로피를 들어올리지 못해서 PGS 트로피를 더 원하고 있습니다.
We're a new team. We just made this roster a couple months ago. PUBG's always changing. You know, every update, every meta, it's shifting. I think a lot of teams changed as well. It's a game where you got to stay on top of things. If you're a team that's always putting in that work, we can catch up with some of these other teams that might be slowing down and taking their spots.
저희 말고도 다른 한국 팀들이 많지만 저희 또한 부끄럽지 않게 좋은 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
We don't really care what anybody else thinks on the outside, casters, fans, family. As long as the team thinks we can compete, that's where we're at.
Ну, я думаю, что я покажу такой же результат, как и в своем регионе, может даже лучше, потому что, ну, настрой все-таки на лане совсем другой. Мы с командой вместе, я думаю, получится даже лучше. Мы создадим давление на все команды на этом турнире.
TSG 마인즈 말고는 견제되는 팀은 없다고 생각하고 있습니다.
With Twisted directly, I think we just both heavily respect each other, and we think, you know, anytime we beat them, it feels nice.
我觉得特斯曼的嘛 ，DF 啥的，他们也很强嘛，也很稳定，但是我们也有啊，碰见啥的我们也根本不慌，把对面无伤团灭了，士气就在我们这了。
The teams like Twisted, DNF, Falcons, the teams that win stuff, I would say like our peak is higher than them. Now that we assembled the Avengers adding Corexy, only sky is our limit.
We'll let some other teams to win PGS tournaments this year, but this time all the teams gonna feel the full power of Twisted Minds.
뭐 아저씨들도 왔다 생각할 수 있는데 너무 쉽게 생각 안 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Ну, завдяки минулому досвіду, так, ми зараз найближче до того, щоб виграти турнір, я вважаю. Але наша основна ціль – це показати максимальний результат, на який ми натренувалися.
虽然我们上一届 PGS 没有进决赛，但是我们的目标始终是冠军。
I've only lifted one trophy, and I'm definitely not done.
Hello, PUBG fans around the world, and welcome to Kuala Lumpur for PGS number 9. Matchup and paper thin, taking you through the action, getting everything underway in just 1 second.
Yeah, it is so good to be back here in Malaysia, just a wonderful country. And of course, we have some unbelievable teams and players that we're going to be getting a look at for the first time in a while internationally since EWC, and you know, some of these teams coming in today gonna have a lot to prove. There's still some teams who have a little bit to play for in terms of getting to PGC, but mostly I think this one's about kind of getting yourself prepared, getting ready for that big end of the year event.
I mean, the desk was talking about it. I mean, those guys are phenomenal. They always just bust through the ceiling every single time, bringing us all kinds of great information. They were talking about the strength of really this lobby. It feels like one of the strongest lobbies we've seen. It feels like we keep saying that about every PGS.
Yeah.
But it's just an absolutely insane series that we're going to be looking at. Of course, groups A and B are going to be our deep dive that we're going to be dealing with today.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really intriguing. Some cool teams that are going to be here today. I think Group C probably our heaviest hitting group in a lot of ways. If you just kind of look at the history, could be. You never know. I mean, we always say that. We're like, oh, this team looks like the group of death. And then it actually turns out, some other teams are just going nuts. But I think here today, you're looking at some of the big names to kind of start stepping up, like the DN Freaks, who are so notorious for having slow starts. They need to come through with really strong performances early. For me to feel like they're in a comfortable position to potentially win a championship finally, because this is what has been their Achilles heel. They've gotten second, right, at 2 different PGSs. They've been really good throughout the year in the PWS, just absolutely clobbering the PWS lobby. But they haven't started well at any beginning of a stage. So at the beginning of a group stage or at the beginning of a finals, they haven't been able to get off on the right foot, and that's been really hamstringing them.
Well, I mean, group stages, we got to talk about the strength of 17. This is a squad that really can step in and put their foot down on a lot of squads around them, and they often have to deal with hot drops and different environmental things that are going on around them. I'm going to have my eyes very focused on them and what's going to be happening. Also, I am going to give a shout out. Mission Ready International Alliance could be extremely interesting to watch today, because this is a squad that does have a lot of international experience.
Yeah.
But also has some like newer faces. We look at that with Al Qudsi as well. Not showing any America's favoritism, sorry. It's just, it's interesting as we're getting a lot of newer blood inside of this one with a lot of older experiences across a lot of rosters, because we have a lot of our, I guess, staple teams and staple faces that aren't necessarily playing in this.
That's right. You're seeing a ton of new faces in this lobby today. I think that's actually going to be a very interesting storyline to follow. For me, it's going to be SGA, Incheon, to see what they're going to be able to do with a roster of players who've never touched the global stage, who shocked everyone just to get here.
Oh, I love it. Players getting hyped, getting ready as we are making our way over to Erangel. Game number 1 is underway. Plane is taking off, getting everything set. We've been kind of figuring out, okay, what's potential with hot drops? We got a ton of new faces. Now it is time to see who's got the guns, who's got the bravery, and who's got the guts.
Yeah, and like the desk was talking about, we're kind of eyes onto the school apps area to see if there is going to be a hot drop or some kind of split of that territory. If there is a very southern plane path as well, we do have the potential for some weird stuff on Sosnovka Islands, because a lot of people's alt drops are down there by the military base. So there could be some weird stuff, but since DN, I don't see them going down to Sosnovka nor Begopa. It looks like that kind of potential weirdness isn't going to reveal itself. FN is going to be coming out a little bit late there towards Sosnovka as well. Kind of interesting to see them out towards that area. Everybody else seemingly going for more of their normal-ish stuff, but yeah, pretty tough plane path to start.
I mean, a couple of long drops up into the north. We do have, it looks like, Slam and Navi that are pretty close to each other, but I think that that's just going to be a separation that's going to happen now. That should be pretty all right. But yep, it's eyes towards school apps areas. Here comes the drops. Petrichor Road going to be on the inside track, a bit more to the, I guess, the western lay on this one. Sorry. See how this is going to go. Twisted's going to go ahead and get on one side of it, so just lining up against each other. The circle hot, and it goes way south.
Yeah, and it's kind of still got options on if it's going to go northwest or southeast. So definitely going to be pretty tricky here.
I feel like we've been seeing the circle a lot across regionals and internationals this year.
Yeah, dude. I think I've seen this like 3 or 4 times this year at international. So it seems to be a staple, as we do have an early kill here for Extends of Navi onto Lyrics of E-Arena. So some big expectations for E-Arena, but this is kind of that contested area around farm. There's a lot of those kind of spread out compounds that teams are going to kind of want to flex their muscle with. Lou actually gets taken down by DL from DN. So this is around where there's, some vehicles around the J compound and things like that. So everybody with that rough plane path trying to figure out, where can we really spread our wings?
So this is interesting because Freaks kind of went for an encroachment on both sides of what we're looking at going on with Petrichor Road and Twisted, seeing if maybe they can vulture up anything, and Lou just kind of got caught in the mix of all of that. We can see that Freaks have kind of bypassed this now and moved more into that, I guess, Boatyard Rajak area, so it should be a bit easier for them. The pressure comes off now, and it's really just back into Petrichor Road and Twisted. This is going to be a bit more interesting given the fact of the lay of the land in this circle. Means that we are going to see kind of a death funnel brewing up into the northern part. That's going to be around maybe Crossroads gas station, around that bridge area. So this is going to be one of the most northern sections where we do kind of have a mixed drop.
Yeah, exactly. This is always kind of one of those games where you start asking yourself, who is going to be the first to try to bridge camp, who's going to be the first one to just try to play spoiler, rack up those kill points early, try to get, you know, your mechanics underneath you, get fired up a little bit. Salute there, putting some shots into this car as he wants to get out of there. Probably just popping the tires, maybe, or is he going to blow this thing up? He's going to blow it up. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He wants to deny it.
Blue chip inside of it, so that's why he's going to go ahead and toast it, so that way there's no chance for recovery. On top of that, remember that there's a lot of teams that are spiced up on top of each other over here. Denying any vehicles is going to be big because both Twisted and Petrichor Road are going to need to secure themselves avenues to get inside the circle. So every single vehicle that's lost here is massive. And oh, that's going to be a big pick off onto the side of that. So
yeah,
we saw Lou go down.
Yeah, just getting a little peek at what actually happened there in that early battle. Slam, a team that a lot of talk around this squad, saw what they could do in MEA. They are ferocious when they are kind of out on those edges. They, like they said, they're maybe the best team in the world from the blue. We'll see if they can live up to that reputation because, you know, granted they play in the same region as Bloomy. But,
that's what I was. You beat me to it.
Sorry.
We have the same brain.
I know, we do. It's almost like we've casted together for 6 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while in PUBG esports history. So looking in, it's going to be interesting to see with the new blood coming from the squad, really how they choose to play. We often see like the newer squads play more, I guess, safe.
Yeah.
But this doesn't necessarily feel like one of those squads that's going to be aiming to do that. They're not going to go be rampaging around like we've seen some squads do on the international stage right off the get-go. But they're definitely going to be a squad that's going to be an X factor, specifically in, I guess, mid-game rotation.
I think so. That's kind of where my eyes are going to be on the map feed around like phase 3, phase 4 to see exactly how they want to navigate situations. 17 is doing a little bit of a fact-finding mission around the expendables. You never know. Speaking of teams that like to get spicy, they love to get spicy early. We see this all the time where if they find weakness on you, they are going to try to pounce, try to do some damage. There is the Bizzler. Just watching one of the other bridges. This is the bridge that's outside of the circle, of course, over to the east. E-Arena trying to cross in that direction. Tigger going to be slamming underneath Slam. Maybe. Nope. Pulls off of that on the boat. And they're just looking for some safe landing.
Yeah, there's a couple of avenues that you can kind of run up over there, but I think that they're going to go for a longer wrap down to the south. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I say that. They might be opting to brute force just a bit further down to the south. They man landfall with one, so...
I think they heard these vehicles, and it's why they're veering off a bit, taking their time. Another team in the boats, Al-Qadzia, has got quite an interesting roster here, you know, with a couple veterans and a couple new guys to the stage. You know, we got a chance to talk with them a little bit before the event just to, you know, see how they're feeling. It's their first time in Asia, their first time on a LAN, and they were really excited, man. You know, fighting the jet lag a bit, but they seemed really happy to be here.
As an America's guy, I can vouch 13 hours is a bit to get used to, but add in some LAN jitters on top of that. I'm really excited to see how fast we see a bounce around with them. Arena's Jacob got eyes on Petrichor Road, as this is going to be the, I guess, the log jam that's now happened. Tons of teams starting to get stacked over into this eastern bridge.
Bizzler still chilling, still watching. E-Arena actually stops up. They're kind of spread out in a line formation on the other side of this road. Pretty far down, pretty stretched out. So it seems like they're taking their time, and they do have a rotation from Petrichor Road to consider as well, which you can see right here. Chewy driving around in that direction.
Well, E-Arena's an odd spot because they lost one early, and now they found themselves unofficially gatekeeping this position, which is now got a cluster of teams around it, made it a lot more awkward. Also awkward on the western bridge. See, we've got the red zone that's pretty close to the bridge itself, forcing the Expendables very close to 17, who has set up a very defensive perimeter around this location. Looks like they're on the hunt for some early kills.
Yeah, for sure. That's very classic Expendables. See TanVuu trying to do what he does best, and that's get some early info. Him and Delwyn very, very strong in those situations. Duckjuice up here as well. As Delwyn with that M249 could do some damage. He catches Low Ghost out in the open, and he's got the knock.
Quick pickup there. This multiple point approach from the Expendables is very heady and rewards with at least one kill for a night now. But is it going to be enough to kind of stall this out? Can he get the time for the rest of the squad to try to get in position? Bait is out right now. Shots going between two. Lots of ammo for Delwyn to work with. And he does manage to take down 7-7. Get the flushes as well. 17 in some trouble.
Yeah, the M249 is a great gun in this meta right now. Delwyn trying to look to do more damage, catches a piece of Xiaowu as he tries to part ways from this battle. Has to be careful there a bit. DuckJuice is chasing him.
Yes!
Going
after it. Bridge can't bust. Shots going out, trying to juke it through, but remember that does slow down everything. See if DuckJuice can continue the chase on this one. He doesn't want to go too hot and heavy. He's got TanVuu with him, but I think that they're just happy to have secured the bridge. Now with the defensive line coming back up 17. See if they can get some counter shots coming in. Does at least manage to get the knock onto DuckJuice. He's just splattered across the road.
Yeah, this is classic Expendables. They're just going to bite down on you and not let go. And they're going to try to eliminate you from the match. I mean, 17 here will get a point off of this at the very least. Xiaowu there with a nice little idea of his own to pull through and catch DuckJuice a little bit off guard. Now you've got a bit more of a standoff, a much more defendable position here for 17 as well, with Xiaobei getting up onto the rafters of this bridge and finding some angles towards Cloris. Couldn't connect. You know, obviously the stairs are going to block a lot of those bullets, so it can be a little bit tricky at times, but 17 seems to have averted disaster, at least so far.
There's a lot of emergency pickups that are going off over here. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of people are going to spot out these shots, maybe position themselves around that, but there is a cross for the emergency pickups that's going to be happening close to where Slam's positioning is going to be. So this is stalling out and slowing down a bit. Most of the teams opted into a far eastern wrap. So we got Twisted over there, VP, EA, Petrichor Road as well that we saw just a little while ago. So this has kind of become a contained fight right on the edge of everything.
Yeah, and there is another kill onto E-Arena. They are duking it out with Virtus Pro on the other side. Nurin's going to go down as well. Actually, was that Beamy who just let out a little bit of a yell there? And he's getting hyped already. Xiaowu still holding the line here. This battle has come to a bit of a standstill, but like you said, there are those emergency pickups to consider. Those could come into play here in the calculus of when this battle really kicks off, and we are going to go south, so no doubter in the circle.
Xiaowu goes down. A nade coming out from TanVuu. I was about to say that 17 feels like they were at least getting some momentum in defense. That means that Xiaobei is just going to have to run. Xiaowu doing a lot of fantasy squad some favors by staying alive at least until 10-10.
That's a good point, Matt. Do you happen to have him on your fantasy team today?
Don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about. Wasn't eyeing that in the slightest.
Here's a little America's on America's violence. This is kind of classic for you guys, huh?
Oh, never happens, specifically in the earlier stages. I do like the quick stop using the car to manage to secure another vehicle for yourself. Slam in a bit of trouble over here, but looks like, I don't know how much further this is going to kind of go. It looks like they've managed to secure down the point for now. Most of the squads are playing pretty centered up on point. Here comes some friends as Hackatory did manage to take down Xiaobei, 17 getting firmly eliminated.
Yeah, hey, free car to do something with, although
might
be stuck. Yeah, I think he can get it out of there. Bagel Pa was ahead of the curve here on the emergency pickup, so 4AM taking a bunch of damage on the drop.
Park Pro lines in a TanVuu already down, and that's going to be just kind of a run back over into the ocean. No real options to work with. Landfall being absolutely denied. We got full sense on the other side of this one, so 4 angry men just kind of scattered across right along the edge of the island itself.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously this is a PO-less Bagel Pa, as they will be bringing in Gyuyun for the event, a longtime veteran of the PWS. You remember him from GNL and some other teams. Very good player in his own right, but still losing PO, the best player on Bagel Pa. He was the best player during the PWS for them. Painful, but still, we've seen what they can do without him. They can still do damage.
Quick update, E-Arena did manage to call back in Lyrics, so he should be able to regroup, but remember he's going to have not much to work with. The rest of E-Arena is trying to path in front of VP, as we saw just a moment ago, so looks like they might be able to regroup, but Lyrics doesn't have a lot of good places for him to stop at, as I think he's already been spotted by FN as well.
Yeah, it's going to get a little weird there on that East Coast. Yeah, Lyrics, I mean, what do you do here? I mean, you're just dead. There's nothing to do.
I mean, he has the same idea that 4 angry men had a second ago, but there were 4 angry men and 2 of them managed to make landfall. If he at least gets his feet on the ground, that's a victory.
The only thing we can see that we know on the map that's available is the mini pier just to his east.
If he could get to that crate, that would be big.
That's maybe. There's a world where that happens. It's something.
Got nothing. He's got nothing.
He's got nothing, and there's going to be at least some level 3 gear plus a gun, as Petrichor Road is going to be taking the ferry over. This is kind of curious. They're going to go all the way. This is Novo, isn't it?
Yep.
And they're going all the way over. It's going to be a while that they're in the blue there, but it is only phase 2, so they've got a little bit of time. Nothing too serious to consider. Opan's just looking around. but there isn't a ton of safe space here. You're gonna have to use this dip the best you can. Already setting up that UAS to kind of protect yourselves from that off angle. VP still on the move, still on their horses.
Where are you going to go? There's not a lot of good options. Most of the stuff's already taken. E-Arena be taking a couple of pot shots at him. VP looks like they just might be opting to go along this line. No real options to work with. Jacob does manage to get the knock on a one, but Crexy gets counter onto it. Nixie gets a follow-up knock as well. E-Arena loses control of positioning, and now it's just poor old Lyrics by himself on the coastline. Luckily, the circle goes that direction.
Still a lot of water in this circle, so very tough to play out in this part of the map. It's a lot of slow, kind of wide open hills. There isn't a ton of hard cover around here. There isn't a ton of trees. The further west you go on Sosnovka Island, so everybody having to kind of nestle themselves over on the coast. You can see FN, Pochun, Starlord looking to do some damage. They still have a pretty split formation here with a 1-1-1-1. And, Zenith actually finds the blue zone knock there. Whoa, here come the Freaks.
They just got to make landfall. They don't have any options. Hard crossing, just right down on top of Begapa. Multiple members for Begapa now down. Freaks look like they're starting to secure position to play from, but remember, VP was also chasing over into this angle. Nixie does get spotted out by Heaven, gets the knock onto that, so Freaks plays this very cleanly. They still have 4 angry men pretty close to him as well, but I mean, they've got control. They've got a couple of walls that they can play from, but they know that they still have a member of Begapa hiding right next to him.
It's going to be tough for 4AM to get involved in this. Getting out of the coast to the east is really difficult. There's so much open space, so even you can see Shen stuck down here. Yumin letting out with some smokes to try to find his way through. This might open up a door here, actually, for Shen if he can kind of read this situation properly and kind of use these smokes that Yumin is setting up for himself to at least get in towards this space. But credit to the Freaks, they brought the hammer down on top of Begapa.
That was fast, just instantly landing and guns blazing. Feels like almost before they even touched the ground. Longjong trying to see if he can get some counter back into it. Does get one before he goes down, but should be resible. Heaven still trying to pin Duck, spots out Shin, and that means that 4 angry men's woes continue as it's going to be Shin and Lu still just right up against the wall.
Yeah, this dynamic fragging duo that the Freaks has had all year is really shining right now for them. Yeah, you can see Shen pinned. It doesn't matter which way he goes. He's going to get exposed to some angles. So VP players could see him. DN could see him. Who knows? Maybe even FN can see him. Petrichor Road, finally.
This ain't it.
There we go.
I don't think this is it. This is the path that everybody's been trying to take to get in the circle. Alcadzia is over here with 1 member forward and Roth. The other member is going to be tailing back behind this, pretty far down to the south. It's going to be FN, a couple of shots to force Petrichor Road, and they find the open area. They manage to navigate it in. They do get punished, and that's going to be Mission Ready's box that gets knock on. But I mean, it looks like they should be pretty secure. This could have got a lot worse if they had gone anywhere else except for this exact location.
Yeah, this house is just a little bit difficult to kind of avoid damage in, but they get here. That's the really big part for Petrichor Road. This was going to be a very difficult rotation one way or another to find anything that's open, and they managed to suss out the correct spot. You know, they don't even see Alcadzia here necessarily, but FN Breakers, he was doing good work for them. We got to see a brief glimpse of him at EWC, and he stepped up for FN during the PWS and was really hitting hard.
Okay, Alcadzia, FN lined up against each other. Rillo's playing a bit further over into the east to see if he can open up some more. Cowboy does get the knock on a Star-Lord, and it looks like it's going to get a bit more aggressive. Runs right through the middle of them. Big play coming up from Roth. Can that give them enough to work around? It's going to be really interesting as Alcadzia is still continuing to dance around the outside. Do they spot the one up on top of the hill? It looks like D might have, as the vehicle is going to start roaming away from it. But remember, Alcadzia still needs to get inside this zone as it looks like Breakers is just going to make a send along this line that could put him pretty close to Corexy. Is he trying to go for a res?
Not exactly sure.
I mean, he's at the tower.
That's possible, I suppose. Breakers there just has to leave. I mean, this spread formation gets absolutely dismantled by Alcadzia. You got to give them huge credit in the way that they step up in this fight. The kind of knock into an immediate drive-through by Roth. Great timing, great coordination. 4AM's Lou going to get spotted out. FS was on the outside of this. They're going to have to find a way in, and it's going to take them shooting their way through, basically. So at least maybe able to open up a little bit of space. Lyrics is, you know, wishing this was a sauna.
This is his whole game, man. That's all he can do. It's him and Shin over there chilling together, and that's about the most that they can do. You can see a regroup coming up from Mission Ready as a little bit of bullying still coming out from It's going to be Petrichor Road, who they were taking shots at earlier. Inside the circle, on the high ground, as you guys should be pretty familiar with the circle, we see it a lot inside of competitive PUBG. Up on top of the hill is going to be Forest. Then down into the recesses north of where we're looking at with Mission Ready, as well as Petrichor Road, is going to be Na'Vi, firmly entrenched. The Expendables, who were playing up to the north along that western bridge earlier, still with 4 members up, playing a bit further west of the Na'Vi's position.
Oh.
So FN looks like he's trying to defend in for right now, but I mean, there's just, Alcazia knows where he is. Multiple members, they're going to pick him up clean.
He kind of whiffed there. That's an MP5. That's the perfect scenario for that gun, up close and personal. Let that high rate of fire tear through people, but he just whiffed on the spray there a bit. And maybe just looking at his map or anticipating something a little bit different. Nice little jump there from Vanadol. Didn't really take much damage on what could have been a little bit of a dangerous mission to get off the side. Lyrics has been watched for so long by Shen, but Shen went down somewhere, somehow.
There's a point to be had.
Do you
you see it?
Yes, absolutely. Don't shoot your teammate.
Things like, please. Oh, is that what what was in the crate? Did I just see it in the shotty in his hands, and that's all he could find?
Just the DBS?
Yeah, I think that was it. This is sad times. Just park right on top of him, make his life miserable. Yeah, there you go. Hey, I mean, you gotta deal with what you're dealt sometimes, right?
That's true. I mean, that was everybody out on that coast was looking for that point. They're like, well, we're not going to get much out of this game. Let's at least get some kills. Twisted, very quiet in this one, but after that early loss, kind of, turtling up a little bit, trying to at least secure themselves some placement points. They're going to highlight that here on the map as a central position. There's a little bit of a plateau here that they can work with, but it's tricky. It's precarious. Teams can come up behind you. They come up from your sides. There's a few angles that are kind of exposed there.
It's such a strong position, and everybody pretty much down to the south doesn't have a lot of different angles that they can work with except for going after it. So it's good if you can survive the storm of teams that are going to be coming along from that angle. But Twisted can definitely do it. We know that they have the capabilities. Forest up on top, starting to get some attention of their own as the Expendables coming a bit more alive. They've got to be careful because Slam has also heard this. Looks like they're trying to approach in the west.
Yeah, Boostic doing some good damage to keep the Expendables pinned. Forest knows there's something going on out here, so they're going fishing with some grenades. Not able to find the mark, though. Not cooked well enough there. Baron just going to go for the drink instead. Try to fortify the lines here. The Expendables still 4 strong, still have the ability to do some damage, but kind of a really awkward situation that they're going to find themselves in. I assume now just trying to work some angles here, trying to see if they can dislodge a Forest player so they can either make the push or maneuver themselves into this next circle.
This is a really interesting area to play between TE and Slam, just because they have to be careful not to get too close to each other off the angles on it, because the hillside's not going to provide enough real cover to work with, and you can see that they've left a couple of members a bit further back holding down angles. Duck Juice being the one for the Expendables trying to eye over there. Na'Vi, though, is starting to eye this same position that we see the Expendables playing. So we might see them kind of swoop in over from the east, as nobody really wants to push into the hillsides directly. That means that Na'Vi, with this position kind of sending extends up into that northern area, could be opening up a door for a backstab onto the Expendables at the worst possible time for the Expendables.
Yeah, the Expendables are just in a unenviable position. Trying to work your way through this is really challenging because of the spots that Slam has, frankly. That makes it really, really difficult. So you're not going to be able to get a clean fight against Forest if you want to try to escalate that fight into the compound. As Corexi going to have to throw out some of that util, get that cover down, but it didn't matter. Didn't survive long enough for it to get there onto the ground.
I mean, Alcazia was trying to give him some help as Freaks limping their way into the circle as it's not going too much better for them. Freaks now getting eliminated. Back behind that, Belmont's going to go down, and we just lose team upon team in just a few seconds. So, eyes on the circle itself. The way it's lined up right now, the Expendables still need to get in. Na'Vi doesn't have to go yet, so really it's just going to be the Expendables and Slam still just pretty much slamming their faces right up against Forest's hillside compound.
This is great for Twisted.
Ooh, Expendables. Maybe are they going the Na'Vi side instead?
They might crash Twisted. I'm not sure what they're thinking, or they're just going to actually try to get to the edge of the circle. They're going to lose a UAS for it. I thought they might just keep driving forward. Here you go. Duck Juice letting loose with some smokes, but they're actually going to pull up short. This is, I think they're trying to corral this fight between Slam and Forest, play on the outside of it, but Na'Vi's still in an outside position is doing damage.
I mean, Na'Vi's position is just ruining any attempt, and this is why we see so many teams try to avoid this, as the crossfire here is just absolutely brutal. There's not enough cover to really give you much much to work with, but the circle did pop directly on top of Twisted, so that means that everybody in this hillside fight is in a lot of trouble and they need to go quickly. Forest really can't focus in on what's going on with the Expendables too much because they've got Slam still into the west back behind them. The Expendables have managed to start to slow down any of the knocks that are coming at them from the Na'Vi side of it, so Na'Vi has to make some decisions. Do they go after the Expendables? Do they try to brute force their way into the circle? But let's not forget Mission Ready and Petrichor Road both also have to get in the circle, and they're down to the south of Na'Vi's position.
Yeah, some huge fights out on the edges of this right now, and again, this is all playing into Twisted Mind's hands. Al-Qadsia actually getting in on the action here. The Expendables just hemorrhaging players. Duck Juice does go down. I like this little micro maneuver from the Expendables to try to force the fight between Forest and Slam, but they're kind of in a exposed position, at least temporarily. Na'Vi now on the move. Let's see where they want to go. Are they going to try to challenge here? More players going down for the Expendables. It's Kiss.
I mean, Forest just defending in right now. They're going to be swooping in right back behind Na'Vi, so the movement from Na'Vi being a great distraction that Forest tried to see if they could manage to manipulate into their favor, but Slam is still creeping up right back behind them, buying more and more space with every movement that Forest tries to go for, so the Expendables trying to play this, seeing if maybe they could fish with some dynamite, but nobody's going to be going over there. There's Slam! Finally the backstab comes up. Kiss is going to go down. Morgor does spot out Olympus as well, so Forest has to spin it back around. Are they going to get the knocks? No! Scappy can't even really get what he wanted out of that. Does get one, but he wanted way more.
Yeah, he was hungry here, but this AK for Boostic could do some serious damage up close to Bristle. Somehow, some way, Barons holding the line, but Boostic still going crazy. Has one more to go.
Gotta be careful. Him and Arctic step back away from the angle, realizing it's a bit too hot. Can they get some more? Falls it back in. That is going to be Forest finally going down Petrichor Road, trying to walk their way through Mission Ready Alliance, but it's going to be now Na'Vi that gets the attention focused back over into Petrichor Road and stops them from being able to leave the compound. Hey, let's not forget about Al-Qadsia that has been using all of this distraction to swoop in all the way to the west.
Yeah, they are bullying Slam away from that hillside. This could give them a little bit more breathing room as this circle starts to collapse, starts to eliminate some of the playable zone. Rello holding the line behind the rock, trying to keep Slam at bay and doing some good damage.
Big shots. I mean, the kill feed is going crazy. Everybody's got some type of vision on each other. Nades starting to come out. Molotov right back behind Slam, using the hillside to at least buy some space, but it's going to be not enough. Rello spots it. Now then, Al-Qadsia sitting on 8 kills right now, continuing the reign of terror. This has just been a bloodbath. Game out, this whole walk has just been firefight into firefight. Twisted, who's had control of the circle for a long time, finally goes down, but they haven't been able to get too involved. Now Al-Qadsia up on the high ground, looking down into Na'Vi, has to be careful because Petrichor Road finally coming up back behind Na'Vi.
It's 12 kills now for Al-Qadsia. Welcome to the big stage, boys. They are absolutely fragging out. The confidence here has to be sky high. Chewy is going to grab some level 3 gear. He's got a FAMAS. Him and Nan going to try and establish a presence on the hillside, but Al-Qadsia has the high ground. They've got the crossfires. Hakatori now doing some damage, finds the side angle on Tanan, has him down. Sees some players above, wants to keep them at bay.
Nobody in the circle right now except for Al-Qadsia. They've got it completely on lock. Na'Vi has nades raining down next to him. Their solo member and Hakatori looking into Petrichor Road's direction. The other members of Al-Qadsia still holding on to that high ground. Petrichor Road has to be the catalyst. They have to fight their way up. Only one real angle of approach that they can work with. Rillo's going to be on top of it, but Hakatori realizes the approach come in, already laying down. Who's going to spot out who first? Shots do come out, but it's going to be Chewy that takes down Hakatori, and now maybe has some angles that they can play from.
A beautiful approach there from Petrichor Road, fanning out just wide enough that Hakatori was going to have a hard time getting any kind of transfer, even if he got the first knock. He didn't even get that, so beautiful work there. Putting that level 3 gear to great use as well, and this is an ace left that is not with Petrichor Road, and they are still coming out swinging. I mean, you got to for both of these teams are missing some of their best players, and they're fragging out here in this first game.
Okay, Al-Qadsia lined in, big potential game for them. Really comes out. This is a squad that we know that can play very well with a point lead, knows how to continue to put on pressure. So can they come out, secure themselves a solid victory right off the start? But Petrichor Road, a squad with so much fans, so much faith back behind it, wanting to find success early to prove to themselves that they've got enough space to work with, to really propel themselves into what we're going to be looking at, a phenomenal PGS number 9. It's a 4v3, but Al-Qadsia with control finally lets Petrichor Road have 2 members inside the circle.
Does Roth not have any more health available that he can restore to himself.
They've been fighting for a while.
Yeah, first aid kits, bandages might have just kind of expended themselves, as he could use that desperately. If he can hold that angle, that's going to be huge there for Al-Qadsia to keep Petrichor Road pinned in, just force them in towards the three-man stack that they've got up on top of the hill. This is difficult no matter how you slice it for Petrichor Road. I don't think they have many smokes left. I don't see any in Ming Ming's hands. I don't see any in Chewy's hands. So this is just going to have to come down to hoping that Al-Qadsia kind of overextends themselves, gives up a free kill. You can see they're trying to isolate an angle, isolate a flank to break open and break through, but Al-Qadsia not giving them much so far.
Using the little bit of cover that's provided. Couple of shots go out. That means that one position is going to be firmly revealed, instantly spins in. Chewy's feeding that information back over to his other teammates right now, as looks like Petrichor Road still just can't find the vulnerabilities in approach. Cowboy sneaky position. Hey, you know, cover's cover, man. When you got nothing, make it work.
That's true. Take what you can get. Unfortunately, Cowboy gonna spot out Chewy there. And that's easy pickings.
No boat. See, if he was next to the boat, everything would have been fine.
Yeah, totally. No problems. The boat would have saved everything.
Exactly. See, I'm with you. Oh, but Petrichor Road if you're on a road, you can't really use a boat, can you?
Well, you kind of can.
Yeah, just not too well. I mean, it's working about as well as it would on the ground right now. So
Yep.
Petrichor Road, 2 members up. This is feeling, I don't want to say done, but pretty hard. Petrichor Road has to find a vulnerability, and Al-Qadsia is just not giving them the peaks, man. They're forcing them to walk in. They know that they've got the controlled angles of Petrichor Road, realizing it says, nope, we don't want to give you the points. You've got enough. Al-Qadsia takes game number 1 in a massive kill count. Big victory for the boys.
Oh, what a start here to PGS9, especially for these guys. And that was a roar let out by Roth up on stage. You can see how bad these guys want it. He's already talking about PGC to me up there earlier today. I went up and talked to him, and these guys come out swinging here at 9.
I mean, you could hear Al-Qadsia's comms where we were sitting at, man. This is a squad that gets loud, they get energetic. There's memes about it, yes, but these guys play with heart and they want it. Petrichor Road playing with the intelligence and style, though. Couldn't find the vulnerabilities, and I respect it. I mean, game number 1, you don't know who you're going to be competing against at the later stages of it, who's going to be the qualifying angles, so just don't give over any points to anybody, especially a squad that managed to pick up that many kills in game number 1.
Oh, it's crazy. Also, tip of the cap to Petrichor Road. They had a difficult start to that game, and they came through and got some huge points. And again, you don't have Aches left. You don't have arguably your best player on that team, and they looked really solid.
I mean, that was an absolutely crazy game. Circles just going crazy off the get-go. So much to look at, so I know that Claris and Toffees are wanting to dive into it.
An important win to start things off for Al-Qadsia. They are a team that is going to ride this one, and it comes back to what we were saying at the beginning of the day. To a T, the teams that are turning up here that have got players that are only just starting things out for internationals know that there's a grand opportunity here at the end of 2025 to get themselves a spot here and start things rolling.
Absolutely. It's about these young guns, this new blood coming out here and playing incredibly well. Al-Qadsia walking away with a wild game coming out of Milta Power. Their transitions were good. Their rotations were solid. They were playing very, very well. This is a team, for those of you who may not be familiar with them, made up of 2 consummate professionals, Roth and Rella, who've been playing together, have known each other, have been in the scene for a long time, and 2 young guns in D and Cowboy that don't have any of that LAN experience, but they kept their system intact. You could see they ran a 3-1 almost the entire time, and their gun skills, Cowboy in particular, was very, very exciting to watch.
I was feeling things for Slam G. We'll get onto them in a moment.
Absolutely.
Because what was important for me, for Al-Qadsia, was that rotation distraction around the west, up north, to just kind of third party that fight that was going on in that compound to shut down the angle of SlamG. And this is what basically won Al Ghazia the game, in my opinion. What do you think?
That's what happens when you have Rollo on your team, though, right? You get these sort of big moves, and that's why it's good to mix that inexperience with experience, because they knew this is the move that wins us the game. We have to do it now. I would say that I don't think D and Cowboy, if it was just them, would have made that play. That was a very mature choice at the right time, and them executing it was amazing. As you watch them coming to this late game, not only, imagine the confidence boost. Your first time at a LAN, those two players getting these huge numbers, and then Petrichor, one of the most legendary teams in PUBG history, denies to you. Against you. Not only do you dominate in numbers, but you make a team made up of some of the greatest players just give up.
No, definitely. Impressive stuff coming in from Al Ghazia to start things off, especially considering it's the first game of groups, it's the first game of PGS9, and we get this circle. Circle 1, suddenly every player, every team is like, oh no, how are we going to deal with this? And they dealt with it brilliantly.
And this might even be sort of playing into this idea of these new talents. It felt like a bunch of our teams went, salvage game 1, and went into salvage mode, whereas the teams that came out on top, they went aggressive. You saw QAD playing very, very fast. SlamG had no qualms about taking those fights, and we're going. And so I think Boostic had a 1-3 that was incredible to watch. Like, those guys, it was like there was no pressure. They've done this for years.
Yes, and now I get to talk about SlamG briefly, because they get themselves to top 4. That's brilliant for them, right? Obviously, we had kind of theories or how they could potentially play on LAN. People maybe taking Boostic for that 10K pick on Fantasy, and then he pops off. The Boostic boy is here, baby. It's time to go. That's an exciting prospect.
I mean, Boostic has paid himself off on your fantasy team in one game. What does that mean for the next 5? And again, they have nothing, like, they're ahead now. They get to play however they want to play, and it is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, a very, very exciting start, because it's really not the big names. They're able to take so many of these points to start off game number 1 for Erangel. And actually, I want to turn back the clock all the way to the beginning of our game. Where suddenly, of course, we have a difficult playing path for school. We have a difficult playing path for apps and all of these kinds of things. Suddenly, Petrichor Roads divided themselves off to apps. Twisted Minds has divided themselves off to school. However, DN Freaks catching one early for Twisted Minds. The potential of this happening again between these 3 teams, our next Erangel, is a bit spicy, because Petrichor gets all the way deep into this game. DN Freaks exerts themselves already in Twisted Minds, who goes into the late game as 3, a little bit kind of, limped.
And it's tough. Petrichor, I think, benefits from that. Also, I got to say this about Freaks. They're playing crazy. They went ahead, they did that move, then they went and dropped on top of Begopa in a Phase 3E pickup. No cares whatsoever, dominated. This is a worrisome moment for everybody else to see Freaks willing to take those risks early on.
Na'Vi also in that top 4 as well, with the 7 kills coming their way. Coming in from that northeast side, and it's a little harder of an approach, I would say, to those kind of final circles for Na'Vi. So it's understandable why they did fall by the wayside. But look at that! This is exciting, because this is 3 players who actually, it's not only Boostic, it's not only Cowboy, it's also Extens, who's the newest gun on Na'Vi. All 3 taking the top spots
and
here.
D. You got almost every name up there was a new blood player. Very, very exciting. Also worth noting, between SlamG and Al Ghazia, they knocked out almost a third of the lobby by themselves. Like, these guys came in and maximized point value on a circle that was, for lack of a better word, terrible. Not only was the first circle bad, the second circle was a 60% playable space.
So 2 takeaways from that. 1, we have such an exciting time already, because yes, the game is a little bit in flux for some of our players. You've got 4 maps to play, you've got BRDMs, you've got Panzers, you've got C4s, you've got the DMR change, you've got a lot of things that will allow these new guns to really be able to potentially make waves and cause some disruption here. Second thing I want to take away, when we looked at that leaderboard just then, they fit Mission Ready International Alliance all in there. That was amazing. I can't believe that they fit it in. That's insane.
I had to take a breath during the intro process. That name is so long. I mean, I love that they picked the name, and they told me this because regionally it confused everyone. That said, it's been working.
All right, Grassy Patches time once again. Let's see if we see the run back as we head over to the commentators for game number 2 here of PGS9 group stage.
Oh, he's right. Toffee's called it out. Mission Ready International Alliance to mess with people, including my brain. Can I tell you how hard it is for a guy with dyslexia dealing with Mission Ready International Alliance and Mira in the same region and trying to cast it?
Yeah, it doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
I don't envy you in that regard.
Tons of blast, but I mean, fun team. I love the squad. I mean, we get Bizzler on an international stage. I am excited.
Yeah.
So, another Southern Plain path, but look at the Lipo drop come up from Twisted.
Huh. Yeah, they're already kind of not happy with how things went, but the problem is that, you know, changing things up a bit here, maybe just going for the vehicles out on the outskirts, it looks like. So they're not going to mess with VP. It's just, you know, is VP going to be able to get lucky here with an AK headshot? It could happen. It's Beamy of all people. He's trying to find that angle, but I think Twisted Mind should be A-okay.
And Squad knows how to play in a position like this, so they should be fine. Now running up to the hills, curious to see how we're going to see any other mix-ups. I don't think anything really. We've got the Freaks now over there next to Petrichor Road. But it's pretty calm, all considered. The circle does be a little bit more friendly this time, as it does look like it is going to stay on the main island. But you never know. We've been getting some crazy circles.
Yeah, I'm not counting out the circle until it is firmly on that northern island. As, Twisted just going to do what they can to get their vehicles and then get some good loot as best as they can scavenge. 4 a.m. already up in towards the northern part of the map here. Yasnaya is going to be A-okay for them, at least for now. I don't see Twisted driving in their direction or anything, so no problems. Al-Qadzia, what a start. I mean, Cowboy in particular comes out fragging D as well, doing a nice job. So, you know, Rello, Roth, the long-time veterans there for this squad have brought some magic here to begin BGS 9.
This is a squad that we've been, I mean, I know America's in potential. How many times we've made that joke before? But really, there's a lot of capabilities whenever we look at D and Cowboy. The uptick in the fragging capabilities of those two players specifically, we've been seeing for quite a while. Just a consistent growth pattern for them that I don't think that we've seen the skill ceiling on just yet. And a game like that last game is going to give them more confidence to kind of start maneuvering from, and maybe give them some more firepower to really start to bring out. Because I mean, look at that. That was a crazy game coming out from them.
Absolutely. I mean, Cowboy in particular, there's 748 damage. That is a phenomenal start to come out here at PGS 9. Welcome to the lands.
And what was interesting is Petrichor Road and Al-Qadzia both pathed in over along that eastern area, so we're doing a lot of circle chasing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was one of those circles, though, where if you can find the right timing to get into the zone and kind of do some damage, and we saw both of those teams kind of do that, especially Al-Qadzia against FN Pochon. They absolutely dismantled them, you know, just left breakers on his own to try and retreat, and then they caught right up to him and took him down. So that was a really nicely executed series of fights that they had to take to get themselves into that late game scenario. I think they were the ones who took down Twisted as well in that.
Oh, got a little bit of a dust-up going on between VP and MRIA. But I think that should be fine. With the way that the circle is set, this is going to be good positioning for E-Arena early, Na'Vi, Al-Qadzia, as well as VP Mission Ready. Petrichor Road already found themselves a good path into positioning as well. 17's going to be tailing back behind that up on top of Potato, as most of our teams look like they're kind of playing along that Death Road northern area right now, feeling like the circle's going to lean more that direction.
For sure. For some reason, a lot of times these end up going towards the lumber yard or towards the shelter. Doesn't have to. It could go towards farm. That is also definitely well within the circle's decision-making capabilities. Or who knows, maybe we get real lucky and it goes back down to Sosnovka and things get absolutely bananas. But we'll have to wait and see a bit, as I'm a little bit worried here for Mission Ready in this position. Hanging out around that shelter can be really challenging. I rarely see those positions go well. But let's hear in from Park Pro, the Bago Pot player. See what he had to say.
한국에서도 나이가 제일 많은 친구인데요. 저희 팀이 나이가 좀 많습니다. 근데 또 젊은 친구들과 이제 경합을 하면서 저번 PGS 7팔 때 이제 쉽진 않았지만 그랜드 파이널 진출하면서 우리도 할 수 있구나라는 마음으로 좀 멘탈 관리 좀 하면서 이제 운동도 조금씩 하고 있고 이제 관리를 하면서 이제 우리도 할 수 있다라는 마음가짐으로 왔습니다.
Oh, I feel that the old man mindset coming in there. Starting to try to get my mental back ready, you know. Make sure I get the exercise in. Got to try to keep up with all these young bloods. Like, I respect it though. Begapa, I know, is I don't want to say like No, I know you're an unbiased caster while we
Oh, yeah,
about your Korean favoritism, but Begapa is, I know, close to your heart.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's kind of a fun team because obviously, you know, you've got PO who's still wrapping up his military service here. That's part of why he can't be here. He's still not quite completely done with that. But not only do you have kind of, you know, the original PUBG Esports superstar in this team, he's grabbed together some streamers, some other former pros like Sungjang, who've had quite a lot of success in PUBG Esports throughout the years, and Park Pro has been a standout player. He's kind of been primarily a streamer who's also been playing some esports, and he has really stood up and played well. Akan has been great. Some damage here. TanVuu hitting Salute. Might have got the tire there, not sure.
Yeah, it looked like I saw the car do that little pop-up whenever the tire got hit, and yeah, he looks like he's suffering. Can they manage to get over to the dip? I think he's clear for now. A couple of crosser shots coming up over all of it, but this is going to put them pretty close to the center, but there's a lot of friends nearby. You were worried about earlier Mission Ready's position. They're going to be kind of just on the outskirts of this looking in. Looks like the Freaks aren't going to go for a full stop there, and I don't blame them. That's a good later stage spot, but at this point, that feels way too dangerous to stay in.
Exactly. That tempo dip this early, pretty tough to manage. Eventually, some teams are going to get some kind of angle on you or put some pressure or find some grenades. DL getting clipped quite a bit there. Bizzler and company from Mission Ready doing some decent damage, but the Freaks so far escaping disaster. Now up towards that death road.
Tons of Freaks fans right now just on the edge of their seat, as it does look like there might be some seats in comfort as it top of death road. Could be the stop-off point for right now. This is I like this spot. It gives you a lot of opportunities at kind of the two different arenas that are going to be going on, gives you some supervision in both, and a lot of different pathing options. Issue is there's going to be a couple of teams that could be pathing pretty close to you, make it a bit scary. 17 Gaming, though, looks like they're just going to try to brute force their way in. We saw them have a couple of rotation woes at the very start of the last game as Bridge wasn't friendly to them, so coming in a bit slower this time, but going to put them pretty close to Na'Vi as well as Freaks along this road.
Yeah, I mean, I think for 17 here, it's like, can we please avoid the Expendables early? That is the last team in this lobby you want to be fighting. Phase 1 in particular, that team is just so well. I mean, I
was gonna say Full Sense might understand why here.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's another orange-colored team on the map that's driving in the Expendables direction. Just a matter of if the Expendables can maybe get a knock here. Belmoth.
If they can see them, that's the question. Once they hear it, can we position fast enough to try to get shots at them? It looks like they might. Belmont, you better be careful. A couple of shots do come out, and that means that the hillside's going to be covered. A couple of more retaliations, but just runs right in, right at TanVuu. Looks like they realized he was isolated, but TanVuu tries to get as much as he can out of it. Does get a knock, and almost half of another one. So are we going to see the rest of the Expendables try to come after this? Flash just has to get left behind. Nade's going to be rolling in. That bounce looks like it's going to be a bit short.
I like what Full Sense is doing here. They're making sure they know the Expendables play styles. These guys play in the same region, and they're making sure that there isn't any further commitment to this battle, trying to keep the rest of the Expendables at bay. But little do they know, Clories is coming up from behind.
There's just too many angles. Nade's going to go out into the smokes, and that is just going to be a narrow miss. Calories hasn't spotted out the shift just quite yet. That's an entirely different team. He is going to hear the vehicle. He's running right into the face of it. No fear, but that's going to be the cost. And the Expendables lose another one. Are we going to see the continuation of this chase? Full Sense are starting to try to rally this back up. The defense, by just playing aggressive into the face of the Expendables, is paying off.
Clories just missed the timing on that grenade by a couple seconds. Really smart there by Full Sense to move their player and try to avoid getting stuck in that smoke. Again, anticipating the Expendables, trying to find their angles, trying to get in a grenade range, and they use that little hill edge to keep themselves obscured. Clories didn't see that movement, didn't see where the Full Sense players had repositioned to. That's really, really nicely managed by Full Sense. That could have gone really bad, really fast if Clories had gotten there just a few seconds earlier.
Expendables were kind of still wrapping around, seeing if maybe they could bite off any more of Full Sense, but looks like it is going to be Duck Juice that runs right back into Pachinki. I think he might be heading for the tower, but Full Sense also going to be following in right back behind him.
Well, still not completely out of danger, our Full Sense. If some relative stability. Circle, speaking of stability, has gone towards the north, sitting pretty dead center there. Just with Farm and Milta on the outskirts. Oh, Khan lights him up with the MP5. Xiaolu down. Khan using that BRDM to good effect. Xiaolu's trying to get around so he can't get run over. Yeah. Oh, he gets there.
Okay, well, here comes the reinforcements on both sides. 4 angry men, still just trying to navigate the beast of a vehicle that's roaming around. Longs with a very sneaky little run by, spots out Park Pro. Khan, though, does the counter, spots out what's going to be going on with Longs. So this is kind of turned into an external firefight, pretty much between Songjiang as well as where we see a TanVuu at. Neither can get vision on each other.
Yeah, they're both kind of gatekeeping each other out of this fight. Shen has spotted Songjiang, though. See if a TanVuu is going to try to punish that. I can see him loading up with the grenade, tries to throw the grenade out in, and it's going to be a rewrap here by a Khan. Sawed off, does some damage, can't find the knock. Instead, it's Park Pro from behind.
Doesn't give him what he wants. So Begapa starting to get more control on this one. TanVuu all by himself right now. Tries to run for the vehicle. He's going to go down, and Begapa managed to pick up some kills early.
Tough fight here for 4 a.m. Team that got 8th in the PCL in the lead up towards this event. You know, Shen, the big name signing for them, doing some damage, trying to keep Begapa at bay, but that BRDM so valuable in that situation because it gives a Khan the ability to jump in and out of it a bunch to safety, to find his moments to strike and do damage.
And we really didn't see them that much. BRDM inside that last game, just due to how the circles laid out and everybody was kind of chasing down. We saw a lot of people are having to use boats, the ferry even being a factor. So now that we've gotten a more centralized circle back on the mainland, BRDM starting to be a bit more of a factor to deal with specifically in these earlier sections.
Yeah, and it's almost like the analyst desk had a little bit of a psychic premonition because they were just talking about how impactful the BRDMs can be, and we're seeing it right off the rip here in match number 2. Xiaobei, Lil Ghost on the other side of this hill. The Freaks haven't moved too much since we saw their rotation pretty early on in the match. And again, this could be a little bit tricky on this hillside. You have to be pretty wary of, you know, approaches from the east, approaches from the west, up and down this road. Like you were talking about, teams are going to want to come in through this area because a lot of rotation paths that are going to be quote-unquote safe are going to want to drive in this vicinity.
And you can have the split between 2 teams up here where we can see Freaks and 17 trying to hold it down. But 17, I don't want to say has been greedy, but they really want some control off of it. So they've only sent 2 up to the road itself, and they have the other 2 they're playing a bit further down in the lowlands to see if they can make sure to control area down there, because we do have a lot of teams that want to play. There's a lot of strong compounds, so if we see somebody have to shift in, that could be big. Full sense, looks like they've managed to do a firm regroup, and they're going to be wrapping down into the south, pretty far along the coastline. Shots at range are coming in from, I believe that's going to be Slam, that could spot them out in any given moment here. Get in just a second.
Pretty interesting. Virtus Pro has actually popped an emergency pickup. Yeah, great pickup here by the observers to catch this, because this is a pre-pop for the next circle, and the other 2 players of theirs pretty far away on the map, so they have the ability, if this hard shifts, to rotate in with their other teammates. However, might just use it for info if it just kind of stays center. See what Circle does, see what VP does. Wow, this is really nice for VP. This is a really smart emergency pickup.
Okay, are you going to take it?
I think they
should. Yeah, I was going to say, they could just use vehicles to regroup. It might be a bit safer. So,
yeah.
Yep, Alcazia is just going to cut right between them. They're going to be fine to let that go. There's a full regroup going to happen between E-Arena right now. Alcazia is going to be on the outlier of that one. Going to go ahead and steal away that building. Very strong building for this position. Death Road still going to have some visitors, as there's going to be the Freaks dealing with Mission Ready roaming up right next to them, cutting a path right along as they were trying to regroup. So the Freaks are going to just go ahead, let that one pass by. Petrichor Road up on top of Death Road right now, as it's going to be Forest back behind them. Begapa tail end very far up into the north. Twisted, the only team that's really not making a gamble move at the time, kind of playing this a bit slower and steadier.
It's just going to be a standoff in the farm. Most of the real estate claimed here.
Yeah.
As Petrichor Road, like you were just talking about, situating themselves, using that high ground, using that wizard tower to get some info, to try to consider a new move. They do have Forest wrapping around to the west, and you got Begapa, who's going to be coming off of their victorious fight against 4 a.m. up from the north. So a lot to consider here for Petrichor Road. If they can play some good defense, kind of keep Begapa at arm's length.
Forest.
Yeah, this is the real danger now. They've gotten real close.
This is the issue with this hillside. Remember, Forest has got themselves the BRDM that they can play around with, so be a bit more bold, and you can peek the top of that hill. Make sure that there's nobody hiding in any of these shacks. That's well read from Forest. This is a very common defended position. I mean, we just saw a team here a second ago in 17 that's already abandoned it, went for the low ground compounds instead. So Begapa kind of eyeing everything. They do get vision on what's happening, and they can kind of catch the profiles up on Death Road, so they know that there's a lot of people up here. they don't want a piece of it, and they're going to try to go more west, but I don't really know if that's going to go too well either, is that's just going to put him more into the sight lines of 17.
Yeah, you got the safety of that BRDM. Let's take another look back at this fight with 4AM. Did he run his teammate over? Oh, no.
The worst timings. I feel that one. I've never had that one happen to me before.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah, that's just every single PUBG player right now relates to that one moment. Like, yeah, okay. My friend put a bumper on my face, and then the team instantly was there.
They're just doing a great job. A little push and pull here from BegoPa. Just keeping 4AM completely pinned, and they had the counter move at every situation. That's a frustrating one. You know, when you have an accident like that that's punished so quickly, it can be very unforgiving. Akan here, speaking
BRDM versus BRDM.
Imagine if he had flipped that.
Just brute force against each other. Baron says, nah, we're going to go ahead and see if we can get something out of it. No big shots yet, but here comes the rest. Quick follow-ups on both sides between the two as the BRDMs are just jockeying up against each other. Distraction coming up mostly for BegoPa, trying to exploit Park Pro once as much as he can get, but it's going to be Olympus and Scappy that managed to get the retaliations back onto it. Forest do manage to take down BegoPa, and nobody pounces onto it. No third party. The circle has popped, and it has gone heavily into farm.
And here comes Petrichor Road. They've already got Scappy knocked. Forest barely clinging to life, trying to get players out of the blue so they can go for the safe reses, and they do get them into the BRDM, and they're going to scooch away here. Ming Ming is going to claim Scappy's life, but Forest knows that they can't really take this fight, and look at this prize the Petrichor Road is going to claim.
That's mine now. Oh, this rotation feels so much better than it did 10 seconds ago.
That's huge.
I mean, moving down from Death Road, now with having a BRDM for just being a bit aggressive, that is massive for Petrichor Road.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for a second there maybe if Forest was going to be given enough time to lick their wounds that they were going to be the ones scooching away with two different BRDMs, but they've gotten into some level of safety there in the shack, trying to find a res. Petrichor Road in the meantime kind of fanning out a bit. Olympus still inside of the vehicle proper. Baron, I don't know. He's waiting for the smokes to pop. Is he going to be given the opportunity to get that res? There's going to be a lot of players peppering shots down into there.
Well, there are enough distractions. Petrichor Road's trying to regroup just to the east of this. 17 still needs to get in the zone. They've been kind of more surveying what's going on to the north. The Expendables have spotted out AZ and his BRDM, but they're going to kind of let that one go. FS just has to make a run down, slam in their defense, playing a bit further down in the south wall. They're trying to regroup, or just eating them, man. There is nothing that could really be done there. Slam
man.
Just finding it all.
Oh, dude, Lurex gets the first two. Boostic gets another. A little bit pinned down, but Flash just looking in there. He's going to go for the C4 here. Is he just going to go
nades, yeah.
try for the revenge mission? But the grenades from Zenith are on point. Slam's in trouble.
Boostic's just got to run. FS just running right now. Oh, is it revenge? Where is he going? Looks like he wants to go after Slam. He's going to be rolling right up into it. Steps away, big explosion, but it's already gonna get some. Oh, the vehicle off to the side takes down Boostic.
What just happened?
The explosion launched a car, and that little bit of a ridge sent it along the side to take him out.
Oh my God. I mean, Flash there only got one kill for all of his efforts. If he could have gotten that vehicle a little bit closer, probably had two.
But he got revenge.
He did get revenge. You're not wrong.
Oh, and there we go. It's popping off everywhere.
Oh, boy.
Mission accomplished? I don't know.
Well, maybe. Mission's not ready no more.
Okay, the Expendables just got to send it. Petrichor Road going to be regrouping, so that's going to be another distraction. Forest doesn't have too much they can work with. Expendables do manage to steal that one away, but it is going to be Ming that does go down. Sorry. Now, looking up on the hillside, it's going to be the Freaks roaming into the same pathing. As Petrichor Road had to run back the other direction, they're going to be stacked up right on top of each other. Chewy's trying to defend in. Salute already down to half health. Peeks between the two. Vehicle flips, blows up, and that's going to be Freaks now finding themselves with a new pathing option to work with.
Oh, and Virtus Pro getting wiped out by Twisted Mind. Perfectix finding a bunch of that. He gets 3 kills. He has been knocked. Example in BatulinS trying to scramble to find recovery, to find some safety behind this hillside. A little bit of time here before the next circle closes, so should be able to get this res, and that's going to open up some time here for BatulinS to do a little bit of scavenging, grab some extra util, get the res, get a little bit of info, find their way through, but they've got so many teams still hunkering down on the farm that they got to cut through.
Well, there's an interesting thing happening in the farm right now is Al-Qadzia's compound isn't really in the circle anymore. They may have to move. I think that they might have like a little bit of a section that they can continue to play, but there's nothing that they would be able to get with it. It's just going to be playing for another circle, while then they will be just essentially pinched between two other teams holding down farm. So I'm curious to see what Al-Qadzia opts into doing, especially given the fact that they have Twisted right back behind them. That's going to deny out so much more. 17 really has way more room over into the west. It's just FN that they have to compete against.
Yeah, and again, FN is so spread out here.
Yeah.
And they just got a player knocked. It's actually Star Ward. Delwyn there. Found it. Let's look and see what happened here for Forest. You know, you don't have many great options. You lost players earlier. You've got a BRDM probably not in the best shape of its life. And you feel like, well, this match isn't going to go great. We can probably do something about this. Look at all these Dragon's Teeth set up here by MRIA. And Olympus just slow rolls it in, and all of a sudden, they try to get out, but they can't.
Just look at them scatter. The defense was so good until it wasn't. And, oh, Forest feels, yeah. I mean, would you have wanted to try to push that Wizard Tower? That would have felt terrible. As FN looks like they're going to spot out Twisted in their approach. Perfectix is out. Breakers, man, he's putting in work.
Yeah, he was really good during the PWS, so obviously it's tough for FN Pochon not having Rex here, who is even better than Breakers. He's their star player, but still recovering from that injury he suffered at EWC. He's been getting a little bit of help with that. Lyrics, though, finding some grenades. Nurns as well. Al-Qadzia had to make their move. You're talking about this, Matt, and they are getting cut apart here. Some great throws from E-Arena are denying them entry.
I mean, there's nowhere to go. They still even have Na'Vi that's taking the shots in the backside of Al-Qadzia. This is just a wing and a prayer, seeing if they can even at least get into somewhere that's remotely safe. Now it's going to be D. He's got himself a Panzerfaust to maybe knock on the doors of E-Arena's compound, but not having too good of a revealing position. At least managed to get away from the Na'Vi sightlines for now. New circle pops, and now E-Arena also going to have to move as well as Na'Vi. Farm pretty much out of it.
I wonder if E-Arena got a spot onto that Panzer. They dropped down out of that window pretty quickly. Now you're going to have to get a little lucky with some of these bounces from the frags. Going in deep, but they're not finding a ton of damage onto E-Arena. It's Al-Qadzia softening up E-Arena, but not really enough that they can make this move. Cowboy at least finds some damage onto Jacob. That might open up an avenue through. Another grenade does hit onto Opons really nicely. So here we go.
Picks around, does get the knock. Any points that you can find for Al-Qadzia would be great, but E-Arena wants to get to defense. But look at this, Al-Qadzia's 1-2 punch of D and Cowboy finding everything that they wanted in that push.
My word, these two players are something special. They have come in, and there are no land jitters for them. Oh, God, here we go again. This time it's DL for the, oh, my goodness. Oh, the Expendables.
Oh.
This is, they're dead. There's nothing they can do.
That Wizard Tower is cursed. Don't go near it, but explodes a bit too early. So that means that we do have Duck Juice still alive. And here comes the reinforcements for the Freaks. BRDM rolls right in, and Duck Juice hears it. He knows, but what Freaks are you going to do? It's going to be hard to push in. It looks like they're just trying to deny out the angle, maybe?
Well, yeah, they're trying to figure out exactly where he is so they can start throwing util in. They've got some stuns. They're going to come through. Stuns out on the other side. Meanwhile, Na'Vi having a tough go of it here. Jacob holding the upstairs, but he's going for the heal. It's a duel, and it's going to be Sosid with the timing.
Oh, but look down below, the push instantly to see if it could be exploited. Again, it's the duo from Al-Qadzia chasing in, seeing if they can find and exploit this. Does manage to pick up one more point and playing off the angle. Nades go low. Good throw coming from Ferris, though.
That is a really nicely timed grenade there. See if he can find the flush. Thinking about the res here now. Cowboy as well, trying to probably work things out with D to see if they can get him back up on his feet. Eventually, Baron is going to go down. No longer going to be lording over this circle as Forest. That crazy play, a couple insane C4 maneuvers that we've seen here so far. Ferris hoping to find the finish, but that grenade didn't connect, so now he suspects that they might have gone left. Going to throw the grenade in to go for the finish, doesn't connect.
Oh, he's committed into the res right now. Can he get it off in time? Does manage to do it. Blue zone right up on top of him. Utility starting to come out. Cowboy playing the other side of the wall. D trying to get his meds up. Instantly taking down Ferris. Spots him yet again. Other side of it extends. That is going to be Na'Vi that manages to take down Al-Qadzia, who's been on a rampage. But that means that now Na'Vi has their eyes set on seeing if they can get out of the farm position while FN is going to be coming in from the south. Freaks playing from the compound we saw them take just a moment ago, but 17 was still all of their members up in control of the west.
This would actually be the best spot possible for another C4. If 17 had one, they could just roll it down this hill, and there's absolutely squat that the Freaks can do about it. But I haven't seen them at least think about it just yet, so maybe they're one of the few teams in this lobby who seemingly doesn't have one. FN, yeah, going to have to make a move, but they've got a lot of zone control. They're going to have a ton of information. They're going to know about the Na'Vi 2 surviving players up to their north. So I think that might be kind of the mission here for FN Pochon, is make sure that Na'Vi's dealt with and then make your move. Ferris looking to see if there's any lurking players behind them still. And potentially, I don't know if he's going to be able to get too much further into that circle because he's going to chunk out just getting to that car. But FN, Starlord, not really in a position to do much about that. FN just holding their ground, not making any moves just yet.
Well, a lot of the high ground that we see 17 playing from, they're going to lose. The way that this hillside goes down, the vision is going to be favoring the position for Freaks. And on top of that, now Na'Vi in the angle of approach are trying to deny out 17 from being able to kind of push down that hillside as well. So 17 might have to actually shift way more down into the south and put them closer to FN, unless they can brute force their way into this. And that's why you see 17 taking a lot more bold peeks along this to see if they can get a knock to find some way to path in. And it's just not happening.
I'd really like to see FN make an aggressive maneuver, like get a 3-1 split going somewhere, some way, and take some zone control here, because right now they're being a little bit too passive for my taste. They've still got a 4-man. Yes, 17's a threat up on that hillside, but if you can find some safety from their position, you can at least hunker down and set yourself up for a defensive fight. Keep Na'Vi at arm's length as well.
I mean, you got to go now, so they at least have Starlord that's scouted out. Getting into this position is good for now. They're going to use the rocks to try to deny out the angle from 17, but that leaves them pretty vulnerable to Na'Vi's angle. So that's why they've got the UAS there to try to protect up. 17, do they think that they have enough smoke down on this wall? Yep, they're just going to try to go for the brute force on it. Jiawu going to be leading the way, 7-7 back behind him. Heaven trying to fend in. Nade's going to be prepped up, and there's just so much over here for cover. Can we see the nades come out? Good toss, lands right on top of him. 2 down. Heaven trying to hold the line up. Goes for another toss, gonna be a bit too far. 7-7 can't quite spot him. The Doritos being enough. Finally, 7-7 manages to get the knock he was after.
Oh, 7-7 steps back. Heaven was cooking a grenade there. Here comes some more. Human trying to do what he can to clean it up. A little Ghost on point with the spray.
Okay, so 17 manages to get in position and might be able to get these reses back. It's going to be hard, though. So now, Na'Vi actually is going to be very focused in on FN, so FN can't get too involved. That should give 17 a bit more time to work around this one. Shots coming in, quick run in. This is a very bold just run in coming in from FN. They want to get rid of Na'Vi, realizing the vulnerabilities of that angle. So now FN, where do you go next?
This is really problematic, though, because FN needs times to get these reses through, and that's going to allow 17 to regroup, reset, reestablish, and they've already got that situation well underhand. Look at this graveyard. There are so many dead bodies, so many cars, tons of those Doritos that are there as well to set up this defense. I mean, this has got to be some really huge outplays with the guns for FN, and it's not going to be easy against a team of 17 Gaming's caliber.
I mean, Mission Ready started the fortress over here, and then vehicle upon vehicle just collapsing in. I mean, what do you do except for maybe try to do a similar idea to what we see? Do you just play it bold and aggressive? Looks like that's not going to be FN. Instead, they're just going to try to go for a bit more safety, use vehicles for some cover, and that's going to give 17 a lot more to work from and a lot of different angles that they can try to play from.
Yeah, and this is smart by 17. You can do more damage to these vehicles. You know, if they start blowing up, then you're limiting FN's rotation options. I mean, honestly, as FN, if you can't find a knock here, you might actually just consider eventually going down to the blue. But they're going to try to play this forward, trying to get those angles. They're going to let breakers loose.
Interesting. They're still trying to get a bit more of an advance, but they're going with a slow and steady. See if they can peek around, use distractions, use the tree for any form of cover, but that means that any headshot on these shots that come in is going to be massive, and there you go. You can see it's going to stall out, make it more vulnerable, but TanVuu takes a lot, so he actually has to retreat from the angle. That can open a bit more. Starting to see if maybe we can get some bounces. What's going to happen in this?
That's a great blue zone.
Blue zone is going to force them out enough.
It at least causes distraction. It might open up some space here for Karan or somebody else to make a bit of a maneuver. The problem is Lil Ghost is just a turret up here.
I mean, FN isn't even moving forward. The blue zone goes out. It does stall, but it doesn't feel like it gave them enough for what they wanted, and so FN is still backs up against the blue zone. They're going to have to move, and this is going to be problematic. They do have one member in Zenith that's going to be a bit close, but I mean, the other members of 17 still going to have cover to work with.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the logical conclusion here. You got TanVuu starting to hit headshots. Okay, Zenith does get TanVuu in response, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. You know, Karan had that level 3 gear. He's got the P90. He goes down to the blue 2. I think this is 17's game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard at that stage. There was so much cover down. 17 played that so well as just the graveyard there in the center of this circle as it was just car upon car. C4 is what, 4 times in that game? And 3 of them, I think 2 of them were at that compound? I don't even know.
I think it was 3 at that compound. I mean, it was absolute madness. That was one of the most wild C4 games we've ever seen. It was just, you know, who's next up to bat? Who's got the next C4?
Paper, this is just game number 2.
Yeah.
What are we in for at this event?
Hopefully more.
I'm buckled in and ready. If this is the way it starts off, this is just going to get crazier as it goes.
I'm just laughing because that was just so wild in the middle of that game. There were so many things just unexpectedly blowing up, and I mean that poor wizard tower is just in shambles.
I mean, we saw a BRDM theft. What do you want to talk about? There's so much to look at.
Game 6 madness. Wait, what? Sorry, what? It's only game 2? Wait, what's going on? Oh no, this was a disaster. Of course, those 17 Gaming, our previous 2-time PGS champions, is able to get themselves a victory. And yes, I guess
bang.
Yeah, that's one way to describe it, Toffees, I suppose.
Would you say that game was explosive?
A little bit.
Yeah,
I'd go as far as to say.
I mean, at the end of the day, the MVP of this game was C4, and that's the reality. BRDMs and C4 over and over and over again. Whether it was the silly fight on the hill where we saw 2 teams chase each other in circles with BRDMs, to the crashes, to the defense, to the breaches, and if it wasn't one of those 2 things, it was a Panzerfaust inside of a warehouse. This game was all about using these new utility items in crazy, uncounterable ways.
Now, I do feel, as we take a look back at this Wizard Tower once again, I really feel, whilst we kind of talk about... I don't even really want to talk about the end of the game.
Right.
I want to talk about how I feel bad for Mission Ready International Alliance. They'd created a fortress. There were so many deployable flare cover there to be able to just kind of solidify what would end up potentially being the winning position and was the winning position. So to be ram-raided the way they were and gone,
I don't care. Any World War or War aficionado would have been proud of the defensive structures that they put out there. It was almost impossible to push. The only uncounterable situation they run into is a BRDM with a C4 strap to it.
Right.
And that knocks them out, and then it opens up this cluster of attacks over and over and over again.
Because if this is any other vehicle, then there's at least an opportunity for them to try and, you know, gun down the driver. Or if, for example, they somehow had the most crazy Panzer shot ever on this BRDM. However, that is a very unassailable assault to really deal with, it feels.
I mean, the way the hill is coming over, if it's any other car, you've got 3. They were smart. 3 players on the outside holding that area. You can destroy any other vehicle with 3 magazines of ammunition, right? So there's literally only one way to dig Mission Ready out of there, and they figured it out.
And then it didn't stop there because it kept going at this location. And eventually, I do feel like, let's talk about 17 Gaming a minute here, who did win this game. Obviously, after all the chaos settles, they come in from a western position to be able to breach on this position, and it works out splendidly. But because of all the carnage that's there, because of all the... It looked like a paintball range. You know when you go and you've actually got all the things you're dancing around, you're like, oh, where are we going? It looked like a paintball range had been created. That's the most cover I've ever seen that location ever. So it made the approach really easy towards it.
What Mission Ready did actually cause problems for future teams, because when they could only do it because they had 4 players with 3 on the outside. Everyone else trying to hold that with 2 cannot do it because there's so much breach cover for every other team coming in, and that's why we saw it change hands so many times.
I feel like I've already had a fever dream today. But there we are. That is the end of Game 2 and how it all sits. Now, of course, Na'Vi also gets themselves very far into another game here. I don't think there was ever going to be really much of a hope of them getting much more off that Game 1. However, coming in from that south farm position, alongside that, when all the chaos was going on the west side, I felt like there was 2 different games going on in this game.
It really did feel like that, between the Twisted Mind sort of playing a mechanical game versus the chaos on the other side. But Na'Vi was exciting to watch. I like seeing Extends put up these big moments. You know, ever since that transition from Stade to Extends, there's been kind of this, where does Na'Vi get back on their feet? Because you go back to when DiffX was on the team, they were unstoppable. This is starting to feel like that Na'Vi again, and I'm enjoying watching it.
Yeah, they're slowly getting to the point where they can consistently survive as 4-man. We saw it a little bit towards the end of EMEA and PEC, but it didn't materialize in the start of it. So it's like it took some motions to be able to really get things going. Beyond that, all that though, Al Ghazia getting themselves another good game here. So 2 Erangels down, 2 good results for Al Ghazia.
Huge for them. And again, I think MRI would have been with them if they hadn't gotten knocked out, but Al Ghazia is finding that perfect balance between the gun skills of Cowboy and D and the expertise of Roth and Rello, and I love watching them play right now. Honestly, they're on track, I feel like, to just be going into their day 2 with no cares in the world. Already 30+ in 2 games.
Yeah, it's brilliant stuff for them. Good to see. Again, I'm very excited to see how all of our teams that are coming who have greener members are going to be able to fare here, because it really will shake up what we know about current PUBG esports and how it actually sits at the very top. I do think that we'll probably eventually get to your Twisted Minds, DN Freaks taking all these kind of titles here. But these guys are going to make a run for it for sure.
And they're going to start to put pressure on the big dogs, and it's going to make them improve. That's what I like to see. Twisted Minds had a bit of a doldrum, but everyone pushing them from behind made them get better. Speaking of Twisted Minds, notice they went to Kameshki on this one. They were no longer willing to deal with that Petrichor situation in the DN Freaks. I respect that they said, this is about us going the distance and being the best. You know what? We're going somewhere else. It's not worth the fight.
Yeah, to briefly expand on that, I know that from some of the EMEA scrims and even some of the other cups that have been going on and stuff like that, they've been flexing a little bit elsewhere. On even Erangel, where you would always expect them to have challenged in the middle. We did, of course, see an international where they were going head-to-head at loggerheads with Petrichor Road, and of course, they kind of did deviate. That Kameshki drop for them, they're well versed in it, so it will be able to give them some solace knowing that it's open for them.
I like that it's showing flexibility. I remember a time when Falcons was hard on, I have to have the middle section or I can't play the game. They made the adjustments and improved as a team. I think that Twisted Minds with that flexibility now is going to be awesome.
So we've got, of course, 17 FM Pyeongchon making a really good run for it as well. Na'Vi is there as we take a look at the numbers from 17 Gaming overall. It's not the biggest of wins here for them, as 17 Gaming gets a 17-point win. Why do they always do this? But there is another team I do want to talk about as well. Forest Natural Gaming, the C4s that actually do make that happen. Olympus is the driver, but Baron's making it happen. And of course, big shout out to Xiaowu here being able to take that MVP spot for the day.
It was
game.
So shout out to Xiaowu, but again, to that Forest Gaming situation, and that was a result of you know the Benny Hill fight on top of the hill where they were going up against Begopa.
Ah, the 2 BRDMs.
Yeah, and instead of them finishing the fight, they ran. He threw his team, and I think it was Olympus that was down in the back seat, drove to a safe spot, and only because of that were they alive to do it. In the end, Baron gets himself the kill lead, but he does it because he sacrificed Olympus for the job. He set the C4 and said, go, my son, give yourself away.
Olympus said, for you, Baron, and just charged headlong.
For the Baron!
And he did well for him. He did well for him, that is for sure. Of course, D is up there as well. As you do see, 17 Gaming getting 17 points. FM Pyeongchon with 11 as well. Towards the very end, I understand that they they were in such a difficult position. They were never going to wrestle that away unless they got some miracle shots against the 17 game in there. It wasn't going to be a thing.
I mean, honestly, like even looking at it, you're like, there's no progression. They can come out and play outside of the tower with the cover. It was such a beautiful setup left behind by MRIA. Alcad at 31 points total.
Nice.
What a whopper of us. That's only 2 games, y'all.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You went really American then. Jeez.
Well, look, that's our team.
It's Alcad, y'all.
That's Alcad, y'all.
Yeah, y'all. I like that.
Y'all keep scoring now, you hear?
Not bad at all. Not bad. Na'Vi in second place at the moment. 22 points go their way. It's such a mix-up.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, it's only 2 games, but every single region, that's the great thing about what we have for PUBG Esports at an international level right now, is every region is so competitive. So, brilliant stuff here so far from your boys.
I am excited to see. It's one of those, especially with Cowboy. This is a talent that we've been waiting to sort of pop off.
First time I've met him as well. Nice guy.
Nice guy. And, you know, I asked him before the game today, are you feeling any pressure? How are you doing right now? He said, I'm very relaxed, but I feel like once that first game starts, I'm going to really feel the pressure. Well, you know what fixes that? Coming out that first game with a 12-kill win. Doesn't seem like the pressure's affecting him anymore.
Yeah, I can completely agree. Like, having, like, potential first-land jitters to have a result like that, gosh, it's got to be such a weight off your mind. Well, thank you very much, Toffees. We are going to go to a short break. When we return, we have got more here. PGS9 has only just begun.
You got to make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range.
A heaven in a beautiful position.
It's going to give Mir the chance to push up the Shrimsy. Stepping up as well. Vixen's caught on.
Italy and Draining gets the headshot. Tiggleton repeaks at Shrimsy. Not landing, that is very, very hard.
Give away those triple points.
Twisted Mind has made history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
Really impactful, a couple grenades side of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter.
PGC champions, the Expendables!
别人残血，
火，这个火真的太好了！
哇，
就抽一个，
又来，哎呦！
피하면서 이거는 뭐 자 같이 가자. 이 집을 이제 안 돼요.
Aggressiveness for control. Overlooking over onto that stone as well, and
Successful BWD making a mad dash for it. He goes.
They're moving towards the middle, just onto the controller. Don't take that level, and he's going to have to get it back on because Nader's good.
Oh, the Panzer fell from A-low. Hurt back behind.
Will make their crossing. Pipa gets a great knock, actually.
that you can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years, I can tell you right now, outside ain't safe. I had to go get what I deserve, can't stand in line, no, I really can't wait. I put family first and then the money came next, right now they're in no third place. I don't budge, I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't break. I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't. I can't play roll, no roll. Still gone, still gone, still gone.
We have started off with some banger games off the get-go. 2 games, absolutely wild. I mean, we've seen C4 explosions everywhere inside of game number 2. Game number 1, I mean, military base game. Is this the theme already? Because if so, buckle up. I'm ready. I want.
It just seems to be one of those days again that everything is just off the chain and we're just along for the ride. We're getting dragged behind and, you know, trying to figure out what's going on. And
I'm so sad.
It is incredible. And I mean, again, you really got to point out how well some of these players who are new to the global stage are playing.
Yeah.
You know, Al-Qadzia, of course, you know, Cowboy and D are doing insane stuff. Boostic is your top damage dealer overall right now in this lobby. I mean, just think about that. These young guns are coming in and they are making a splash.
And it says a lot specifically about PUBG Esports and the longevity of it, right? Whenever we still have this new phenomenal talent that keeps rising up and showcasing that how much that still can be played inside this game is so great to look at as we are set and getting everything ready. I mean, no brakes on this train. It's been wild already. It's Tago time. Let's pop this one off, see where we are headed as the plane path looks, I don't know, pretty centralized, pretty fair.
All right, finally, no, you know, heavily shifted
Wait, you got a problem with the sound?
No. At least not on air.
I don't see
You
how it
Texas
is.
boys concern me sometimes.
Poor, I need you over here right now. I need caster switch up.
I'll fight him. I'll do it. I'm not gonna, but I'll say it and pretend like I will.
2 olds just slapping at each other.
Yeah. We'd get tired before the fight would really even begin.
Okay, so let's see how we've got going on here. Most people make them drop along the main path. Oh, no big surprise on that one is, yes, you can make the opt in the later stages, go for army base, go dock in that positions, but might have some pathing problems later in the stages. So no surprise, most of our teams are just opting for an earlier drop, separating out off the plane path. Looks like everything's pretty clear so far. 17 and Twister are kind of close to each other, but I think that should be fine. The only problem with it is 2 members of 17. All right, 2 members of Twister on both sides of 17.
The VSS, the Angry Bees. The VSS quite strong in a lot of players' hands right now in this meta. Yeah, Shen there does catch some damage, and Lyrics is just stuck. He has to wait for the pickup. I see Opans has
He's
a
having
vehicle.
some trouble at the start of these games.
It's not been a good day for poor Lyrics.
It's like, please, what is this? Circle into plane path. Okay, Slam, Forest, mission ready. You feeling good. Everybody else, get ready. Buckle up. This is like what? I mean, if you count in the river, because that's eating up even more space, this is like, what, 40% landmass?
Yeah. There was one, I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. I saw it during the regionals.
Shipyard.
Yeah, where it ended by Shipyard, but then it like ping-ponged like across the river, and it was just absolute madness.
Get him, Lyrics. Oh. Okay, Lyrics, here's your opportunity. What can you do with the pan? Pan versus VSS. Jump out. Oh, he tried for it, Lyrics. You might not have won the battle, but you won my heart in the attempt.
You got to respect the try. You never know when you get the lucky pan headshot and all of a sudden the craziest crap you've ever seen in a game. Yeah. But not going to be the case this time, as you know, Irina tried to recover, but 4 AM's out of the curve, man.
15th and 16th respectively, trying to get something happen. That's a big jump up. Now all the way up into 14th above Mission Ready. Mission Ready, the receivers of a C4 in the last game.
And also 4 AM, the receivers of just a tough fight against Bagelpa in that previous game, right? So for 4 AM, like, I'm seeing some smiles on their faces. You know, when we looked at them in the replay and kind of got their reactions after that loss to Bagelpa, they were they were angry, frankly. They were not happy with how that went, and of course, because they accidentally ran somebody over, but that's a great start to this game for them.
I will say that the team that I saw happiest as they were going for the break was Forest. They were laughing quite a bit. I mean, take your victories as you can get them there as manage to chop down Mission Ready. Mission Ready going for an early rotate with Lou, as given this circle, positioning early is going to matter a lot. No surprise that Twisted reads that and Mission Ready as well. Salute also moving into the circle pretty early, but that's going to be more along the southern hillside along Army Base.
Yeah, Forest, man. Sometimes the Forest becomes the Lumberjacks, but let's hear from Rello after their big Game 1 win.
Hi, welcome to the interview. I'm here with Rello from QAD. So last time I think we talked was back to PGS 6, right?
Correct.
Yes, and how does it feel to be back for 9 months and to be back on the international stage on LAN and have 13 kills and a chicken dinner for the first ever PGS 9 matches?
Honestly, it feels amazing. It's been a long, tough year for us. I'm really happy with how we've persevered. And to be here with 2 rookies with D and Cowboy and just so much potential, and I'm so happy and proud of how they've been playing. It's awesome. It feels amazing.
Yeah, I think it works, right? It works from the chicken dinner. I hope this energy keeps going with you for the rest of the PGS 9 and 10.
Thank you.
Thank you. And back to the casters.
2 historic PUBG members on this roster of Al-Qadsiya that have been on the search for success for a long time, now finding 2 players that are hungry and want to make their first steps on the international stage, finding a lot of success. I mean, a 9-point lead in 2 games off the start is good, but we have seen Al-Qadsiya have big days followed by not a lot. So consistency is going to be the thing that I'm going to keep my eye on, but this squad starting off early, again, I said this after the first game, is a team that knows how to play with a lead.
Absolutely. I mean, I think when you started, kind of talking about kind of the tendencies of Al-Qadsiya to have a big start to events and then kind of peter out as time went on, I was like, oh, so they're just reverse DN freaks. Like,
yes, yes.
Although I will say, the freaks, as they did this in the PWS, where they started out kind of slow, and then after that they just took over. But they did kind of adjust their game style, I think, and you're seeing some decent results here so far today. I mean, they're in 4th, they've got 14 points. That's frankly better than normal for them at the beginning of an event. So what the biggest change I saw from them this phase was that they were willing to be more aggressive in the early.
Tomorrow.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
I thought they only played on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
No. But the freak, to go back to my point, the freaks have learned to be more aggressive in the beginning part of the game, which is something that used to not be in their play style. You're seeing them pull up on teams where they realized that they were able to drop quickly before their opponents and get those points. We saw it in Game 1. So those kind of little adjustments that the freaks have made to be more aggressive, to be more confident, have really been paying off for them.
So let's look circle real quick. We've got Petrichor Road, the only team that's really playing on Shipyard side. Then we've got on the other side of Shipyard, that's going to be Na'Vi, who are feeling pretty good. Slam is running a bit of a split along the Army Base hills. They're going to be pretty close to Forest as well as the Freaks. Al-Qadsiya, though, is going to be kind of approaching back behind at near 17 Gaming, who is playing to the south of Slam. So Al-Qadsiya continuing their reign of terror on this lobby. They are hungry and not close to being full yet.
Well, this is what you're seeing, kind of the knock-on effects of having a really nice start to the day, having that energy, having that confidence. So you're able to start hitting shots, you're able to start taking positions that are maybe a little bit more advantageous. You're in a spot there to cover D, which is really nice thought kind of put into how you're maneuvering your pieces around this chessboard for Al-Qadsiya. And Roth there gets a nice knock. You're not going to be able to get a kill off of this, I don't think. But that doesn't matter. You're still doing damage. Yeah, that's helmets, that's vests, that's emotional damage too, in a way.
That's a big thing, but it's also emotional success, right?
Exactly.
Whenever you're Al-Qadsiya right now and you're getting these shots onto 17, after having these successes, you're starting to feel like everything's working. Oh, we can even take these fights against 17. Look at these shots that we're hitting onto them. It just continues the momentum. That's one of the reasons we talk about momentum so much in PUBG, is the more you start to feel you can get away with, the more you feel you can take from the enemy, the more bold you will be in trying to take that, and therefore start setting up whatever you want to have happen. Salute wants to set up something for himself and just gives Kiss a little kiss as he walks away.
Yeah, usually Kiss, the one giving other people the kiss of death, but Salute there, just waiting, seemingly not reading that very well. Now you've got DL watching Scappy. Might have seen him leave because I see Guman kind of hot onto Scappy's heels. Salute as well. They know he's out there somewhere.
Just feeding the information. Salute just charging around. I think that this is going to be enough to get some surrendered positioning at least. VP is also coming into the west of this a bit more. E-Arena way down to the south, down in the blue zone right now. In no inherent rush.
Are they getting the chips? That's the big question. Where it was the option left?
Well, we saw it in game 1. That's after.
So 4 a.m. It's just up to 4 a.m. right? What did they do with those chips? Did they leave them? Did they do something wonky with them? We didn't see anything like we did in game 1 where the Freaks blew up the car that had the chip in it. But who knows? It's hard to keep track of all that. As Salute still looking. Scappy not too far away, actually. And Salute is actually going to scoop up the sawed-off for himself. That's going to be even better if any more teams try to encroach on his territory. Chewy here thinking about the glider.
Well, speaking of encroachment on territory, look at this. FN actually opting and playing to the east. Back behind that is going to be Begapa. Begapa for Angry Men as well as Full Sense, the only teams that aren't quite in the zone yet. Hey, let's just go ahead and do some trick jumps while we've got a red zone going off trying to get into the safe zone. I mean, it's fine.
Can you imagine?
Oh.
If it just like hits right as he's going over? It'd be so cool if it happened, though.
It would be cool, but it would also be a big feels bad.
Yeah, it would be a feels bad, but, you know, it'd be worth it for the viewers.
See, that's like, I know that the Agent of Chaos joke happens because I love, like, the evil things that can happen in PUBG, but that's just, like, the nature of what PUBG is, right? Is there's some randomness that can happen to it. There's some brutality of the game. That's one of the reasons why I like it. You got to fight tooth and nail for everything that you get. But Full Sense manages to dodge the red zone. Do manage to get in. Right, looks like they're actually going to be coming in right back behind their friends that they keep finding time and time again in the Expendables.
And there's a BRDM there for VP as well. So that's a nice little pickup. Poor Forest is really corralled here on this peninsula. Well, no ping-ponging across the river. It is going to be straight over to the west. Army base, Youngchun on the outside. TanVuu looking for some tires. Damage being done here to Full Sense. Can they get out of this?
Oh, there's still a tail end back behind it as well. Not finding enough just yet, but hey, let's go ahead, get some assistance coming in. It's going to be Al-Qadzia. Spots out and manages to get the flush onto Belmoth.
Yeah, M16 there in the hands for Cowboy. Very good gun right now. And he's putting it to good use. Looks for a few more parting shots, but you got to be wary here as Al-Qadzia, knowing that that could be a team like the Expendables that's going to be underneath your south. You need to regroup and make sure you've got some sturdy defenses because the Expendables are a team that absolutely will start picking you apart, will dismantle you, catch you at off angles, but instead it's them caught out by D.
Look at this. Got to be careful around the tree lines, though, realizing the fact that there's a couple of vulnerabilities. High ground could be a problem. Clory's just trying to crawl his way back. Defense trying to see if they can come out. D does go down. Delwyn hits the taps that are needed to keep his teammate alive.
This is what I'm worried about.
Oh, TanVuu as well. Spots out Cowboy. Big problems for Al-Qadzia.
Yeah, they just weren't in a good position to back each other up here, and this is a team that you cannot give opportunities to. The Expendables collecting, and they will find some more kills. Clory's does go down here, but the Expendables so far coming out ahead in this battle.
It's the downside to momentum, though, too, right, is the fact that you feel you can do just about everything and maybe sometimes step a bit too far. Is now Al-Qadzia just going to be playing full damage control Roth alone inside of a compound that a lot of teams are going to be eyeing.
Roth just going to have to lock it down. Let's see if he wants to move.
I mean,
or is he just repositioning the car to keep the tires and kind of keep things a little bit maybe more obscured, have an escape valve as well. If things go real south, maybe he can get out. Does have the C4 for defense, so if he gets...
That's tricksy.
If he gets crashed, he can use that to buy himself at least some time and maybe an escape.
Big Apollo looks like they've spotted out Petrichor Road as the vehicle's just kind of roaming around down in front. It's going to be a Khan trying to defend. Realize that this is going to be just right along the coastline, opposite side from Shipyard proper. So going to be on the, I guess, the smaller island where the circle is going to be at, is the best way to describe it. Park Pro is going to be regrouping back behind the rest of them, crossing the bridge just now. Here we go. Let's go ahead and get in some more BRDM shenanigans.
Yeah, this was, I think, Forest getting hurt by VP. Oh, he saw it! What? No!
Hubris. Going for the kill and just the instantaneous reaction from it. Oh, that's That's PUBG, baby.
That is absolutely bonkers. Oh, speaking of bonkers, Duck Juice does get one. And he's even able to find the flush before he goes down. FN rolling up late into this circle. And the Expendables getting caught. Very spread out. They still have a couple players up by Roth. And there it is. The Baron. The Baron claiming his prize.
The BRDM Baron right there. Stealing from the rich to give to the poor, i.e. himself in that situation. Is
VP
now,
were the peasants in this one.
You remember us freaks? You were messing with us. Oh no, you don't want to roll in there. He's got a Panzerfaust. You fought so hard for it.
He took a bunch of damage. Didn't get knocked from that somehow.
Oh, but he's got friends all around him. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Emotional victory accomplished, right?
Yeah, right. iForce is having a blast out there today. I have to imagine stealing BRDMs, getting huge C4 kills. Obviously, that isn't going the way they want. Now, Twisted Minds has Bagel Pod driving up on top of them. It's a 1-for-1. Ooh. Yeah, Sungjang, but Perfectix has a really nice off angle, maybe.
I mean, that was just a very quick reaction. Park Pro still alive right now, not getting flushed out. They have to be careful because Example is actually coming up back behind them. Could backstab this. Perfectix going to be rolling in as well. Not the cleanest angles to work with right now, but it looks like it is Example feeding that information over to Perfectix. They're trying to set up to see if they can get a crossfire onto this, maybe, or are they just trying to scout it out? I mean, they're not really pushing too hard into this one. Perfectix maybe not being too comfortable with the cover that was going to be over there.
Yeah, and I mean, you know that it's Twisted Minds. This is a team that is going to be very, very fearsome in any fight that you take against them. So better safe than sorry here for Sungjang. Doesn't want to really mess with that too much longer. Mission ready. He's got full sense up there. Okay, FN isn't going to get their res, so that's a nice pickup there after taking out Duck Juice.
Mission ready got some friends pretty close in FS. Gotta be careful in how they navigate. TanVuu for the Expendables also going to be able to spot this out. Looks like they're going to go a bit wide in this. Mission ready doing a good job. You can see that Michael's already very far ahead. Full Sense taking some damage, but also giving some in retaliation. It's actually going to be TanVuu that got the damage into that, providing more of a path for Mission ready to try to escape this area.
Yeah, Mission ready really dialed in towards Full Sense. Chewy striking from behind. Arctics going down. It's a pretty easy one, and no one's really there to help.
Hey,
and here comes the reinforcements.
All right, and that opened it up perfectly, man. That was all timed the exact way Petrichor Road wanted it. A couple of shots going to at least force them down into the lower section, but I mean, you can see a lot of already been spotted up, but we're up on top doing a good job on just trying to control this for the rest of the team.
Pretty sure I saw a P90 floating around here in Slam's hands as well, so going to be a little bit tricky. Bagel Pa might have a role to play in this. Sungjang pretty darn close to the back end of this fight. I think if you see another knock or two both ways, maybe Bagel Pa thinks about getting involved, but they're still dealing with Twisted Minds, so I take it back. In fact, they're hemorrhaging players. Twisted Minds has broken through their formation, and they're cutting them down.
Petrichor Road, they're trying to figure out how they want to go through this one. As it did feel like Petrichor Road, with the drop coming in as well as getting the knock and the flush early, had the positioning that they wanted to, but Slam's done a good job of just kind of holding this down, slowing back down the pace on everything as we are going to continue to move in around Army Base just to the south of it. So very messy hillside, a lot of strengths, a lot of ravines that you can play from, a lot of foot pushing. So big strength, and you've got to keep your head on a swivel as you move into this new circle where a lot of teams, specifically over to the east, are just going to have a death funnel right along these compounds that Petrichor Road and Slam are playing from.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult, even for Twisted Minds. They've taken a nice fight here against Bagel Pa and gotten them down to 2 players, so now they have the numbers advantage. But even if they win this fight, going more deep into this game is going to be rather tricky. And so the objective becomes find those kills. That smoke definitely going to reveal Akan's presence. He's trying to figure out some way to get out of this bad situation. And quite frankly, there aren't a ton of great options. You've got Na'Vi up there. You've got Twisted behind you. You know, no matter which direction you choose, seemingly going to be a very low percentage play for Akan up there, and Sungjang's just trying to rat. He doesn't want any piece of this anymore.
And Twisted, which way do you go? As there is a small path that maybe you can navigate. 4 Angry Men just going to go ahead and leapfrog themselves into the circle, try to see if they can get ahead of 17. They've got to be careful that they've got the Expendables a bit further to their west, and up to the northwest of them is going to be Full Sense. but just a couple of the members for it. So the Expendables do spot out 4 Angry Men. 17 as well as spotted out 4 Angry Men. So remember those foot pushes and the capabilities with the vehicles? This is where it gets really complicated because you're looking every single angle, every tree, every rock, every hill is going to have somebody behind it.
I like the way you said that. This is complicated, to say the least. For 17, they're trying to find an angle into a fight. Sungjang now out in the open. He's been spotted. And Twisted Minds wants to finish what Bagelpa started after they took out their IGL and BatulinS. And they will get Sungjang down. That's going to be example. He's going to find that knock. Akan trying to do what he can, but he's on the outside looking in, and he's in a world of trouble. The blue, of course, compounding matters for him. It's Twisted Minds just happy to kind of keep leapfrogging their way forward. Again, you just got to find kills here, Twisted.
This is interesting how it all intersects, right? 4 Angry Men moved forward, denied out 17. 17 has now had to shift up into the northwest. They're lined up against Slam, who can't move anymore. They're lined up, remember, against Petrichor Road that we saw earlier. So that means that now Twisted is locked back in. So these 2 different firefights that we were watching back to back have led to where now Twisted is having to firefight through way more teams than they wanted to earlier. Khan's been spotted out, and that's going to be all she wrote for Bagelpa. But Twisted, you still got a firefight ahead of you. If you want points, you want kills, there's an opportunity to be had. But Na'Vi looks like they're actually going to be coming up right back behind Petrichor Road. Big firefight starting to happen on multiple areas here as Na'Vi is going to be brute forcing into Petrichor Road, and they've got to figure out how they're going to handle it.
Yeah, Boostic cracked out of his mind, having a just unbelievable day to his international debut. Gonna have just enough time there to get the first aid to go. Lou looming. Has that M249, needs to put it to good use. Nope, gonna be denied. It's Boostic again.
Okay, but still not done. Still got to go. We've got Freaks, we've got Na'Vi, we've got Petrichor Road, 17, Slam, Twisted, all lined up. This is just brutal firefighting back and forth along a hillside with not a lot of cover and not a lot of vision to be had as you're maneuvering through here. Example trying to see if he can spot out anything else, and nothing revealing itself just yet. Look at how many teams are taking blue damage. 17 just kind of roaming through it all, but that means that they're going to go loud, reveal themselves. Freaks now trying to step into this angle, and Na'Vi finding out the backside of this. This is just going absolutely crazy.
That's a nice turn for the Freaks, but that's given 17 Gaming an opportunity here. A Groza in hand, level 3 gear. This is a really tough fight now for the Freaks, who looked like they might be able to get some good damage with grenades to soften them up. Instead, it's 17's turn. They're claiming lives.
Everything is just falling over here. There is nobody that's coming through except for 17. They're finding the angles. Heaven does get some vision onto Xiao Bei, slows him down a bit, but no fear coming out. He's going to go for the throwable right up against the blue zone wall. 7-7's just going to charge this one forward. VP's Nixie is very far away from this one, but could have some vision depending on how the pathing happens into it. Expendables still getting into the firefight with 4 Angry Men. They got stopped off just a second ago in the firefight that was happening. WolfSense has to be careful because they have somebody that's going to be passing over them in BatulinS.
How are they doing this? The Expendables are down to 2 people. They're 2v4ing 4 AM. They're absolutely out of their minds.
You can never count them out. When they've got 4 members up, you never know what's going to happen. When they've got 1 or 2, it feels like they can just absolutely unload on everybody around them. 4 Angry Men has to retreat. They have to run, but now that puts them right back over next to Xiao Wu.
Now this is not fun for Lou. He is just in trouble. I mean, good luck. Yeah, you're dead. It's just an easy one for Tigger. And his full sense has to kind of batten down the hatches here a bit. 17 Gaming with that fearsome level 3 gear after a nice successful fight against the DN Freaks. Even though Heaven does manage to escape somehow, some way, I do appreciate that we got BatulinS back into this game somehow for Twisted.
7-7 actually stayed really far back over here to see if maybe he could take down Heaven. Heaven takes him down. The other members for 17, remember, they were down next to where we saw Lou at for 4 Angry Men. So with FS taking the shots onto the 4 Angry Men's last member, that means that 17 now knows where at least 1 member for Full Sense is going to be and spotted out the other ones. And now that means that they're going to have way more opportunities in how they want to navigate this. But remember, Heaven as well as Nixie are still caught on the outside of this. Nixie spots out Heaven, so he goes down. The dominoes continue to fall.
Yeah, well, Nixie's very far outside of this circle. 17 here thought might have a moment to go for a grenade to try to get the knock on to Flash. They lit him up. They had to have known it. They just couldn't find the comfort. You know the Expendables are hungry. You know they're going to be looming behind you if they're given the opportunity. The good news here for 17 is that actually FN rolled up into the Expendables backside and is keeping them kind of pinned down from making maneuvers that they would probably otherwise normally make. Nixie trying to get in E-Arena, fortifying that northeast side to try to
barricade from that player. They know he's out there. They saw the kill feed. They'd heard those shots. For sure going to be watching that. Delwyn on top of Xiaobei. I'd like to see maybe FN get involved in this fight if it kind of kicks off, if it takes a long time. Maybe there's a knock or two. A lot of damage, a lot of shots ringing out. Xiaowu gets a spot.
Oh, that is big. How well is it cooked? Dropping it right back behind him. The bounce does get some damage, but doesn't get the knock he wants. That does mean that Delwyn has to pop up, creep forward just a bit. TanVuu tries to come up back behind him, but Xiaowu reads it well. Throwables coming out. Now looks like he has to step away. No options. He gets taken down. Xiaobei, last one up over here. 17 just didn't have any options. They had to push onto this angle. It was the only vulnerable position that they could have gone for, but now it's going to be Xiaobei getting spotted out by Tigger on the other side.
Well, he is not long for this lobby, I think. This one is a pretty desperate position to be in. Those are good angles on both sides. There's even a blue zone set up in his path towards the new circle to try to prevent him from getting in. And Xiaobei just doing a little bit of peeking around the tree, but not going to be much else that he can do but try to survive a little bit longer. Maybe he gets lucky, gets an extra placement. Nope, just going to go down, and that is 8th place.
Well, FN did actually shift over with 2 of their members. Remember the fact that they still also have 1 member all the way over into the west, hanging out over there, pretty close to Roth, who is still alive, by the way. So the 2 members for FN Pongchan over here to the south, seeing if maybe they can contain something going on with TanVuu and the Expendables, but all right. Al-Qadsia, just keep it going. I mean, we know that Roth, this is a guy that can play very well by himself for a prolonged period, and he's got full stealth mode. No backpack, man.
Heck yeah. That was Karan, the player that FN had rezzed some time ago. So not really much that he could do there. FN finally striking towards the Expendables and BatulinS.
This is how this area goes.
Oh, he didn't look. He didn't look. He didn't see him. He didn't see him.
And remember, BatulinS got rezzed, right? He came back in over here, so he's got nothing. Nothing. This PGS is just absolutely ludicrous, and I love every aspect of it. Roth trying to peek around, but remember, he did go down and take out one of the members for FN a second ago, so this is going to be Breaker swinging back around. Finally takes down the behemoth at the top of the leaderboard.
I'm having a blast today.
This is just fun games, man.
But look at this. BatulinS is like, I heard some footsteps behind me. Maybe I should move and try to see if I can maybe eke out a few more placement positions, because he's got literally nothing. And it's just a matter of time, you would think, until somebody just spots him out. But it's just a question of how long can he hide himself. It's a completely different game that he's playing than everybody else in the lobby.
Whenever those footsteps happened over him, I just imagine the exclamation point just pop over his head. Be like, what? Fine. But hey, he's in circle.
Crate? Can I hide in it?
He's in circle again. All right, so the Expendables finally get eliminated. FN do spot them out. So FN gets pretty much control over the southwestern area, but not going to have too much to work with in circle. Mission Ready, who we haven't had a chance to talk about a lot, and E-Arena, who did manage to kind of rally themselves back together after their start, are going to be controlling the west and the north respectively. FS has been kind of popping off over into the east, so FN and FS are going to be our 2 moving factors coming into the circle.
Yeah, I think one of the big questions that I kind of have rolling around my mind right now is, as Mission Ready and as E-Arena, you know, what do you do? How do you kind of navigate this situation? You kind of have one of those handshake agreements where one team says, okay, we're going south, the other one's going east or north or whatever, and you just kind of leave each other alone, because you've got great opportunities here as the only 2 teams with 4 players up to really get deep into this game.
Well, E-Arena owns a lot of the circle, but look what they're dealing with. It's all uphill. So while they have control of the area for now, they have to be very cautious due to the vulnerabilities of the position and the way that it's going to be set up.
Oh.
4 angry men push that
what in the world?
Just could not happen.
Dude, Delwyn double headshots and then finds another knock. Shen tries to get aggressive up close and personal, and usually he's one of the best in the world at that, but the drop shot from Delwyn, absolutely devastating there, and then Xiaolu's just left on an island. Nothing he can do. Meanwhile, Breakers has found Gats. So kind of the big question here is, you know, which of our 2 4-player teams was going to kind of start hemorrhaging players? They're answering back. Star-Lord goes down. Vox able to stand tall, but you're losing players here as Mission Ready, and you're giving E-Arena a chance.
Yeah, but I mean, 1 for the defense of that angle isn't necessarily the worst. Thanadol for FS does look like he's shifted over into the south. He's stretching his legs over there to see if maybe he could backstab into this. Mission Ready, yeah, they've got high ground to work with, but you can see due to the control angles from the low ground that E-Arena is working with, they can't really sneak out too much. Oh, so sneaky.
There's no way.
The best snake in the world.
please just somebody just turn around.
No.
There's no way.
No. BatulinS gets these.
This is absolute madness. He can't make too much noise here. The good news is when you're prone, like the sound cues don't go very far. It's like 5 meters.
Okay, here's an interesting idea. No bias on this one, but Thanadol's kind of isolated right now. If he were to go down and get flushed,
he could scoop up his gear. Yeah,
he could scoop up the gear.
What if this? Here's my ideal scenario. Thanadol gets really weak, and BatulinS sneaks up behind him and punches him, takes his stuff. Dude, that'd be so cool.
But then he'll get instantly swung on by the other
I
members.
know.
But I love the idea. I was thinking about it too.
I'm just praying for the most ridiculous stuff. That's it.
That's been today.
Yeah.
Give me more. That's all I want. I'm a simple man. I see silly things happen in PUBG. Give me more.
It's been quite a game. Well, let's see what Mission Ready can do. Given a little bit of space on the edge of the circle, they've got that hill kind of that they're able to barricade a little bit. You can see Michael already setting up some extra fortifications with the vehicles, with the foldable shield, and he's got the level 3 gear. He's got that Mark 14. Even feels comfortable enough to go for a drink of water. Love it. Love
Remember,
the confidence.
everybody, rehydrating is important.
True that.
Okay, BatulinS wishing that he had water. Anything would be nice.
Oh, and I really want to reiterate how important it is right now that BatulinS, he's such a smart player. He's played the game for forever. He understands how far sound cues go with footsteps. So like each state that you're in, if you're prone, if you're crouched, if you're standing, and if you're running, if you're holding down shift or whatever your key is that you use for the extra movement, will create louder noises. So again, if you're prone, you're crawling like this, I think it's about 5 meters, maybe even less. So it's a really short distance. And look how he's keeping himself evenly spaced away from Thanadol so he doesn't give up that info. This is really, really smart. Just doing his best to stay as far behind him as he can.
He wants that grass so bad. He just wants any form of cover.
The circle is actually the issue.
Yeah, and that's right on his heels as well. Thanadol, I mean, sneaky. Dude. Nobody was revealed yet. And Arena doesn't have an ankle on his. Oh, Thanadol does take some shots.
Come on.
Smokes down.
Knock him.
That's going to slow it down.
He's right on the edge. He's okay. He's okay.
Everything's fine. Imagine Thanadol peeks back behind him right now and just sees a dude near on naked with no. Oh! No! All right, I gotta look back. BatulinS, okay, yeah, they're happy. BatulinS is just laughing right now. He's just living his best life. He stole so many placement points where he shouldn't have. Victory.
Nice grenade there from Thanadol. Finds Vox. More grenades starting to rain in. It's created a bit of a funnel here on top of Mission Ready. E-Arena knows it too. Mission Ready in a really dangerous position to throwables right now, hoping to get this res through. Michael has a P90 as well, and he's putting it to good use.
Hold off right there, E-Arena. You're not allowed to push onto that angle. Flash now starting to eye down into the same position that E-Arena is going to be playing from. Full Sense up on top, right up top of this. He's going to be very, very cautious on this. Oh, big nade from Lorenzo causes problems. Mission Ready International Alliance is eliminated. So that puts Full Sense on one side, E-Arena on the other, and E-Arena just trying to get their feet back underneath of him. Lyrics, the only one up right now, trying to get a res, just trying to see if he can survive, caught off in everywhere, and Full Sense starting to get the idea that this could be an opportunity. Lyrics, though, does spot out one.
Think about how this game started for E-Arena. If Lyrics can somehow come through and pull this out, he's prone, though, he's surrounded, he's down. It's going to be Full Sense getting a win here. The Thai squad holding firm throughout that game.
Full Sense with the full send right as soon as Mission Ready went down, giving them everything that they wanted. As I'm getting everything that I wanted. This PGS is just glorious.
This has been really, I mean, we've gotten a little bit of everything.
I mean, we have.
It's like game 2 is like all the new stuff that's added in, the C4 BR tips. This is like BatulinS on a Mission Impossible. Unbelievable.
I mean, we're seeing BRDM thefts. I just want more. Give me more.
Full Sense getting themselves the victory here off of the back of Taego as they find themselves a brilliant little spot in the end. It wasn't without its tribulations and trials, though, as I'm joined by Toffees to talk about this one on good old Taego, because Toffees, that was potentially difficult for all of these teams to try and find themselves a decent spot.
Yeah, you know who did find himself a decent spot?
BatulinS.
The song that you were singing in the green room. That was hilarious. But like, why would they ever look behind them, right? So
yeah.
He gets away with this incredible recovery worth of points. MRIA, who got a little bit of a karma return after a debacle in that second game over Angle, did put up some numbers.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was getting an MRI grain, though, watching Michael had both great weapons.
Yep.
I mean, admittedly, it was always going to be difficult for them to try and get off of that spot with that lip that they were eventually going to have to come off without having got any knocks, really, to be able to kind of make a move occur for them. So BatulinS was having some fun towards the end. We turned around and heard him audibly shout after he got found and then laugh.
I don't think you guys couldn't hear that at home, but he literally yelled, "Oh no!" as he turned around. And then they've been laughing until they left for their break, but we're laughing the entire time. But that's, I mean, what can you do? You bring someone back on a blue chip, you recover what you can, and when you walk away with the extra 4 points, that's a great day.
Yeah, not bad at all, to consider that you need to get some of those little recovery points here and there when you're having a bit of a harder time, for sure. However, beyond all of that, we have to talk about Full Sense.
Yes.
Kind of getting this victory here for them, an important one at that. And it's an interesting road this team has obviously been on, right? Because considering that they started off EWC under what we thought was going to be the day trade banner, they switch over to Full Sense. I didn't really see much from them at EWC, that was really impressing me. So them trying to make a mark here on these BGSs is very important, I think.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where they've been they're group stage heroes, and they have consistently been that, where they have these big moments in the group stages, but then they kind of fall off in the finals. So while I see a big win from them on this one, and they're looking better, it still feels like every time we get to a final, they are the most average of the teams. 8th, 9th, 12th. It's just consistent. Outside of the EWC, 19th was a bit of an anomaly. So I kind of wonder, I like seeing it, but I'm stressed about watching it continue.
And for the most part in this game, I think coming in from this east side compared to what was a huge plethora of conflict on that west side, right? That's where a lot of people were having a bit of a harder time in the blue, trying to make those transitions here, Toffees, into the later game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also part of this game. In the same way that the first game was a crazy circle, this game was another setup on the north with a massive mess over there on the side where the river cross was. And so at that point, you're sort of like, we just got to salvage what we can out of this. So it's one of those, again, if you survived, if you made that long outside rotation and got to the safe side, you get a free couple of points here.
One thing I wanted to ask you, actually, because obviously you cover PAS, I cover EMEA and everything that's going on with PEC, is in PEC in particular, almost every Taego, we saw the river be an extreme focal point and problem that people have to deal with on Taego. Was it the same in PAS, or are your circles a bit more lenient towards just major landmass?
I mean, I feel like it was pretty aggressive. I think that's not the first time we've seen those sort of north river run circles. And we do know that a lot of teams have been trapping and setting up positions to say, we don't think we're going to be able to play into the late game because of the craziness of these circles. Let's go ahead and pack river and see how many pickups we can get as teams try to cross over and make those transitions.
Fair. And I think for some teams, like a team like E-Arena, for example, on the north side of this circle, I was expecting even just a little bit more from once you get that hard shift north there, right? I mean, technically and admittedly, it is a little bit downhill from what else is going on in this game. So I'm hoping also to see something more from E-Arena. Never mind, Full Sense getting this win. The region in general, punch.
Yeah,
you know?
Punch harder. I think one of the problems with that section of Taego, though, is the way that the foliage is designed. It's from high to low. If you're more than, say, 20 or 30 meters elevation, it's really hard to get sight lines in terms of those fights. So I do think sometimes we see it slow down a little bit because you just can't guarantee when you make those pushes that you know what's going on.
And some of that foliage, like the bushes on Taego, is unbelievably thick compared to other battlegrounds, actually.
Exactly.
So we've seen solos hide around in these. It wasn't... BatulinS didn't even have a bush.
No.
He was just hiding. His hair was the cover.
Like, there was a point where he used a rock that was like not even a real rock. It was a phasable rock. He used a shadow
crawl through that rock.
Crawled through a rock, used a shadow. My favorite moment by far was when he super sneakily crawled back behind the tree when Tanvuu was in front of him and managed to, again, get another point out of it.
Well, here's the numbers, as they do tell. It's not a huge win here for Full Sense, but a win nonetheless. 6 kills go their way, not even 1,000 damage broken. But that being said, nobody's really breaking 1,000 damage here looking at our top 4, as we have the good old old Expendables.
It is
cool
good.
At the top.
You know what? Expendables in second place lately has just seemed like the key for them.
Yeah.
They're coming in with these numbers. It is good to see the defending champions up there. Again, full sense though. Big excitement to see them putting up these numbers. Belmont, Thanadol, Flash, they've been together since 2021. Like, this is a very long time for a team to be running at this point. The question has consistently been, how is Tigger fitting into the team? Is he going to be the solution? And I want to see if that continues.
For E-Arena, I did think Nuren's going from where he was prior. I think it was day trade, right? Anyway, by the by, it was a while ago now. I thought he was a great addition to the team. And,
yes.
You know, not getting the most from this game or whatever, but definitely a standout player here for E-Arena, who I think does fly under the radar currently.
Oh, yeah.
Like, obviously, they have GPT,
yep.
And that was a little bit unexpected for some people here. But flying under the radar, 9 kills, or 9 points go their way, I should say here. But it's all going to be APAC. Looking strong for our podium.
Yeah, APAC coming out very, very strong on that one. I do think their style spoke to the end of that map, especially when you talk about sort of what happened in the blue and escaping from those fights. Alcacia still holding that top lead. Even with that last game where they got knocked out a little bit earlier and had to salvage, they found a way to get 3-4 points. So their consistency has been impressive.
Yeah, the overall standings as it does sit, a little bit of a slowdown for SlamG.
Yep.
Only the 16 points that we see for them so far here. So Alcacia has been able to continue on. SlamG from that first game, not the best of times.
Yeah, it is. They've fallen off a little bit. I think they got caught in a couple of weird transitions. They do think, you know, they're outside fighting. They know that they're good at that. They run this sort of pizza slice system where they run a wedge to the middle. That said, they are now up against a bunch of other regions who also have very strong edge teams, particularly in APAC, and I think they're suffering.
Now, Rondo's coming up next. Obviously, we're focusing on some of these teams that we just saw. Twisted Minds, Na'Vi. I'm thinking 17 gaming as well.
Yep.
Surely there's going to be a conflict here in the middle of Rondo. Surely.
Easy peasy. Let me give you your quick hot drop updates. We got Full Sense versus FN at Danching, so there's going to be a hot drop there. Twisted versus 17 with maybe Na'Vi at Test Track, and EA versus SlamG at Rinjiang. So 3 hot drops.
Let's do it. It's time to get Rondo on the way. Head over to the commentators for game number 4.
Okay, Rondo, what you got for us? 3 games of absolute treats so far. I want more. Give me some more of this PUBG craziness. It is just, I mean, yeah, some funny stuff has been happening, but the funny stuff is based off of crazy good plays. Like, stealing a BRDM, managing to, like, revive one of your players whenever you're in a desperate situation, and Twisted Minds, and BatulinS managing to somehow cling to life and sneak back behind. These are all really good plays that are just leading to fun moments.
Exactly. I mean, none of that happens, you know, without, you know, Forrest just...
Skill.
Yeah, skill. And it doesn't, like, the BatulinS thing doesn't happen unless Twisted Minds can win that fight against BagelPod in a 3v4. All those things kind of snowball into these crazy situations. And speaking of crazy, we are getting more. We are getting the hot drops in this game. So that seems to be the early story of Rondo. The Expendables versus Full Sense. It's going to be APAC versus APAC here. Who is going to come out on top? Both of these teams had really nice games in the previous. It's going to be Breakers. Oh, this pistol. Oh my God, it's FN Pochon here. Excuse me, this isn't the Expendables, it's FN.
FN with the pistols off the go. I was worried because I saw the pickup and was like, okay, this is going to be hard to win with a pistol. Nah. What else can you manage to get out? FN now with the momentum off of it. And FS, remember, they just got the last game, so they were coming in with this one thinking, okay, let's go. Let's see what we can get off of it. And instantly has to slam on the brakes because really even losing Tigger this early is, that's harsh.
Yeah, he's been one of the best players for Full Sense. So that is a troublesome one for sure. But still, if they can get through this and get the revive, there's always that potential. FN's going to be scooping up some nice guns. S12K, Vector, really, really strong in these situations, but Zenith cut down by Thanadol, trying to get ahead are him and Karan. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. You know, FN really trying to press their advantage, but they're going to pay the price.
In a world of vectors and pistols, the one guy with an AR has some range, can secure it down and hold down a good sight line. Force really a shift back over from FN because they were wanting to use that street. Any loot you can get, so yeah, go back over and steal what you can off the corpse of one of your friends. Now Belmoth, who is kind of holding down a pinched position, starting to rally it back together with the support of his allies, holding down different angles, making sure the fact that nobody can really run in on him. So this has just been a good rally back coming up from Full Sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that, Thanadol your man of the match from our previous one. Well deserved. A lot of kills, a lot of damage. He's absolutely knocked it out of the park, and he's continuing right where he left off on Tego. Looking for a flank angle, trying to create that extra little bit of pressure onto FN, who is now kind of turtled up. Again, tons of great guns for close quarters fights, but Tanadol going to be taking a much longer range approach to this, so Starlord could be the one that has to contend with him from the roof if he stays up there.
Pumps ready. Belmoth. Here's the pitter-patter of feet. Knows that the encroachment is happening. He's pretty isolated, so he's just got to do it himself. Oh, good support on the side. Flash does spot out Starlord up on top, but still the push down below. What can you do with it? Slow it back down. Belmoth retreats away from it. I like this. This is just good counter movements happening.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Full Sense has got a lot of pressure in on this fight, and that's a good shot from Belmoth, and that's going to be Full Sense winning that. Let's see if they can get the res. Okay, there are the Expendables. I knew I saw them somewhere on my screen, and they get a little bit of damage in. The real question is the Expendables, do they kind of like really try to put some pressure on the Full Sense, try to prevent the res? That's an option.
They're kind of separated out across this. They've got two members, I believe, across the river, and then they still have Delwyn and Calories that are kind of close. So here's our circle. You can see we are leaning a bit south, with Test Track, of course, still being a play in it. But really, Petrichor Road and VP pretty centered up right now. As this is, I wouldn't say we're leaving the test track area, but it definitely has a feeling that we're leaning more south right now.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think unless we get some hard shifts like double north. We didn't see any other fights, like the desk was mentioning in the lead up to this game that there could be some hot drops, but so far we didn't get anything that came through with that. But we do maybe want to hear in with some players, potentially. No, maybe not. I don't know. Boostic? Maybe? Maybe not? Not yet.
Watching
We're working on it.
It's got to give you that
Patient.
There he goes. Arctic's going to start crossing over. Got to be close, though, to the Expendables. As we all know, the Expendables not really too scared at any given time. So let's get a quick listen in on what's going on with Boostic.
Очень интересное чувство, потому что, увидеть людей вживую и в интернете очень сильно отличается. Это очень круто. Даже не могу передать словами. Мы просто хотим показать свою игру, как мы играем. Мы не будем там рассчитывать на... мы не будем смотреть на поинты во время игры. Мы просто хотим показать свой плейстайл, геймплей и показать свою игру. Я думаю, что мы очень хорошо подходим друг к другу, и мы очень хорошо состыковались в этой команде, потому что каждый выполняет свою роль, и каждый понимает, что ему надо делать.
I mean, said it perfectly. This is a squad that has a lot of high hopes, specifically from their region. We know has a lot of talent, but there's a lot of pressure on you when you're that squad, right? You're the guys that are stepping in, and all eyes are now being drawn into you. Al-Qadsia kind of in a similar situation right now, being at the top of the leaderboard. You've got to learn to weather that on top of really still performing, leaning into what got you to this stage. And I still have massive hopes for Slam and what they're capable of, as Boostic has just been a phenomenal talent already. Wait until they warm up.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's really encouraging. A lot of players that are new to these big events are really showing up here early, giving us just a real treat to watch. So we take a quick peek back at what happened overall. That's Breakers with the 1911. And hits the headshot with it to boot, but then you try to cross through. That's dangerous. Out in the open there, just didn't get the read. Maybe just didn't quite understand the angle. And then kind of off to the side, we didn't get to see Flash take that high ground position through and could see through those trees to get that kill. That's really impressive, and that just opened the floodgates.
I just love the retreat from position to open up, because whenever the two people encroached into the building that Full Sense was going to have to try to defend in, they stepped away, allowed them to kind of usurp that position, and that meant that Starlord aggressively shifted on top, opened up an opportunity for a teammate at range to get knocks, and then now the low ground position felt so much safer.
Yeah, that's a good point. It just was really well thought out by Full Sense. Trouble here, potentially for the Freaks, but Salute was already turning the car. That's really nice driving. That's going to keep them from disaster. And they'd love to flip this car over.
Fine.
They got it.
Oh,
no, not like that. Wait.
Too much?
Wait. Oh, that's nice.
DL, look at you with the driving skills. Human, how'd your car end up like that? Why can't you drive like DL?
Poor guy.
Giving Human.
He's just trying to watch the map. He's probably IGLing.
I know.
Come on, man.
Too many hats.
It happens. I mean, still, that was fun to watch.
Cars flip all the time, especially whenever
Yes.
I don't know your teammate gets shot at and suddenly you have to start doing some weird stuff to get out of points. But lined in right now, it's pretty calm. I mean, yes, there are some close range shots that are going on, but nothing anybody's pushing on to yet. 4 Angry Men are kind of close to Slam at the time, but not really in a let's threaten this position, more just still in a scouting position. E-Arena very high up in the air right now with Lyrics kind of leading the path, but not a lot to scout other than the fact that, hey guys, nothing. It's still probably a good kilometer or so before he even encounters Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's just kind of classic E-Arena. They are one of the teams that really enjoys using those gliders on this map and has been part of their MO and part of their success, part of why they've done pretty well. You know, fifth in APAC, and not the best start to the day, but still a few more matches. We're over the halfway mark. We're into match number 4, but definitely this is where a lot of teams, you know, that kind of started the day off rough will kind of flip a switch and start picking it up.
I mean, Miramar to end the day as well after this gives you a lot of opportunities. You can't, especially for a team like E-Arena, whenever we were looking at, who's been taking some early casualties, still managing to kind of ride it up. Not in the best position on the leaderboard overall, but given the fact of what's kind of been happening to them before they can even really get a vehicle or get any loot, it's kind of shocking that they're at least holding down that position.
That's true. That's true. 17 sliding on in just north of Hungshan, and they are A-OK there. There's not too many teams until you get to Forest to the north of that who have a 2-2 split, and they are going to be kind of locking that position down. There is, of course, a couple revive stations in the area, but that's no longer in play. Well, we talked about test track and hard shifts.
Test track, why?
We've done it. We have summoned the North hard shift.
I caster cursed it myself. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, so looks like Twisted is going to go ahead and try to get control over the tower. Look down into the south, though. Look at the gatekeeping that could be happening, as it is just a Slam-packed full line across the southeast right now, as Slam is trying to broach through it. 4 Angry Men are going to be pretty close to them. Forest also going to be wrapping pretty close to 17 Gaming. Al-Qadsia looks like they're trying to regroup. They were kind of separated out. They're going to be bumping into Mission Ready International, so that means that Roth is going to get spotted and taken down. That means that the positioning that Al-Qadsia wanted is now gone. The other members tailing back behind it, going to have to look for a new home.
Yeah, Roth, for now, out of this lobby. Not sure if there's going to be any res available. The rest of Al-Qadsia pulling up close. Maybe they want the fight. They're going to have an opportunity to maybe take it. Oh, 4 a.m. disaster again. Oh, Artix, if you had just held that down, but Shaolu, he does finally find it. Artix able to keep a little bit of a good off angle there and has helped out. 4 a.m. in trouble. Slam trying to recover.
Just bold, runs in, says no, I'm going to go ahead and use this bit of cover. Longs really wanting to secure at least another kill or a flush. Does manage to connect on the headshot. Good shots coming up from Longs. New approach, new contender on one side. He's going to go down, and now it is just Shin. While the rest of Slam is in shambles, can he manage to get the nade to secure the points? And tries to prep it up, goes for the toss. Is it going to connect? Gets rejected by the car, but almost takes down Boostic.
Well, that could be huge if Shen can kind of get the read onto where Boostic maneuvered to, but there's the hill in the way. He's not going to be able to find the angle necessarily. Players are dropping. Mission Ready losing players to Forest, but they're able to trade back. Kiss out of the lobby early again, and Shen, not much left to do but try to get the hell out of here because he cannot find the angle he needed. He was so close, but that grenade just took a funky bounce off the car.
Respect to Slam. They were in kind of a dangerous spot. Does manage to rally it back together. Mission Ready International also going to get eliminated here, as it was, I guess, a kind of mutually assured destruction between the two squads, them and Al-Qadsia, based off that Roth firefight, or that Roth catch.
Seems that way.
Can't really call it a firefight when everyone's just getting jumped by a whole bunch of different guys.
Did Roth even get to fire a bullet?
Roth always will fire the bullet.
Roth always shoots first?
Roth always shoots first. Even if it's not necessarily the best idea, Roth will shoot first. I say that. Roth's a smart player.
Absolutely. No. We've already seen
he do like to shoot.
That's fair. I mean, you should only be playing this game if you like to shoot. And Shen sticking it out in the shack, just waiting for any sound cues. Doesn't need to have the hands on the keyboard currently because not much he can do until somebody tries to get into his territory. The Expendables, gas station, could blow this up. Not that it would do much, but it'd be fun. Belmont.
I mean, the way today's going, why not?
I'm expecting somebody to die at one of the gas pumps.
I'm expecting a random C4 glider just to fly in and blow the whole thing up for no reason. That's today in a nutshell.
That would be so awesome.
Some player is just starting to try to figure that one out.
Yeah, you need to just start like putting that out into the universe more.
Just make it happen. This is how you scout. Think about it. The best way to secure a location, you could take it for your whole team.
Ooh, Southwest. Okay, moving away from the test track. So Petrichor Road going to be pretty well centered up. Some open space for somebody, whether that be Forest or the Expendables or who knows, to claim a compound. Petrichor Road, I think, very wisely here, going to group up, try to set up some defenses. DNF trying to gatekeep 17, but 17 scooting around the outside of that.
Notice the rocks formation. That's going to be the south of where Petrichor Road is at. This is going to make for some pretty interesting later game stages of this if we stay centered around this, but also kind of create different arenas that teams are going to be playing from. So Petrichor Road's controlling this area up into the north, while Freaks are going to try to kind of figure out how they're going to handle Begapa that's on one side of them. 17's gotten more aggressive. They're going to be playing on top of the hillside just to the west of where Petrichor Road's going to be at. So you can see that that rock, just due to the verticality of it, is kind of bisecting out this area because the way that the hills lead into it, you don't have a lot of other options to work with. Kiss coming down and instantly greeted with bullets, but at least it's going to have Scappy back behind and provide some cover while the rest of 17 is very, very close.
Yeah, Lil Ghost had an opportunity there to just punish that revive, but couldn't get the spray down in time. Couldn't really find his moment. 7-7, throwing some grenades. The rest of the team really trying to keep Forest at bay and seemingly successful so far. Hakatori did have a mortar, did find a knock. That's VP out in the open here. Sitting by this ruins, and Lukaruk's in ruins himself. Gonna be taken down. More of those mortars, man. If another one comes up short, that would be real trouble for VP, but not sure if Hakatori has any more. They're already on the move. Looks like they're giving up on that mortar barrage.
Well, the mortar barrage was a distraction to really deny VP to focus in on the other members of Na'Vi trying to sneak into the circle. So really good job of just using mortars as a form of control.
Oh my God.
Cover.
Oh my God, I saw a C4.
Okay, okay. You know where they are. Do you want it? Do you want it that bad?
You have to sacrifice somebody to do this one, I think, because it's uphill.
And you also have to roam right next to Twisted. E-Arena looks like they've gone for the big hillside. Smokes are starting to get thrown out to prep it. Maybe?
You know you've got them bunched up. They've got the info. It's just, are they going to be able to get there close enough? Hard to say.
Look, Nixie feels it. He's starting to step more out of their covered position and looking in. Okay? Using the vehicles, creeping it forward, Na'Vi. What's the plan? Is it just to try to get into this point? That can't be up. Yeah, I was going to say that.
There he goes.
Can't be it. Prep it up. Let's get it to go as Na'Vi, who's gotten to third place off of consistency, feels like they've got themselves a plan to roll in, sending in. Other members look like they're trying to prep up back behind this, already inside the vehicle. They're going to follow it up instantaneously. Nixie did shift down, trying to cover. The rest of VP reads this, instantly running out, and no, not going to go with too much of it. There is the explosion. Does at least get one. Na'Vi flips the vehicle, though, at the worst possible time.
Oh, no, that grenade from Nixie could be right on the money. They're getting ripped apart here by the guns instead. Nixie with a nice transfer. One more to go.
The spider sense is paying off big for Nixie, but the explosion takes him down. Correxy all alone up on top, surrounded by enemies. FS hears this, the Expendables hears this, and now problems continue to mount. Twisted has even sent a member over here to see if they can kind of see what's going on with Nixie.
Oh man, Na'Vi out of this. They went for the witness me play and just come up a little bit short. Slam moving around the edge here.
Contender.
Yeah, this is tricky, but there is some steps to work with. So you've actually got some cover. You just got to get through Twisted, which, you know, not easy on the best of days.
Hey, BatulinS has loot this time.
What's that?
BatulinS has loot now.
Oh. What a guy.
He can take shots finally.
Now he can fight back, yeah.
Feels good. Feels bad if you're a Slam fan right now, as now they are pretty gate kept out over here. The Expendables have kind of usurped that position that we were looking at that was going on with Na'Vi and VP just a moment ago. They have also spotted out FS, starting to control that territory. Slam, are you going to go for the bully approach into this? That's about all you can do. Lou is playing pretty far back behind this into the north and could wrap around. Example actually also going up over there as well.
It all depends on how good of a read Slam has on this reposition that Twisted is trying to set up. Perfectix, by the way, double headshot Lurix and had to get right on the ground to get that heal off. Lucky he didn't get knocked, but that's going to be a tough fight now for Slam. They're just going to have to do it with the guns. Maybe a good grenade here or there. Freaks, in the meanwhile, have their eyes set onto Xiaowu and 17. He's trying to throw a smoke out to bail himself out, but the rest of 17 doesn't really have a great angle. This hillside providing a lot of cover. Xiaowu has an escape valve. Heaven there getting some eyes on what's going on, but not much they can really do currently. Both teams have cover.
Well, 17's position is really strong in the circle. I knew that somebody was eventually going to come after it. And 17 not over-peaking this one right now, realizing the fact that the Freaks are going to have to come into the zone. Most of their members are lined in, waiting for them to try to cross down in that lower road section. Slam actually just going to play this a lot more aggressive, shift in using the vehicle, but Perfectix, did they lose track of him? He just spins back around on this one, makes it look easy.
Yeah, and now Lou's coming in to reinforce this. Got to be a little bit careful here as Perfectix going for the reload. Lucky, oh wow, what a headshot. Lucky not to get knocked by that grenade too. And Mogor trying to hold the line, but Slam in trouble. I take it back, he hits a grenade. Who am I kidding? Don't count these guys out just yet.
I mean, brutal. These guys are just taking it to Twisted Ryan's right now, trying to survive through it all as this has gotten more dicey. The longer it goes, Example finally coming alive on the outside of this one with BatulinS. Slam not a lot left to work with, just that little bit of a ridge, seeing if maybe they can at least get a flush, get a point out of it. Now, where do you even go?
And the Bagel Pot, they might have something to say about this fight too. A lot of damage being done both ways. Twisted a little bit beaten up, so if Bagel Pot can find their moment, they might be able to find the backside of their opponents. The Expendables out there on the edges of this fight too, so Twisted takes a good one. Freaks go down to 17, like you said, just had the angles, had the hold, didn't overcommit. They're able to cleanly wipe out their Korean opponents.
But Forrest did hear that firefight, and it looks like they're trying to sneak in back behind 17 to maybe catch them whenever they go in the circle. Petrichor Road already defending over there. Slams Mogor still alive, holding this one out, stalling out Twisted, because Twisted doesn't want to go into the circle just yet, and that's giving Begapa, who you were talking about just a second ago, who might have backstabbed this, more time to reinforce. And look at the focus on Begapa right into Twisted's line.
Yeah, and now Begapa just has to hold. They didn't get an opportunity. Maybe if there's a little bit more fighting on that side, they think about a third party, but for now it seems like it's better safe than sorry. Just a little note here. Full Sense does get their revive, so they're back up to 4. They've got a 2-2 split, 2 in the circle, 2 out, along with the Expendables, who are, as usual, very spread out, looking for those moments, looking for those picks, but actually, Duck Juice got spotted out by Flash, so he gets pushed back as Delwyn trying to use that as a little bit of bait to see if he can find his moment. He's so good in those spots, and here we go again.
Okay, where's your target going to be? Do you know that Forrest is right next to you? No, their eyes are set on Petrichor Road. They want the position that Petrichor Road's playing from. This is very, very strong. Going to be rolling it right in, but was very well read on defense. It's just going to be 7-7 going down, so that's losing him for nothing.
Yeah, I think it is kind of fun to see the calculus that the players have going into C4s.
Oh!
They're like, oh, we're going to do it again. You know what? We're screwed anyway. Let's just go for it. Oh, the car's on fire, though. Isn't even going to get there.
Tries to see if he can get into the face and denied. And not going to be able to get it. 17 tries twice, but Petrichor Road holds it.
The Xiao Bei, an MG3 in hand, could do some damage. Actually opts to go out into the blue. Kiss, do you have any idea that this is about to happen? I don't think you do. Oh, he does?
Oh, nothing worked for 17 there after it felt like they had all of the potential with that firefight that happened earlier. Now Forrest right up against E Arena. Petrichor Road feeling good. They've managed to weather 2 C4 incursions onto them. The Expendables still trying to deal with FS in position. FS sitting at a high kill count right now, holding the line very efficiently and shutting down the Expendables on every single approach.
That's some nasty shooting with the AUG. That is brutal stuff. Yeah, the Expendables just couldn't find their moment. Usually they're pretty good at sussing situations out. Duck Juice just goes for the spray with the 3X, gets denied. Examples like, yeah, nice try, bro.
I mean, what are you even going to do there? He knew it was problematic. Okay, now it's just time to hop in a buggy and see what you can get. But guess what? Vegapah heard this a second ago. They're now starting to run into the same position. So all you've got is TanVuu surrounded by 3 different teams. Well, kind of. Thanadol is down right now, so it doesn't really count.
There's a world here where maybe Vegapah just kind of survives because everybody else just beats each other up on the edges and they get a chicken dinner out of it. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to make that situation kind of manifest. As Lou an example, all eyes over towards Full Sense, and TanVuu has decided to throw in the towel. White flag being waved on this fight, at least for now. Maybe if some damage is done, that grenade comes up pretty short. Tough hill to get those up, and now they're starting to find the distance. Flash has to get the heck out of there. Thanadol will be claimed. Points going over towards Twisted Minds.
I don't know if you guys can hear it listening in, but the players are getting pretty loud right now. It's a lot of speed talking, feeding information over, trying to see how they're going to handle what's going to be happening. With Twisted managing to hold this, FS just has to go more into the west. And remember, this is where E-Arena's at. Forrest was trying to encroach into this exact same spot. E-Arena very focused in on them. Now has to deal with a close range threat right back behind them, so has to give up onto that angle, surrender it, and peek back behind them. Nuran's just holding the line for his squad all by his lonesome.
Oh, this is really nice for Twisted. This opens up the east side of the circle. Nuran's in trouble. Nuran's down. It's actually Ming Ming after all that damage, but Tigger finds the grenade, finds the point. Full Sense on the move. E-Arena lock it in, trying to deny their Thai brethren from entry into this zone, but they're having a tough time of it because Tigger is going absolutely crazy.
Forrest is still trying to push into this full 3-way fight, popping off in just 1 second. Jacob spots out another, speaks it back around. Good job for Jacob, closes that down quick, but is it fast enough as Forrest still wants some more? Forrest can't find the encroachment that they want, and E-Arena managing to hold this together, but being the distraction, allowing Petrichor Road to run right up into Vegapah.
Oh, and all of our Thai teams just going at it. Scappy finds the better of Lyrics. Vegapah is trading with Petrichor Road. Scappy has the Panzerfaust, looking to put it to good use. Jacob on the other side of that rock, and here comes Example.
Sneaking up, can he even predict it? Jacobs does drop the nade right on top of Scappy. TanVuu still just hanging out, hearing all of this happen. Example gonna have the easiest shots of his life in a second, picks it off, and E-Arena is eliminated. Forrest still in a ton of trouble as the other members for Twisted have spotted them out.
This is huge for Twisted. They're going to rack up some big points in this one, seemingly. They have navigated these fights masterfully, as you would expect. Vegapah trying to get uphill. Tons of smokes being thrown. Park Pro trying to kind of leapfrog his way through, but he's got a best AZ on top of this rock.
And here comes the backstab. Twisted playing into the west. Going to be right back behind Petrichor Road if they're not careful. This is a very close range fight right now between Petrichor Road and Vegapah. If anything, TanVuu being a massive beneficiary out of all of this, as he doesn't have to get involved in anything, but Lou's doing a very wide wrap around. Shots now coming out from AZ, trying to hit onto Park Pro, does the damage to stall it back out yet again, but BatulinS now starting to take those shots into the back of Petrichor Road. Lou has been spotted by TanVuu, but hasn't taken the shots yet.
TanVuu just trying to wait for his moment, I suppose. Gets level 3 gear to boot?
Oh my God.
Are you kidding?
Oh, Lou gets taken down at the worst possible moment. That flank would have been massive. BatulinS now has to focus back in. Example trying to see if maybe he can continue his push down. Petrichor Road realizing that they're getting backstabbed, has to run down the hill, runs right into the face of Vegapah, takes them down, has some cover to work with, but they've surrendered the circle. Only Twisted in it now.
Twisted. Kings of the Mountain right now in Petrichor Road trying to claim a little bit of territory for themselves. Example holding the off angle. BatulinS going to be on point on the front lines. An Example is bested by AZ. What a turn. BatulinS strikes. That's 2.
Holds it together when it matters. Going for the blind spray in, doesn't get what he wants out of it, but TanVuu realizes, runs in. We've got 3 solos up, fighting for a victory. Nades running down onto Ming Ming as the other members for Petrichor Road trying to crawl up. BatulinS realizes he has to run over, going for the meds, but could that put him vulnerable? This is the exact angle TanVuu's running up from.
TanVuu just hoping, and just remember, he's got that level 3 gear. He's got that little bit of extra absorption of damage that he can take in those fights. He's going to wrap even further. I love this from TanVuu. Get the high ground, get the invo, play safe.
from near on nothing to an opportunity for the Expendables to backstab in. Twisted now starting to warm up and really assert their authority onto the lobby around the Petrichor Road, wanting to make this one happen, even in the disadvantaged position. Ming fighting for everything that he's got. Now, back up against the blue zone. We are still only at phase number 7, and this is going to be all about tactics, reading, and whoever takes a shot revealing position and who can pounce.
I love Twisted Mind's awareness. They know that TanVuu is looking for that moment. They know that he's looking for that backstab. So they go hunting for that first because Ming they know is pinned down.
They're using the hill for cover from him as well.
Exactly.
So good.
Yeah, it is just masterful understanding of terrain and position. They're looking for Ming, but I don't think it's going to be too surprising that he's behind that rock. BatulinS almost had Ming earlier. Got him with one grenade, couldn't connect with the second. So couldn't find that important finish, and it could have been a 1v2 against TanVuu, who, look, I wouldn't count TanVuu out in any situation in this game. Now they're just like, you know what? Let's just throw some mollies at this rock. Somehow that fire doesn't spread onto the backside.
Little balls right there just to hold it through. Does it go down? Now managing to survive it. Twisted feeling maybe he might not be over there. I mean, I would think the same thing with that Molotov, the way that it landed, that, okay, if there was anybody back there, they had to catch on fire.
You got to watch these. A little bit dangerous. Could roll downhill, but hill's not steep enough that they can roll super far. So A-OK for Twisted to give themselves a little bit more safety and comfort in phase 8. They're going to be on the very edge. It's going to be Ming who has to make a move. I suspect that Ming just dies to the blue here.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, TanVuu is listening for sounds. With the Molotov, it didn't really make enough for him to know what's going on. He doesn't know where he should be jumping in or where he should be chasing, so he's just had to go full on defense and listen in. The moment he hears a firefight, if Ming surrenders himself over the blue without fighting, okay, never mind, doesn't matter. Ming gets a knock in, but there you go. Blue zone going to be enough to finish it off. That unlocks TanVuu, chasing it up. It's TanVuu versus BatulinS 1v1.
This is crazy. That level 3 gear, oh so precious right now. TanVuu looking for the grenade, looking for the spot up, but BatulinS hiding, crouching down behind that hill. Hasn't offered the sight line just yet.
Just a Hail Mary. See if maybe they can get anything with the nade. Doesn't connect. BatulinS throwing out the smokes, realizing the opportunity to go for the res is big. TanVuu playing this safer could spell his own demise, giving the time for the res, but he doesn't know exactly how the lay of the land is set up in front of him. He doesn't want to risk it. Instead, believing in his firefighting capabilities, thinking the fact that he could take the 2v1. But now, with example back up, this is going to be so hard for TanVuu. He's got the high ground to work around, though.
He's got 3 stuns, too, to the 2 for Twisted. Twisted has a few extra smokes to work with.
Oh, did he spot that?
I think he knows now. Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. He should hear this.
Oh, they're flanking back behind him. Does he even know? The utility's now starting to come out on the other side of it. He's got to be careful. He steps away. He has a toy to play with that could be big. Can he connect?
Oh my God!
Does he know exactly where it's at? Does it connect? TanVuu needed that. Now has to step away from the angle with the blue zone nade out, the Molotov out. Now he's had to step away. He surrendered the center dot. He has to fight his way back in. Does get the knock onto example. Spots out BatulinS. Hasn't gotten the knock yet. BatulinS drops down. It's going to be TanVuu chasing after it. Spots it, and the Expendables manage to take it away.
How do they keep doing this? Their players are beyond belief. Vietnam won PNC off the back of individual plays like that. They are just outrageous. What a great game for both of these squads, but it's TanVuu who somehow, some way gets it done.
This has got to be the craziest first day of groups we have ever had in PGS.
Yes.
This is just nuts play into nuts play. And remember, TanVuu was by himself for so long in that game.
Yeah, it looked like he was just going to be killed by somebody who just caught him, but somehow Lou doesn't see him when he's prone down there.
That is absolutely nuts, and we still have Miramar to go.
Sneaky dude. Look.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why TanVuu is a world champion here for PUBG. Jeez Louise, he played that brilliantly against the GOATs, Twisted Minds. I thought they were going to have it, but TanVuu comes out swinging here, Toffees, to take the chicken dinner.
TanVuu, sick TanVuu, bad TanVuu, mad TanVuu, as he goes with the 2v1, knocks example multiple times, pulls out a Panzerfaust unexpectedly. We did. They were running together. It could have been the perfect shot.
Surprize Panzer. It's as if it came out of his pocket, his small inner pocket. And I was like, where did that come from? I assume it came out of the back of the car.
It had to come out of the back of the car because he was waiting that one out, but he flipped to it, did a great job. And that I think spread Twisted Minds just a little bit and opened the door. He got that first knock on example, hit the 2 shots on Batu, and it was over. But that was beautiful.
Yeah, really exciting little end game there to get things rolling for Rondo. Of course, Twisted Minds does get themselves some really decent points from that as well.
Yeah.
I did think they were going to be able to close that out. Obviously, being able to shut down, was it Petrichor Road?
Petrichor.
Coming in from the kind of north side of that circle, kind of down the hill and everything as that was going on. So I thought they were doing well with it. But man, TanVuu, just clutch factor.
I mean, the fact that Batulin got 2 chances, I think, to bring example back up during that fight. The way that TanVuu just waited the standoff. The real play, though, was that he made that what we thought was going to be a flank on Twisted Minds and then stopped and said, you know what? I've got a good hold position. I'm going to force them to do the Paro thing and then come for me. So I just excellent play and shows us this is why they are a defending champion. They have these big ability to make plays.
Yeah, very well done, of course, here. And the Expendables, I think they've got, as much as they are world champions, I think they still have, based on PGS 7 and 8, and then what was a very close EWC, admittedly, I want to see them rise back to the occasion here, considering that there's 2 PGSs here just before PGC where they can defend their title if they're able to, you know, do well here as well.
I think it's one of the problems with it's not a problem with the team. One of the issues with their win is it was such a unique PGC that I think a lot of people have sort of said, well, I'm not saying asterisk, but maybe they aren't all they were hyped up to be. This is a team that is consistently, recently getting some 4s, some 3s, but they haven't been able to really close it out since they got that PGC win. So having these big moments and seeing them step up in this tournament headed back to PGC, I think is very important.
6 kills going their way all day long. It has been kind of low kill games for our winners, but again, the lobby's kind of feeling it out a little bit. They're also having some, you know, new faces to kind of deal with along the way as well. Twisted Minds up, 10 kills go their way. They're going to be challenging up for those #1 spots, and TanVuu, 5 of the kills. I remember when we were actually watching that PGC unfold. Towards the end for Fantasy, I'd put TanVuu on board for my Fantasy team, and he popped off. This kid has always had such great potential, and he continues to show it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Poros put him on his fantasy team as a captain. So
and a match.
Shocking, but also smells to how good he is, how consistent he can be, and also the fact that, you know what, when Clories isn't on, TanVuu is. It's a team that works well as that 1-2 punch. So congratulations on the man of the match. Well-deserved. Taking on Twisted Minds in a 2v1 when it's example and Batulin is a feat that you can be proud of for the rest of your life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Batu will come out the damage dealer, leader for this game, but you're absolutely right in the sense that when you look at those 2 names, it's example, nobody can question the cyborg of PUBG, but then at the same time, you've got truly the mind of PUBG and BatulinS, who also is not only the mind, also very capable of fragging out himself as well.
But defeating the brain and the fist in a 1v2 is a very exciting moment as they walk away with that huge point total. Forest Natural Gaming also can come up with a good point total there, walking away with 10, and Petrichor back in the mix.
Forest Natural Gaming, who kind of saved Petrichor Road, actually, with the double C4 plays coming in from 17. And I'm like, oh, they've shut the first one down. Cool, because it really kind of didn't go far enough. And then the second one comes along, and we're like, oh, they've shut it down. But it was Baron that shot him out of that vehicle.
It was, but I also, you know, I feel bad. I think Mission Ready maybe should watch that back and see how to stop a C4 push, because it was beautiful as Paro was able to hold off 17 through everything they had in trying to take that spot and ultimately lost themselves in the game because of it.
Well, one thing's for sure with A and B today, so far, it's super, super close after 4 games. Yes, we have 2 more. Yes, it will be Miramar, a very different battleground compared to the rest. But 37 points for Al Gadir, great start for them overall, but it's so close all the way down here. So really anybody's game with just 2 games remaining for this group head-to-head.
Absolutely. And I think Miramar is going to be a little more relaxed. We only have one theoretical hot drop going on there. Whereas in the last one, I think the hot drops, most of them didn't even happen. Everybody sort of decided not to get involved.
Yeah, obviously every yang down to the bottom.
Neither went there.
Neither went. I like the idea that they're like, we'll respect you.
Yep.
We'll respect you.
It's just not worth it. EA and SlamG said we're just going elsewhere. There's enough to deal with on Rondo. Miramar, TE versus Na'Vi, Kantara, that's the only hot drop to worry about.
All right, well, thank you very much, Toffee. It's time for a break. When we return, the Dusty Dunes on the other side here. 2 more games remaining for Groups A and B at BGS 9.
哎，切了火，我下来，完了 ，barbecue， 这真 barbecue 了。
위치가 클리어가 안 됐는데 먼저 킬로그를 이거는 이거는 실수예요.
여기는 지금 담벼락이 없는 게 이렇게
이거
누군가의 악몽? 1위 토란이에요.
자 그리고 수류탄.
자 던전
수류탄
거리 되니까 여기서 수류탄 나오네. 튀겼어요. 자 이런 못 살려요. 하나 더.
근데 이거 관통하는 수류탄이야.
이거 치킨 먹으면요 1위 탈환합니다. 자 오르카 혼자 남았습니다.
자,
혼자 남은 오르카.
차량 터졌고 MP5K 들고 가요. 움직이면서 쏠 거예요.
와.
진짜요?
자 여기 들어왔어요. 아 이거 진짜 큰일 났어요 배고파.
앞으로 막아버리고. 이거 말이 안 돼요. 버리면 이거 어떻게 도망가나요?
오토바이가 더 빨라. 살렸어요.
感觉看他一调整脱口，
距离太近了，17度。
哇，真
下来了。
시간 계속 벌어도
와, 생각!
신의 감각으로 올킬.
You see Rock now losing multiple numbers. Looks like Flood will steal one away from Bestia. A good nade from BL. Will find one on the field cross, leaving it all really down to Shinboy.
I imagine, but here the footsteps are.
BL, the longer he waits, the more of a problem this is going to create for himself. He's trying to get the angle. I think the player has been picked back up. BL will spot him out though when he gets the knock on the Shinboy, as one player who was at PNC will get a knock onto another. Now Cherry will step. Cherry.
圣南斯的，你有什么办法呢？这一幕我只有在短视频平台上面看到过。是的，你是真的还没脾气。哎，切了火，我下来直接往你里边扔火，你怎么办呢？绝望，真的绝望。完了 ，barbecue， 这真 barbecue 了。走不了吧？
还在跑。
队友说：“哈，你这送我一个头。”
不是吧，哥们儿，
关键是
拿枪了进那个仓里有可能。
对，关键是你一把联军，你不一定打得过这个人。
对啊，他换了汤姆逊，这个枪真不好说了，你也没投甲。
还能打个药，百利姆懵了。
本来队友公平对决。哎，不是吧？真来了！
出事了！
can't peek over. As soon as they stand up fully, they're going to be shot in the back by a circus crew. So they're pinned in between these two teams, hoping that somehow they'll start fighting one another. But right now, BB team allowing the utility to do the war for them as Phil first now swaps over to the Orc, finds the double headshot. Able to take one more down. There's just one player left alive right down below. Moldog peeks on over, finds one with nade in hand, jumps under, but Neva is able to get the first. Will be taken down in the end, though. And that's going to be...
Squeeze is going to be a bit too much. A vehicle comes in, final C4 to take Snakers out. I think this one's going to hit. Is there going to be a victim of Zensen as well?
With Shrimsy?
No, it's just...
Make something happen. It would be...
And just seeing Bonjay run away from it. Yeah, absolutely needed to come out on top with that engagement. Now they've isolated. They know where this player is.
That would have been the start. Pulled the player away, isolate another one, and this is rough. Switches to...
Whoa, wait a second.
Whoa, what happened?
Wait, 3 knocks?
No way.
3 knocks to the gas chamber, gonna burn them all fully down to a Chris. Sets this up into a one-on-one.
You can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years. I can tell you right now, outside ain't safe. I had to go get what I deserve. Can't stand in line, no, I really can't wait. I put family first and then the money came next. Right now, they're in no third place. I don't budge, I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't break. I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't...
Players don't break, but man, if these games keep going this way, I might. This has just been ridiculous game after ridiculous game.
It's just had everything today. I mean, you've got just crazy clutches, you've got all the great use of the various utility in the game, and some just awesome moments. What else can you ask for? This has been actually one of the best days, if not the best day, that we've ever had in a group stage.
For a group stage start, this has just been banger game after banger game after banger game, and it has just been buckle up, sit down, and enjoy the fun. And we ain't done. We got ourselves some Miramar. It is time to get into the last 2 games of the day. What do you have in store for us? I feel like a C4 or 2 are due to happen.
Yeah, those kind of became a running theme there.
Today?
As you know, teams have kind of realized when they're in a bad, unplayable spot, just sacrifice a player and see if you can get lucky. But teams have done a good job adapting, getting ready for it, being able to fan out quick and avoid the bulk of the C4 damage.
I don't
sometimes
know, maybe don't make it hyper predictable, like throwing down a couple of smokes and having one person run in front of a car for a prolonged period of time to then try to drive the car in. Shout out to Nixie, though. That was a good read on the fact that, hey, a C4 is coming and prepping for it. He just wasn't ready for the wave of teams that came afterwards.
Right. It was it was just chaos. You know, Navi's had a really good day overall, though. We haven't gotten to really see them too much on screen, but they've been ultra consistent today. So you've got to really feel good about Navi, even though we haven't been able to really talk about them too much. Things that the players might not feel good about is this plane path. It is east. This was an island plane path, I swear.
Oh, are we going to have the island conversation?
Dude, can you imagine if that happens today?
If any day it was going to happen, it would be today.
It's pretty unlikely. Again, I think it's like 1 out of every like 2,500 games that it ends on one of those islands. It's pretty rare. Ah, dang. I had a brief hope. It's still a horrible circle.
Yeah, I mean, but it is a pretty interesting circle. We have actually been seeing this kind of as a hard, I guess, eastern lay circle pretty regularly, where really Death Star Trench is still just barely inside the zone. Made for a lot of very interesting games, specifically right along the border wall over into the east. there's a lot of dynamic verticality that happens over there, so really hoping that maybe we do lean into that direction. But if not, I mean, just truck stop itself. This has actually been a bit of a pursuit, as the Expendables did get spotted going for this vehicle very early.
Yeah, but they fortunately have the faster car, so they're going to be able to get away from Salute's MP5. He had a moment, went for it, just couldn't quite connect enough. Did a little bit of damage, yeah, but fortunately for the Expendables, they are going to be into safer territory as they will be trying to regroup. But let's hear from TanVuu after he has gone absolutely nuclear today. Oh, hold on, not yet. Not
now.
Hi, welcome to the interview. I'm Lisa. I'm here with TanVuu from the Expendables. That was an incredible, imaginary, very, very, very good chicken dinner. So you just come into the final circles, 1 versus 2. You got it down. You killed 2 people. How did you do that? What was going through your mind in that 1 versus 2?
Vừa rồi mình đã trải qua một cái tình huống rất là tuyệt vời, rất là xuất sắc khi mà trong vòng bầu cuối cùng thì mình đã 1 cân 2. Vậy thì không biết là bạn có thể kể rõ hơn về tình huống đó hay không? Có gì đã xảy ra và mình đã có những suy nghĩ như thế nào khi mình thực hiện cái pha đó?
Thì lúc đầu thì bo tụi em rất là đẹp, nhưng mà tụi em chết trong khoảng comeback của SS ấy. Với SS thì chết, mà còn chỉ mình em thôi thì em chỉ có suy nghĩ là đi sinh tồn thôi và đi núp. Nhưng mà tình huống đấy chắc là rùa ấy. Nghĩ là vẫn là rùa.
At first, we got really good circles, but then we were some of the members were wiped out in a combat with another team, and at that time, only me alone was left there, and I just thought to myself, I just had to survive, so I just camped, and then, well, I think it was thanks to luck that I could win the situation.
That is very humble. A little bit of luck and plus your very strong ability. So thank you and good luck in your future games. Bye.
Oh, this is scary for Gyuyeon. He is driving right in between a couple members of the Expendables as he realized the situation. I don't know if the Expendables gave up any of the info. Well, now they have Duckjuice with a long-range 4X Scar Spray. Can't connect. Just opts to go back into the church. So Gyuyeon, I think a little bit lucky. Had he turned one way or another, used one of those compounds for any scouting, he was in trouble.
Well, it's also kind of a carryover off of that early drop, right, where we saw the Expendables not having a chance to really get their loot back together. Has he maybe read this and realized, hey, they might not be too strong. We might be able to bully this back in, but I mean, if anything, just a firm regroup, as the other members for Begapa are playing just the east of Azahar. The Expendables and Begapa both playing for my heart right now. It feels like they're thinking the same thing. Maybe the circle goes this direction.
Well, that was scary for a moment for Gyuyeon, and that's all I'm going to say.
And look at Lyrics playing for your heart right now, going over there next to the island.
Yeah, just get a crate to drop over there. And
you can't die early there. Nobody else is around.
That's a really good point. He has come back in the games and done some stuff. So,
True.
you know, I mean, even though it's been rough early games for E-Arena, they still have plenty of ability to hang on in games, as they just going to use that boat for some scouting. The problem is everybody's kind of already grouping up in some of those valuable compounds that are on the coast. So for E-Arena, you know, it's going to have to be really diligent work here to make sure that they don't lose a player early. There's a lot of teams kind of already jockeying for that position.
Lots of different little mini setups that we're looking at. Petrichor Road just a bit ahead of E-Arena right now. Well, I'd say a bit ahead, but also kind of on top of at the same time. It's gotten a bit awkward with the way that this is all set up. Slam's going to be in front of them. The Expendables have regrouped along the coast just to the north of that we were looking at earlier. Begapa just to the west, as we saw. Meanwhile, we also do have the Freaks that have already gotten into position. That's going to be to the west of Na'Vi. And then VP's just going to be to their east. So that's kind of everybody that's in that terrain before we get into Truck Stop itself, where 4 Angry Men are at.
Tanadol topping the charts right now in the kills department. A couple of members of the Expendables in there. Really good day for Boostic too. Jacob, this is what I'm worried about. Petrichor Road is right around you. This is really dangerous. He's funneled right in. If they can get those tires, and they have, he is in dire straits.
It's all on to Lyrics on the outside. He was trying to take some shots, but, I mean, the boat's just not giving him what they want, and Petrichor Road is chasing this down. They are unrelenting. They want this point, but he somehow clinging to life. Finally does go down. It's going to be Chewy that gets the tap in, but got to be careful. Lyric does have some vision, as well as other members now. Nuren should start to get some vision as well.
Clories is out in the water too. Not sure if that's a glider or also a boat. You know, hard to tell from here, but something's going on. As maybe just a glider.
It has to be glider. I don't think that there's a spawn for boat right there, right?
I don't. Well, maybe. I don't remember off the top of my head. I never use boats on this map unless I'm going to the island.
I mean, oh, we don't know all the boat spawns exactly where they're at.
I think there's one up here, but I could be wrong. As Arena just chilling on the edge. And they are, again, just kind of a little late to this party. A lot of teams had similar ideas. Kind of, again, that's probably down to heat maps where teams are kind of judging where circles like to finish, so they like to position themselves early off the back of that. He's maybe okay, I think.
I mean, kind of.
Oh, no.
I was going to say, he's got a lot of friends around him. That's going to be problematic as orange v orange going on right now. Tigger, though, doing a good job defending in. Little Ghost is going to go down. Xiaobei in a bit of trouble as well. So it looked like there was a bit of a momentum swift back over here. Now it's going to be all on to what, oh what, 17 are you going to do to try to regroup into a low ground position?
I don't really think 17 should take this fight. I mean, maybe. You really want that point is the big thing, but Tigger's been so good today. He knows that player's back there, but he can't get the spray. It all goes into the side of the hill. Flash goes down as well. 7-7, the only one up for 17. This is mutually assured destruction. Full sense is Tanadol trying to finish what the rest of his team started. 7-7 gets behind the hill for safety.
And there's no one else around there. If they can finish this fast enough, I mean, maybe some reses could happen, but Full Sense just going to go ahead and say, maybe it's a bit too risky to go for on this one. So, I mean, are they just playing for safety on it? Looks like that might be the case. Or maybe, is he going to go for a wrap and be bold? Do it.
I mean, it is an APAC team. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, that's the play is there if he can go for it, and it looks like he might actually be venturing back out to go for it.
I hope he does. Meanwhile, Long's tried to get into Bagopot space, and they denied. He is going for it, but again, just can't quite find the angle. Yeah.
That's like a, okay, I'll see what happens, guys. Well, Belmoth bleeds out. Oh, no, I didn't get the knock. I can't get to you, Belmoth. Oh, I'm so sorry. I guess I'll go on now. that's what that feels like to me.
Well, Tanadol not committing to this so far. Okay, never mind. Nope, who am I kidding? It's APAC. He's going for it. Well, no, he just repositioned a little bit. He's flirting with it.
The comms are probably about the same as what we're saying right now. Just do it.
No, do it. Come on, man.
No.
This is APAC. We go for these.
Well, it's taken long enough that the reses are going to be coming out now, making it a bit more awkward. Remember, this isn't even in the safe zone because of how eastern the circle lays, as just to the south of this, Mission Ready has bumped into Twisted, and Twisted is forcing Mission Ready more into the north, so if this doesn't resolve fast enough, there could be a new contender.
Well, now even there's a dust storm here. This gives an opportunity for somebody to try to make a cheeky maneuver if they so choose, but now is when Tanadol tries to find another angle. He might be trying to find the northern edge towards 7-7. Somehow 7-7 gets a good read one way or another. He's moved to the side of the hill that's going to cut off Tanadol's rotation if Tanadol is indeed continuing to try to gatekeep. And it seems like that standoff will just remain as Bagopot gets in their cars, gets on the move, slam up ahead. Yuyun continues to be the scouter on this map. Oh boy, he has taken so much damage. That M249, so strong.
Hey, that just means he's doing his job, right? If you're the scout, you're supposed to take the damage. But then the rest kind of trickle in back behind. This is about the, I guess, meanest way the circle could have gone. There was a lot of teams that were leaning a bit more into the northeast. Now we've got a lot of the Impala field back in play, which is kind of a no man's land right now. That means that Truck Stop and Impala itself, Cantera is still going to be in play, are going to be kind of different angles that teams could be vying for. With the way that the shift is, looks like 7-7 finally gets spotted out, and Full Sense gets the moral victory at the end with their, I won't say full send, but mid-level send?
It started as a sort of full send, and then it all just kind of went weird. Sungjong, though, wow, just takes out Lurex. Nice shooting underneath. Throws out some smokes, trying to get into grenade range instead. Slams like, put him in the vehicle. Let's get the heck out of here. Oh, my God, Sungjong almost got him.
Can we see the other ones getting position in time? I don't think so. So safety of the bar should be enough to provide what we need here. Slix just jumps out.
That's great. Quick decision-making there. They could have easily lost Lyrics. That's a really, really nice play from Boostic.
And also, Begapa now gets the entirety of that trench for control, which is pretty close to center, which is going to feel pretty good. Gives you multiple pathing options to work out of, so kind of a victory on both sides for this is roaming around the outside of the circle right now. We've got the Expendables coming in from the northeast, going to be pretty close to Forest. But then we also do have FN over into the west that could be wrapping in Dominus Generalis back behind Twisted.
Love how the Expendables just roam around the edge, looking for opportunities, looking for targets. They are going to see, I think, one of the vehicles from E-Arena, but they have to clear that hillside, and they do see another vehicle way out in the distance. That might have actually been Lyrics.
Oh,
way out there.
Quick update. I think Danadol actually did get the chips for his players and is running up to a beacon. Yeah.
Heck yeah, dude.
That's big.
I love this. This guy just, again, it was all about that rotation he made when the dust storm came. He came around the other side, and 7-7 lost track of him. That's really heads-up stuff. And he continues to just be a nightmare for the other players in this lobby to deal with, as he's firmly in control of being that top spot player. Did I just see a tac pack in Star-Lord's hands? I did. He is bringing the goodies.
Oh, we're going all off meta today. We're going to be having some fun with it. Do note that also due to Alcanzia having a bit of a fumble in the mid maps, that FS is presently our #1 team in groups after that firefight.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So on top of that, now getting the res, starting to feel pretty good.
No kidding. This is a really nice day no matter what happens the rest of the way through for them. You assume they're going to be able to rack up a few more points. Kind of curious what Star-Lord is thinking with the tac pack. You know, Panzerfaust, you can bring some extra stuff to the party. I did see very briefly in the PWS, I want to say it was Game PT, was running the med kit thing that lets you heal faster and res faster and all that stuff. So
this is why I made sad
you
sound.
see kind of weird stuff from time to time. With the Korean teams.
Let's get more feel. Hey,
oh, God.
No, that's how you innovate. Oh, that is not how you innovate. That is Salute and Deal both instantly gone. Perfected's taking a lot of damage, but still alive. Freaks, this did not work out.
They just crashed this. This is a horrible circle, by the way. Just went straight south.
Look at the... Okay, if you have the map stream open right now, this is all geometry everywhere.
I mean, I was thinking in the back of my mind, I'm like, man, if this goes south, this is going to get messy.
Yep.
Because everybody was leaning north of Impala, in between Truck Stop and Impala. And, you know, the Freaks just made a gamble, and Twisted Minds was a step ahead. And again, those Panzerfausts make, you know, crashes like that oh so dangerous, especially when you're putting multiple players in one car. The Expendables, they're happy to just do what they do, just drive around and look for violence.
So a lot of lean into Impala already, given the fact that we're only at phase #3, but that's just to avoid the fields and the catastrophe that could happen over there. FS looks like that's going to be where they're going to be making the drop. The Expendables over here at Petrichor Road as well. In the northern factory around Impala itself is going to be VP on a very wide split. Navi's going to be playing to the west of them, right along the compound with a lot of strength. 4 Angry Men trying to navigate right along that pathing, as we can see here. Twisted using the road, the only team that's kind of playing over into the fields itself. So 4 Angry Men, you do have some terrain points that you can play from, but none of them feel like super good, but
no,
it's the best you can get here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this circle's all about just taking what you're given, because there isn't going to be a ton.
He's actually leaving the factory area and moving into Forest's area? That's interesting.
Well,
they've already got
they're
much
under
territory control.
Well, they're under pressure from VP, so maybe they think that if there's going to be a knock or something, they might be able to find an opportunity. Forest it's actually a con with a bolt, and it's Corexi who's going to steal that. There was opportunity there, maybe for Na'Vi to find a third party and get a freebie or steal a kill. Alcadzia, after such a great start to the day, has been quieter, but still in second place, tied with Twisted with 37. So some work to do here on Miramar.
Alcadzia being tied with Twisted feels pretty good for them right now, but the Miramar is where they're going to need to start to rally it back together. This is a squad that we know how. Oh no! Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Everybody's already inside of vehicles, roaming away. Nobody saw that. Just us.
He's lucky FN didn't see it.
You're fine. I mean, he's a cowboy. That's riding like horses and stuff like that, not driving cars.
Yeah, that's true. Imagine if we had that in the game. Just gallop around. Oh boy, slam. Heading in towards Na'Vi, and they're getting lit up along the way. No, actually, Alcadzia gets Star-Lord somehow. Oh my God, Lurex, instant knock onto Extends with the M249.
This is a fight for position right now. As this is center up in the new circle, you've got to try to get something out of this one. Slam realizing the fact that there's going to be some new contenders that are going to be coming after him pretty quick. All the Impala teams also having to extricate themselves out of those compounds, could be pathing in back behind this one. Luckily to the north, Slam has managed to kind of rally it together. Going to be Na'Vi spotting out Forest as they were trying to limp out of position. Baron going to be the last one up for them, as now Mission Ready is going to be just to the south of this. Remember, VP going on with Lucarux was stretching out a second ago. He could get spotted out. Let's go ahead and bring some mortars into this party as well, as Slam doing a good job to survive for now, using the opportunity. It's going to be 4 angry men roaming right in, right up on top of Na'Vi. Hakatori already reading it, gets the drop on to 1, make it 2.
That's nice work from Hakatori. There's another player coming, but it's actually Baron. He's helping out Hakatori here. A grenade from him. If he can find another one, he might just scoop up a bunch of extra points. It bounces to the right, though. Doesn't get any confirmed kills. Hakatori actually going to be the one to start claiming those. Oh, the rockets are landing on the roof. They're accurate from Begopa, but there's safety for Na'Vi.
No real other options to work around. It feels like FN is playing right along the field itself. Here's how loud and violent it's gotten over here with mortars raining down. Says, maybe that's not the way to go. Twisted still supervising this firefight. Now starting to take the shots into FN, forcing the back around onto this angle. That's going to open up a new way for Slam G to take the shots in. This is just getting wild.
This is messy. Everybody knows that they need some way in this part of the circle, and Begopa's just watching it from afar going, I don't know, you guys go ahead. We'll wait this one out.
I want no part of whatever's happening there.
Nope, I wouldn't either. I don't blame them. FN in trouble. A bunch of blue zones in the middle of the longhouse there. Mogor just throwing a stun for good measure. Just eyes back over into here, but look at this. Look at this, Sosed. He's hidden himself. I don't think they have any idea.
They're about to. Oh, no, go that way? Okay, that's too tasty. You got to take that. That's going to be Boostic going down, and now Arctic's just going to be down below him. No real way that he can put in much more. Glorious is going to get spotted on the outside. Sosed's also going to spot on Arctic's. Now Sosed still got some cover to work around. Slam, who's been dealing with all of the stuff going on around him, now finally going to get backstabbed from right inside the compound that they were so desperately fighting for.
Baron trying to cling to life, but the Expendables, I don't think are going to allow this much longer. Stuns are out. What in the world? Whoa. How does he get duck juice before he goes down? That's crazy stuff. Clories gets knocked here as well, so the Expendables going to have to go for 2 different reses. The real question is can anyone even punish that?
Twisted is called an emergency pickup right up on top of this, so whenever everything closes down, seeing if maybe they can just leapfrog over what's going to be happening in the firefight. Then it all is going to be up to the north for FS, right back behind Begopa. We still have people kind of creeping out along the lines for Impala Factory, and that's going to be QAD just on top of VP, as all the fighting still containing around the center as the circle is going to lean in. No longer making it center, but there you go. Shin right in the thick of it all.
That's a great throw from Vox. Petrichor Road down to just AZ. Looking to find some way to get over there, but he has to hold the line here as Mission Ready looking to have some big kills, some big points in the bag. They are certainly finding it. Hakatori's still doing damage. He catches duck juice. Here goes a high ground play from Twisted Minds. Who else? But they're going to lose BatulinS to a knock. I think he's resable.
He's fine.
He's good. Oh, he was just far enough down. Hakatori is going crazy, though.
Still defending up on this position, surrounded by enemies. Na'Vi fighting tooth and nail. The Expendables on one side of them. They still have FN on the other. Slam did at least manage to rally it back together onto their point, feeling a bit better about it, but it's going to be Shin that takes some shots into them. Okay, so now Twisted up on top of it all. VP starting to deal with Mission Ready. Mission Ready that was trying to leapfrog into the position in front of them. AZ is still going to be back behind this. Arena's in a vehicle. Looks like they're going to be cresting in back behind the Expendables.
That's 5 kills in this game for Hakatori. He has been stellar for Na'Vi and has put them up into second place. Currently, E-Arena, they want to go. And FN over here in the longhouse. I don't want to go in Na'Vi's house the way that Hakatori's playing right now, so turn your attention in another direction. The good news here for E-Arena is they don't have to fully commit to anything. They have enough of a ridgeline here to work with to keep themselves safe. They don't have to go for a fight. Maybe if they see a knock or something like that, they might try to make something happen. Nurens wants to get that Dragonov headshot, cannot connect onto the Expendables, who are hanging on by a thread up here on this hill. And here we go, VP's turn. Take a crack at getting towards this mountain.
Okay, well, I mean, Twisted is kind of letting this chill for the time being. They don't want to peek down too much, so Low ground's been surrendered instead, just hoping the fortification in the high ground is going to give them enough to work with for the later stages of it. VP very focused in on mission ready for the time being, as that's going to be the closest threat to them. Nixie's still back behind for VP, who is having to contest up against Al-Qadsia very far north from their position, but now he's found himself a bit isolated. That means the other members for VP have to be very focused in, as now it's Twisted gonna spot out what's going on with Expendables, but look how close it is on the leaderboard. We're at 40 in first place, and then down into 5th, it's just 34, and everybody trying to cling to life and make some magic happen in a very precarious position.
That's got to feel good for Twisted to get some revenge after that Rondo game onto the Expendables, but look who it is that's still alive. It's TanVuu. We've already seen miracles. Is he going to be able to strike twice with that lightning? Hakatori just doing some Overwatch, trying to figure out what's going on. These are, I mean, unbelievable shots from Hakatori. He's got to have close to 1,000 damage right now. He has 788, so close to 800. Look at those headshots. That is disgusting work with the AUG.
Just massive amount of work. 5 kills right now. Na'Vi absolutely popping off, and they're having to fight for everything. You get these damage numbers at this point. We're only phase number 6 now. Just Pop still stays in, so that means our outlier teams up into the northeast are going to have to sneak their way in, as well as Thanadol. But the hillside firefight continues.
Bizzler has a blue zone bag, so he's going to be able to tank the blue zone grenade for a little bit. We'll chew through the rest of that kind of charge that it has in the back of it. And oh, Michael. Oh my God, BatulinS has a P90? Where in the world did this come from? They must have picked it up before they dropped. That is absolutely insane, unless someone somehow dropped up there. I don't know, but that is a great gun to have up on that position.
And it's only going to get stronger as this goes forward. E-Arena has some vision onto Twisted, but once we see the circle kind of collapse in, that's going to be even more of a denial of angle up there, and that high ground is going to be even more exploitable to where he can peek much more aggressively down in the lower sections of this one, and you can see they want to. They know that VP Mission Ready are fighting over here, and there are points to be had. They know that Na'Vi is popping off. FS has picked up some skills as well, so it is just neck and neck between everybody at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, Batu doing his damnedest to try to get some extra points, but VP's denying, doing a great job of it. And now he's got E-Arena to contend with, who are keeping him from being able to peek that angle.
Rap, E-Arena.
Well, they're in trouble, to say the least. And BatulinS finds another knock.
Okay, well, they managed to at least stop off, but that's going to be... Mission Ready really can't do anything due to Twisted's positioning, so they just have to surrender that point. Mission Ready now trapped between VP, as the other members for VP are starting to try to focus in to see if they can get the knocks on Al-Qadsia, who are kind of trapped out in the fields up into the northeast. That's a long-range shots.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of it, too. They found it, so they're really holding firm over here. Our VP, they're managing this spot really, really nicely. They've got Mission Ready in a position where they can't really move a muscle. It helps that you have Twisted Minds above you. And now E-Arena shepherding Twisted Minds away from these angles as best as they can. How in the world is BatulinS finding these shots? That's a headshot. Finally, it's actually Zenith from FN who denies him. Luce tries to get involved, but can't connect any with the M4. So back to just kind of sitting up on their perch.
Wait, Shin just took down Nixie from VP, which could open up a new corridor path for Al-Qadsia to get in, because remember, Shin is still alive. He's in the center, been kind of quietly chilling there, but Nixie apparently was just too tasty and couldn't get resist. So Al-Qadsia is going to go down. Begapa now in control of the north.
Oh, that's really nice for Begapa, too. That means that they can really focus their attention towards their south and towards their west. They don't have to worry about the east now. So that's a huge win for them in terms of what's going on in the circle. Thanadol, his turn. Do a little Mission Impossible. Ooh, he's getting lit up, though. He's done.
Yeah, the high ground's just too strong on that. Snaky Snakes can't get away from it, as Twisted is just really raining damage onto anything that moves around them. Got to be careful, though. They can't over-push as far as damage goes and really burn through their ammo, because they're making a lot of enemies out there.
That's just kind of par for the course for Twisted Minds on Miramar.
Twisted Minds high ground, shooting at people, pissing everybody off? Yeah.
Yep. That's just a normal day in the office for them, for sure. It is going to move a little bit. I think a small sliver of Twisted Minds' high ground is still going to be in this next circle, so they can hang on. E-Arena has decisions to make. They opted to try to make the wrap around this side, and obviously they didn't have great other options other than crashing something, and they might be forced into that. Lou is going to get a knock, looking to pop tires as well to make this even more challenging for E-Arena. Mission Ready, though, they've gotten to somewhere. I mean, they're
still alive.
They're still alive, and it's better than where they were.
I mean, that's the mission that they're on right now, is just stay alive, survive. Don't let them come after you, because it has been threat upon threat. They've been the focus of Twisted High Ground, E-Arena right on top of them, and VP has kind of exploited this distraction, where we can see that Twisted has been looking down on E-Arena now and kind of snuck into the circle just above them.
Oh, the heads are just peeking out here for Batu. He did manage to find one shot, can't get more to go. Gats takes a go at E-Arena. I was going to say these grenades could be really impactful, but that's a really nice molly. Is going to catch right into them, and they are in trouble. The grenade is perfect from Jacob.
Good throw to finish that one out, E-Arena. Now you still have to deal with the high ground nuisance above you, though, as that angle is entirely open, and that's the way you have to go to get inside the circle.
Oh, my God. The grenades are so good right now. Another beauty, this time from Twisted Minds. Hakatori just making everybody's life a nightmare. Anytime they peek near him, he's lighting them up with that AUG. It seems like good grenade onto TanVuu. He's been spotted out by Jacob. Should be dead.
At this point, I almost felt that TanVuu was immortal. He took that nade right to the face. It's like, nah, no big deal. Everything's fine. Jacob, though, what are you going to do, as your feet are just getting riddled with bullets? Lou still wants a bit more, but has to be careful from that Na'Vi angle.
Still a ton of 5-5 here for Lou to work with. Yeah, he's going to claim Jacob. So this is huge for Twisted Minds. They have just been feasting in this game. Obviously, it started with the DN Freaks crash, and then into the E pickup on top of this mountain. Now they look towards VP to see if they can find some more victims.
9 kills and more to mount, but they now have to deal with this. You can see that VP was trying to set up for him, but God, just red. BatulinS denies it, and now VP, and they were waiting. You can see that that's what the setup was for, was to try to catch Twisted when they had to come down, and just falls apart just that fast.
Lou actually jumps down. Who else but Hakatori? Sungjang getting in there as well. Somehow Lou, sliver of HP, hanging on. That grenade, oh, it does actually reach him. I thought from that angle it might not, but just got close enough, and he was so weak. And any damage done would have got the knock. And there's a headshot from Akan into BatulinS.
All right, Pekapa, they're getting pretty aggressive on this one. Akan actually moved into the positioning where SlamG was playing from. Park Pro as well as Songjong getting more aggressive towards the circle itself. Shin's still alive. Looks like he might be thinking about trying to sneak over onto this angle, but he's already been spotted out by VP.
Yeah, Shen, I assume this is not going to go well for him. He should hear Beamy above him, but he's trying to figure out exactly where that is. Oh, Beamy didn't see him. He didn't see him.
Well, I mean, there's enough reinforcements. It's fine. Nope, wrong way. There you go, Shin. I mean, we did see Shin actually be very impactful into what was going on the fields, catching out Nixie. So a little bit of retaliation coming back finally.
This is tricky for BagelPa. They have to use some cars and some not great cover to keep themselves protected from VP. The good news is the Slam isn't trying to get out there. Well, I take it back. Actually, they did find a bit of an angle from that balcony inside of the firehouse. Corexy then gets a con. So I think BagelPa maybe in their last gasps here on our first Miramar.
The biggest beneficiary of all of this has been FN, who just kind of snuck into the middle of it all. And while the firefighting's been going on, they've just been hunkered down and surviving. VP still on the hunt for more kills. What can they manage to rally over? Can BagelPa manage to fend in? And there you go. It's going to be SlamG that spots out FN, who was trying to see if maybe they could get some kill points out of this, and instantly denied.
Yeah, good grenade from Lucarux.
There's your 1,000 damage.
Yep, he was going crazy. I just kind of felt it in my Casker bones that maybe he was going to have one of those games, and he did. Sungjang in trouble, Akan in trouble, BagelPa in trouble. There you go. Lucarux doing a great job there. And you know he's behind that foldable cover. Well, headshot found, and he's down.
VP now at 10 kills and starting to get more and more out of this. To the south, Na'Vi actually sent Fairest over to see if there was a crossfire position that they could set up to sneak in back behind VP's position potentially. FN, while you've had this fortified position for so long, it's just going to be a full-on tear coming out from VP. They are not relenting. Slam losing a member and now just down to 1.
This is madness. We're in phase 9. Well, how did this happen? This has just been non-stop fighting. Na'Vi trying to claim some real estate, and they find a good grenade onto Beamy. Lucarux and Corexy tied together behind that hill. And it will be some smokes laid down for Na'Vi to try to push through a good grenade. Man, oh man, that was so close. That prone state helping. That fire hits Lucarux. Does it hit Corexy? No, just Lucarux.
Okay, does manage to pop up with the control that VP managed to get over here. FN looks like they're trying to creep out just a bit more. Fairest in that position for the crossfire to set up for Hakatori has made it to where there's just a kill box that Hakatori can try to exploit. Meanwhile, SlamG's last member seeing if they can steal some points away from this one finally does get eliminated. So it is continuing to mount. Na'Vi on one side, VP on the other, and poor old FN right in the thick.
Yeah, Zenith though, a longtime veteran. Hakatori just is indestructible right now.
This dude, he's on another level right now.
He is unbelievable. Oh, Zenith has a S12K too. Oh, no, not like this, Hakatori. Not like this.
Does he hear it? He keeps peeking around.
Dude, this is horrible. He's played so well this game.
Tries to go for the peeks on the headshots back and forth. Notice that, there you go, VP does get taken out. The backflank coming up from Fairest. That means this is down to just a 2v1. Na'Vi, who is in firefighting position for so long. Do they know where the backstab is going to be coming from? Yes, already heard the footsteps. Set up for it, and of course, it is going to be Hakatori that takes the last kill.
That was skill on display. Hakatori, just from the beginning of that game to the end, was lighting players up left and right, and he finishes it strong.
That was just such a highly technical game. Yeah, we've been seeing a whole bunch of wild stuff that's been going on, and that was still a wild game as well, but it was so... I mean, we saw a meat grinder of a mid-game that Na'Vi was just in the thick of, and Hakatori was just unrelenting in his defenses.
And it all started with that early defense he had against 4AM. That gave them that compound, that gave them that space.
Just a crazy series coming up from them. We still got one more to go.
A curveball of a game here for our first Miramar of the day sees Na'Vi getting themselves the victory on the Dusty Dunes, but oh boy did this get a bit wild because we had that pillar still in play for a long portion of this game, and Hakatori goes, bam, I'm here to play. He's everywhere.
He is everywhere. So we'll get into the pillar in a minute because that made this entire game impossible to deal with for a lot of these teams. But what it didn't make it impossible to deal with was Hakatori, because Na'Vi got that compound. They got to watch all of this happen and clean up every team that tried to sort of find some other opportunity. Great plays by them. They also stopped, I believe it was SlamG, dead in their tracks. And that was the big moment for them. When they stopped that crash by SlamG, it was a clear sail to the end.
No, definitely. And once you give Hakatori this kind of room, he is going to run with it. He is unabashedly really the ace of Na'Vi. However, the rest of Na'Vi has come up around him in spades. Sussed's been playing over in PC fantastically. Fairest has been getting kills along the way as well. And Extens has fitted in and slotted in very nicely here for the boys in yellow. I think it's a potential scary prospect because now this is pushing them up to, I think, #1 for the day so far.
That should put them in first. If not, it is a very close second place. And these young guns, once in Future Kings, they fell for a while after the departure of DiffX, but Extens coming in, but also I think, as you said, Sused, all of a sudden really coming into his own over the last 6 months or so has improved as a fragger significantly. So I like the looks of Na'Vi when they're not fighting for hot drops in the middle. It seems like they're a much better team.
I do think they have a strong mastery of Miramar in particular at present, right? When we're seeing kind of them having maybe pretty much in different days, as soon as you get to Miramar, then they're really able to find a lot of decent footing, a lot of space control. We saw it in PEC as well, kind of come to fruition. That said, if they're going to end up as #1, they've been able to find their footing everywhere today. So very impressive to see this kind of play out. And again, they're not the new guns that we're kind of talking about in terms of Al-Qadsia, in terms of some of their members coming here along SlamG, but they are still the newer generation.
Exactly. They're younger players. I would say they were one of the first waves of this sort of reiteration of new talent, re-exploring how we play this game, finding new ways to use tools. Early on when gliders came in, they stole a little bit of the idea from some people, but they maximize the usage. I think they are sort of that first wave of new talent that's fun to watch.
Hakatori clean
Relay.
sweep here. 1,227 damage. That is going to put Hakatori in contention for...
We need a name for this. Like, you know, in basketball, it's like a triple-double. Like, getting the 3 MVP spots has to mean something. To get your name up there 3 times, that's awesome.
I don't know what we call it. We'll have to muse on that.
Yeah, we got to muse on it.
Yeah.
That's an achievement in of itself, to be able to dominate all those categories so aggressively.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think that record for our group stage is going to be easy to defeat, right? In terms of 1,227 damage. Very difficult to kind of achieve that in a game when it comes to a lobby of this caliber. It's 23 points for Na'Vi being able to position themselves at #1. I will say, a very important fight back for Virtus Pro to get second with the amount of points they got there. As we take a look at the overall leaderboards, now Virtus Pro moves up to 12th, but that kind of gives you an idea of where they were before that game.
The struggle was very real. I mean, the struggle's been real for a couple of these teams. 4 Angry Men, absence of God V, not doing really much of anything. Also, I think is worth noting is if you look at the bottom of that leaderboard, teams that had to sit someone out and leave them at home, they didn't bring their ringer. Bagopah, Mission Ready International Alliance without Snakers, 4 Angry Men, and even Petrichor up at 10th. It's not lost on me that these are teams that are not performing. Yeah, without Ice left. So these teams that sort of were forced to come and bring a sub are obviously suffering because of it.
That said, look at that. #1 and 2. Good old EMEA. All right, now I'll stop. Na'Vi, 54 points. The funny thing is that before we finished this game, we were saying this might end up being the closest day 1 of groups we've ever seen. By this time, normally we've got one team at least at a 50 point position. And Na'Vi's now done that. They've put themselves there, set themselves apart from a little bit of the pack so far. Full senses in reaching distance, of course. But, you know, them and Twisted Minds looking good to start the thing off.
I mean, I think their key for me is that Na'Vi, if they have even a marginal game here, should be very comfortable going into the grand final in terms of, like, for today. Secondly, for a team that since the departure of DiffX has been shaky, that you cannot argue that they have been rebuilding and figuring out how does this work for us, to have that day 1 pseudo qualification to start so strong in the run-up to both PGSs and PGC, I think is really setting a strong road for these guys to go forward, and speaks to if they keep growing at this rate, Extens keeps sort of finding his way, they're gonna be a PGC top 10, no problem.
Definitely moments of finding their identity. Of course, we went through that period of time where they were saying, okay, well, let's hot drop. As second, one of the best hot drop teams of all time, 17 Gaming.
The hubris.
And it's like, okay, well, that really didn't work out. That kind of set them back quite a bit, I would say, compared to where they are now, where, as we say, they found their identity, and having Extens along for the ride has done well. Here's SlamG on camera at the moment, and they've not been able to do too much. After having a decent start, need a bit more oomph, more push.
It almost feels like the decent start gave them a little too much confidence. They've been pushing into some places like that warehouse crash that we saw go in there. It just felt a little aggressive to have Boostix go and jump onto the second floor by himself with no backup cover position. Ultimately, they did manage to hold it with 2, but I feel like they are maybe getting a little bit of their own hype, if that makes sense. After that first thing, like, we can take these fights. We are better than everybody else. And sometimes a rude awakening happens in the international.
Where Al Ghazia was able to kind of run with it, it seems like SlamG has kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. I will say the difference between those two teams, when you think about them, we were drawing parallels with them at the beginning of the day. However, Roth, as well as Relo, have been further internationally than Artix and Lurex, who are still green internationally, I would say. Artix has been at 1, obviously, as Exol. I think it was one of the PGCs, but they didn't have a good time about it.
He was barely at a PGC. And at the end of the day, comes down to how things are played, having those moments when things are intense. The elder statesman on the team will always help, and any young player will tell you that if they've been on those rosters. That said, by the end of this event, SlamG is going to have enough experience to say now we're land seasoned, right? So I think if they can get that jitter out, if they can get moved past the second half of today, they look really good. The base level skill of this team is wild.
All right, well, one more game for today, one more game between these two groups going head to head. We go back to the Dusty Dunes as we hand it off to the casters to bring you all the action from Miramar.
Buckle up, baby. It's been a barn burner all day. We ain't stopping yet. We got one more. We even got James hitting the spicy R.
Yeah, he's rolling the R. That's very impressive. Wasn't sure if he was capable of that. Miramar. La Cobreria. I love. That's my favorite name to say on this map. That's all. That's all I got. This is okay. Hacienda.
Hacienda's just fun.
It's a good one too. They're all fun, actually. I mean, this is our favorite map. You and I have talked about this for years. And what a game from Hakatori, though. I mean, we talked about at the beginning that we weren't seeing Na'Vi a ton on our screen because it's been a nuts day, but they've been really consistent, and that's the results, right? When you're that consistent all day, eventually it's going to pay off in big fashion like you just saw, and it helps when you have a player of Hakatori's caliber who can just drop nukes on other teams with his individual talent.
We've been seeing a lot of just stellar performances coming up from players today, like just clutching up, really just starting to shine. Like a lot of these players that we've been talking about for quite a long time, like these guys are so, and just having their pop off today of all days. Everybody knows the pressure for this as it's mounting, leading into, of course, yes, there is the next PGS, but there is also PGC looming on the horizon. This is where you've just got to make sure that you get that last push to get everything you can out, as the circle is going to go a bit more into the west this time than we saw last time, opening up Los Leones.
I just don't want an Impala Field circle. That's all. That's all. Everything else is fine in this circle. Everything else is awesome. Everything else is fun. We'll just have to wait and see what the PUBG gods have deigned for us to find. But that game went by so crazy because it was just nonstop. Like there was just so much fighting, and it was just so funny because I was just like, oh, we're in phase 9. And like there's still like 8 players alive. I'm like, what is going on? Absolutely just stellar games so far today.
Well, the terrain and the way that was set up is kind of what led into so much of like the prolonged skirmishes, right?
Yeah.
And kudos, like the desk was talking about a lot of the teams and the way they're playing Slam. I mean, getting an experience in a situation like that is absolutely going to be massive for them. I 100% agree with our desk. And the uptick that I could expect from that squad is going to be unbelievable.
Especially with how good Boostic has been today. I mean, that's just so encouraging for that team going
forward.
To
everybody that did not have him on their fantasy team because he was like...
You know who's my fantasy captain today?
Who?
Take a guess.
Salute.
Nope.
BatulinS?
Nope. He's on my team, but he's not my captain.
Oh, I don't know.
Hakatori.
Oh, well then. Rip me. I guess we know where you're sitting at overall.
Maybe. Well, I don't know how the rest of my team is doing today. Him and BatulinS have been doing the heavy lifting for sure. And
I glanced, saw I was like around 200 or so there for a second.
I'm not going to look until the day's done. I want to be
safer.
Surprised, yeah, one way or another. But just, of course, we love that we have the fantasy in here. It gives us so much to talk about. It gives you guys at home so much to, talk about with your friends and have a lot of fun and potentially earn some G-Coin if you do well enough in the fantasy. As we take a look back at Hakatori.
I mean, accusations galore just based off of this man's aim. Is just he lives up to it, right?
This is just a highlight reel. Like you could put together a good 5-minute montage for your YouTube on this one. He wouldn't be denied. In this position, that reposition right there at the end too, that was an S12K. That could have got real dangerous real fast, and he's able to dodge it against a very good player in Zenith. Again, one of the more experienced players that you're going to find out of the PWS, out of Korea, and he just bamboozled him, and he just had everyone's number that whole game.
And it just felt like he knew every single angle that people were going to be approaching from. That's map knowledge in an area that we don't often see in competitive, understanding exactly where, like, we often talk about, like, oh, hey, look how good he, like, spun back over or do everything else like that. Whenever you get to those type of damage numbers that we're seeing from, like, our all-star players on this level, it's understanding exactly what the other team is trying to accomplish, how they're going to be moving for it, and positioning yourself into a position that can really allow you to exploit any vulnerability in it. I mean, we saw that. That's one of the reasons why Twisted loves those high ground advantage positions, because really it just makes it easier. Everything opens up. Hakatori was doing that down in the low ground.
No, exactly. It was disgusting what he was in his control over that AUG, even better. He was hitting so many headshots, just double tapping people. It was a thing of beauty for sure. Twisted again has their eyes onto the Freaks potentially. The Freaks this time though, not overcommitting to anything. Gonna settle up. DL just taking his time, making sure that he's gonna be in a safer spot with a little bit of cover. And seems like the Freaks have avoided any confrontation just yet with Twisted Minds. See if anything happens later. Fairest wants an opportunity at Arctics, but Arctics not going to commit.
We've got a slow bowl that's kind of going on right now as everybody's playing around center, but it's just kind of territory control shots that are coming out mostly. We can see coming out from Na'Vi. In the west, we do have Petrichor Road that's going to be trying to regroup. Begapaw's going to be kind of chasing in back behind AZ, but mostly pretty calm as this territory is going to open up enough to where really you can settle in, get a bit of a split, get some information, but it's not anything really too crazy. I do want to say what is interesting, though, is TE has already made a commitment into Los Leones.
Yeah, I like that spot that they're taking, though, because
it is strong.
That the northwest side of Los Leones, if circles go north or west, are really, really nice. Oh, boy. Ming Ming. Chilling. A PGC champion. Out on the flank here. It just depends on who sees who first.
Oh, DC. Nope, did not see him, but the shots went a little bit slow, and that's going to give it a moment for D to at least get something, but Alcadzia was running a split, and now really just has to surrender those two.
What positioning there? That worked out really nice for Petrichor Road. They're able to cover each other. They're able to keep themselves hidden from Alcadzia until Alcadzia is in a vulnerable position.
Yeah.
Really nicely set up.
I mean, it could have gone a bit different if you looked left before right in that situation, but I'm not going to fault him. If you think that the compound's open, why are you going to look at the tree to your left? Instead, you're going to be more concerned about what's going to be happening over and to your right behind you. So I guess that's one of the reasons that makes it so strong.
Oh my God.
Rip Delwyn. How did you not expect that, Delwyn?
Poor Delwyn. Caraxy's the only player in Los Leones for VP. Everybody else is out on the north side. I mean, you just don't expect that. That's
I mean, you just got PUBG. That's all I can say.
You know, usually it's Delwyn doing that to other people. To be fair.
Karma.
Yeah. It giveth and it taketh.
Speaking of somebody that deserves some karma, is poor old Lyrics over here. He's been the punching bag in early circles right now, so pretty safe. Nobody really around right now. It's just going to be FS just to the west, and Slam's going to be a bit further north, but there's still a couple hundred meters to work with.
This is a little bit of an odd feeling for us today, where the early game isn't kind of wild.
Nobody's shooting. There's like, what? The Freaks are taking some shots, maybe at 4 Angry Men, and that's kind of it.
This has got to be like, well, it's also kind of the least crazy circle early that we've had, in a way.
Boo, circles.
Yeah, come on.
Boo.
They've been pretty good today to us, giving us just action-packed games. This is a player that just shocked us at PGS Shanghai, and Kiss has been kind of getting the bad end of a lot of these fights early on in games.
While we were kind of sitting here in a bit of a quiet section, yes, we have had some very crazy circles. Yes, we had like military circle off the start. We've had some crazy shifts that are happening into it. But when you look at the leaderboard, you can see that twisted up on top, Na'Vi with Haktori, what we were talking about, the strength of his firefighting capabilities, the rest of the squad, Na'Vi as well. You can see that really good squads can navigate the crazy circles, and that's what I love to see. Because remember, whenever we're looking at Twisted Score right now and how they're trying to chase back behind Na'Vi, how many of those points were bought by BatulinS with no gear, somehow just trying to steal a couple of points away as he's trying to creep his way back behind somebody? Every single one of these points matters, and while the circles can get a bit more wheels off sometimes, we can see that the strong teams do find ways to continually find success.
Well, exactly. That's the whole thing about this game, is that yes, there is some luck and some randomness, but time and time again, it's the cream of the crop that's rising. Every single event. I mean, you're just seeing just the best of the best continue to jockey and vie for those top positions. No matter how insane the day is, no matter how wild things get, they're constantly just up there fighting for those top positions. And, you know, you got to be feeling great here as Twisted, as Na'Vi, even as Full Sense about getting in to that grand finals. You're well on your way, unless you have the absolute worst second day of your lives in the group stage, which, given the caliber of those three teams, pretty unthinkable, especially that team right there, Twisted. You feel like they are a no-doubter to be in contention. Hey. Well, okay, so the area east of Los Leones is very, very fun, and that compound should be Na'Vi's. They're already in their vehicles that our observers are highlighting for us there, and that's a nice one. That one pretty defendable.
That's pretty strong. I mean, we still have the fields up into the north, but Los Leones, of course, is going to eat up a big chunk. Hillsides to the north, but notice that we still also have that recessed hill that's going to run down into Puerto Paraiso. That's a very strong in-game positioning for a lot of teams. There's a lot of like small plateaus that happen over there, a lot of different pathing options. Most teams right now kind of hoping that this just doesn't go into the northeastern area, because that's where we're just going to lose everything in the Impala fields.
Yeah.
Everything else has the opportunity to support most of the teams.
Yeah, and that southeastern part that you're talking about, in between Puerto Paraiso and Los Leones, is actually kind of fun to play because you actually can keep yourself obscured from those Los Leones mountains pretty well. Yeah. And so you have a lot of room to maneuver out there. One of my favorite parts of the map to play, because you give yourself really fair fights out with the other teams that are out there. There's a lot of cover to be found to keep yourself obscured from the compounds that are also out in that part of the map. So definitely hoping kind of that it goes that way, to be honest.
Sprinkler fights are fun.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of shots now as rotations coming in. Begapa way over here into the west. Nobody really around them right now. Noting rotations, we do have Alcacia. It looks like they did move into Los Leones as well. 17 has kind of moved into that northern crates area of Los Leones. VP and Navi stacked up pretty close to each other. High ground just to the east of Los Leones is going to be controlled by FS. Petrichor Road roaming in just south of Los Leones. Looks like they're going to be eyeing for maybe the position along FS's line. Force is going to be right up on top of them. Back behind a lot of this over into the north. Twisted, not yet inside the safe zone, but playing it a bit slow and steady, trying to figure out how this is going to play out for them, as they are going to be coming down through a field, but nobody's going to be around to really harass, except for maybe Freaks.
And Star-Lord's out on his own there, just ahead of 4 a.m. If they can get a read on that, they might actually be able to find an opportunity, or if they get a lucky knock, Star-Lord would be in a lot of trouble. Here goes Petrichor Road, making this wrap into that part of the map we were just talking about. Some nice hills, some nice cover out here that you can kind of use to make rotations to the north, to the west even. Very doable from this part of the map, so you can spread out a bit, claim some of this territory, look for players that are going to be peeking out in the open, or if somebody tries to drive down a similar rotation path, you're going to have some pretty good sight lines to do some damage.
Uh-oh, Twisted with the BRDM. That's why they're not too afraid of that field, I guess. They are going to be able to cross it pretty easy. Also, a big part of controlling this field is, yes, there is a res beacon that's going to be over here, but, I mean, 61 alive, you know that nobody's probably going to be going after it, but it's always kind of good to get control over the more open ones, just in case something bad happens to you, or in case somebody maybe tries to sneak something in there. Free kills are always nice.
Alcazia has gotten into Los Leones, but they're going to see VP trying to get out of dodge. Corexy, after claiming Delwyn's life.
I don't think this is it.
Oh boy, yeah, you're right. There's 17. That's a different orange team up on that hill.
Those aren't the friends you're looking for. That's the direction you need to go, as now you should be fine. It was just a bit scary for a second.
Yeah, I got a little worried for him for sure, but yeah, A-okay. Emergency pickup actually being popped by Twisted Minds out there. So, yep.
Oh, yes.
Matt.
The amount of players I just heard go, oh. Okay, so high ground positionings to the north of Los Leones, where we see 17 and VP at, going to be very big. Navi now finds themselves on the outskirts of the circle. Twisted, do you take that emergency pickup, even though it just crosses over the northeastern area? Los Leones is a key component and big for this circle. You have to assume that maybe it's going to try to shift away from it, but we have seen it try to focus in on that very open area just below the E and the O in Los Leones as maybe an in-game position.
Perfectic's actually going to be the only one to grab onto that emergency pickup, just doing a little scouting with it. There's high ground open for Twisted Minds on the outside of Los Leones, something that they are obviously very comfortable with. 17 Gaming going to be somewhat aware of it. The Freaks too going to be seeing that player parachuting in. Going to just drive on by. They could make a really wide wrap here. It's phase 3, so you've got enough time that you could chew through some blue to try to find some safety. The problem is there's still so many teams and players alive that there is very little safe to be found.
The western wrap is the safest one into Los Leones, because into the east, there's so much gatekeeping that's going to be going on. Begapa looks like they're going to be trying to sneak in back behind Forest, who already has multiple members in. 4 Angry Men, they're going to be a bit more bold, and that's going to put them along the line where Navi is going to be set up. A couple of shots to try to skirt them along that road, but is 4 Angry Men going to do a stop right there? We often see it be a decent spot for trying to stop on scouting, but I think that they're worried about harassment. They've also probably spotted out Slam, who's cresting the hill just beside them. Not too many ways that they can go for a stop there. Instead, just got to continue to venture on, and I think that they might be able to play on the opposing side of the hill away from VP as long as VP can't spin it back around with Lucrux.
Yeah, it can be a little tricky in this part of the map. There are a few dips that are playable where you're not going to overexpose yourself to the teams that are going to be up on the mountains. They're just going to keep going until they feel like there's too much pressure one way or another. It seems like 4AM, they're making a dash for the city. They're going to gamble that maybe this is Los Leones in the finish.
Well, they've got to be careful. They're eyeing a bit more to the north, and that's going to put them into the 17 line. There was an open opportunity, and now they're going to be rolling into a pretty bad angle. Xiaowu's trying to line it in. Longs takes a lot, but not enough to cause him to explode yet. Runs out away from the buggy, but guess what? More friends and Twisted Minds, of course, on the high ground, causing some harassment into 4 Angry Men.
I thought Longs was done. Usually Xiaowu is good for those. Just couldn't quite get the spray under control. Smokes are coming down here trying to keep 4AM pinned, but like you mentioned, Twisted Minds, they have some idea and they have the ability to do some damage, so they will of course take that opportunity. 4AM just trying to find some kind of safety.
Bad idea. Let's not do this. Look at how much utility that they had to use for that mistake, though. If they do go back down over here, they should be fine. Yeah, stopping over. There's nobody really over here. Expendables are kind of close. Forest maybe a bit closer to it. Circle just kind of leans in, keeps half of it Los Leones, the other half still in the hills.
Yeah, so you can finish somewhere around that E or S of Los Leones. That's kind of where I'm kind of suspicious, or just on the edge of the eastern side of Los Leones proper, like the actual city. Is Slam. It's their turn to live up to their name, because they're going to have to slam. And oh, that's a Groza in the Expendables hands too.
Oh, just bullies down the door. Doesn't even care. Arctic just jumps out, but big nade gonna come out from Glorious, takes him down as well, but that should be resolved. Oh, the follow-ups raining in from the open roof.
Dude, Clories just sacrificed himself with that grenade to slow up Slam and open up the door for the rest of the Expendables to use their util, and goodbye, Slam.
Your sacrifice was not in vain, Glorious. Petrichor Road kind of hears this going on in the distance, but pretty centered off just right below the S here, so they're going to be kind of isolated. Oddly enough, nobody really around them anymore.
That's a
pretty sneaky little spot.
You'll take this as Petrichor Road after losing 2 players out in the open early to get into some kind of safety in the middle of the circle. It's better than nothing, that's for sure.
Well, it gives you a path into Los Leones if it goes that way, and you're already in the the foothills if it goes hillside. This is actually very heady read coming up from Petrichor Road.
Yeah, the only thing they have to worry about is if somebody were to crash that coming from the east, but actually it might not happen. It just depends kind of on what E-Arena wants to do from their position. Everybody else is kind of just going to fight. Begelpa, hello.
Just rolls right into the neighborhood. I mean, it's a bit noisy over here, you know, bit of a party going on, but Forest gonna find themselves in some trouble with that one. It's now gonna walk back down in the same pathing, and oh, Begelpa, why? That's not the stairwell you want to be running down.
Dude, this is not the team you want to be running into. They are just tremendous in their defense. TanVuu and Duckjuice up. I mean, only 4 kills for the Expendables, but man, oh man, have they played this spot very nicely. Akan going to make a go. Duckjuice had a grenade already down there. Unbelievable read.
Almost got caught. You can see he was having to swing the weapon back up. Begelpa is eliminated. They just tried to bully their way in and got counter-bullied instead.
God, man, the Expendables so fun to watch. Oh, out in the open, Akatori not going to be able to recreate some of that magic from the previous game. Instead, it's Virtus Pro's turn up to bat. They saw their EMEA brethren rocking and rolling, and they want in on the action. Extends, tries to extend into the blue. Grenade out there. That's a Lynx for Nixie. Oh, it just took a... Wow, what a bounce. That was huge.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit more cook on that would have spelled doom. This is right along the northern safe zone, so really can't do much more with it. Correxi's very far to the south away from this one. Other 2 members for VP right up alongside of where Navi's going to be playing from. Lucarex's going to be a bit more into the east. Remember, Twisted could also spot this out. Circle pops, and that's going to be Correxi up on top of the high ground. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe that was him making the woo sound.
I hope the people at home can hear that, because that's really funny. All the players just letting out a bit of a whoop there with that circle. I think VP's Corexi going to be very, very happy with that circle shift and trying to get the rest of the team over there if they can defend against Na'Vi successfully. Here's a replay. No way, dude. No way.
That was good. That was good. Yeah, you can smile about that one. Okay, so problems in Los Leones as it is going to be Alcadzia, Forest, 4 Angry Men, Mission Ready, Freaks, and TE all racked up on top of each other. Freaks have got to get themselves into the circle, and there is no other way to go but just right into Mission Ready.
Scope out this angle from Baron, man. That's going to be really annoying to deal with because he's got great sight lines into some of those windows, into some of those pathings across the road, too. Vox is like, come at me, bro. I got a Panzerfaust. And he's going to go for the res.
I'll take you and my teammate with me.
Yeah.
I dare you.
The Freaks are like, maybe we don't want to fight this unless there's some more knocks, but they don't really have a choice. They're outside of the new circle.
Dude, that Baron angle is just nasty. Oh, Michael's a nasty angle as well, as Freaks just can't really fight their way into it. Mission Ready just kind of stuck in this point, and Forest kind of being the ones that are spelling doom for the Freaks because Mission Ready just can't do anything else but stay there.
It's going to take some miraculous grenades. Yeah, there's that Panzer. The Freaks just really don't have much hope at this point. They're trying to smoke off the angles, but now Mission Ready's going to commit. Oh, they're taking damage, though.
I mean, they stepped out. I mean, they wanted to get those kills on the Freaks to secure them. They were a bit worried, I think, for Forest's angle that maybe somebody would try to run out and snag them away. Mission Ready needs any points that they can get because this is starting to look a bit scary for them, down at 19 points right now. New contenders up in front of them in Forest have been causing them so much trouble, though.
I'm excited for 4AM in this spot. This is actually a pretty nice position that they've got themselves in. If they can just kind of get something to go, it's been an awful day for them. 9 points, hard to believe with a team that's got some really good players on it. They can't just quite get it to go. Yeah, well, those mortars aren't going to work in that. They gotta get through a window, which I don't know if that's even possible.
We're letting you know that we know you're there.
Yeah.
You stay there and you don't come out.
You can't go outside. It's like when I was a kid and it got too late and I wanted to go play with my friends and my mom's like, nope.
Nope.
You cannot.
You're grounded. You stay in your room, son.
That's right. Oh, that didn't stop me anyway.
Up to the north, we got Twisted and 17 lined up against each other with a little bit of VP spiced in up on top and that high ground shooting down into him. Alcadzia also kind of close to 17, but Mission Ready still continuing to have problems mount, as I think that it is going to be FS that's got vision on to Mission Ready taking shots into them, as well as the Expendables.
Well, the smoke cover's nice. I mean, they're getting hit, but it's just random sprays. But Scappy, again, ready for players to come his way, and he's happy to accept it. Another knock for him. Oh, my God, that car almost caught Michael. Oh, boy.
And Michael has no options except for dealing with it. Oh, the shotty goes a bit high, though. Michael manages to avoid just taking that one to the face, runs back away, throws up the shield, and hopes that the smokes are going to be enough.
I love Michael's willingness to just throw this thing down wherever and whenever.
Hey, it works.
Yeah, it does. He got lucky a bit there with that shotgun. He should have been dead by normal circumstances, but just quick thinking here. Maybe might catch him a bit off guard.
Sneaks around back behind him. Does get the knock on a one, but there's so many people around that angle. Explosions galore going down in front of him. Already taking a ton of damage. He's going to go down. Forest managed to win it out, but it did manage to slow down Forest by quite a bit. Finally, it is going to be Petrichor Road going down.
This is huge for Full Sense. That's going to open up a lot of ability to get into this next circle with some safety maybe. If they can get up to one of those hillsides, they could get underneath. VP, a good grenade from Xiaowu. Cowboy tries to go up and over the fence. Doesn't like what he sees. Oh, Xiaowu almost got him.
He wants it. He wants it so bad. He might want it a bit too much, as that is going to be Cowboy. Does get the knock onto him at half-life, though. What is 17 even going to try to do? He's going for some jump shots. Cowboy's not done yet.
By the way, I think that stun that hit Xiaowu might have been somebody else's. That was a great maneuver from BatulinS. He dodges the Panzer by seat swapping. They're going to lose the BRDM, but what on-the-fly thinking?
Okay, so Twisted still alive, but have to be careful because they have VP that are up on top of him. It looks like Alcadzia is running back to see if they can get their reses back into order. Down to the south, Forest has still managed to move in, gotten very close into where 4 Angry Men are going to be at. The Expendables still alive down to the due south. FS in control over into the east, and VP is starting to feel like maybe they've got control over most of the circle.
So now we get a almost Los Leones finish to close out this day.
Hey, it's got the NES in it. So
that's true, that's true.
How much more Los Leones can you get? Just because it's not in the city.
Yeah. But it's good enough. I'll take it. Al-Qadzia, man, Cowboy there. I want to say, I think that stun that came out might have been from 17, like their own team. Like, I think they might have team flashed there, but have to go back and watch that again. It's Twisted. More work to do. And they're going to throw Perfectix out there. Cowboy gets a spot of it, but actually takes the worst end of that damage.
I mean, Twisted's got multiple members lined in. They can't peek any other angle due to where VP's set up, so they're just focused in on Al-Qadzia. Forrest has been kind of roaming around, picking up kills. They're not done. This is kind of working out for them. They're finding a lot of ways to exploit this through where a lot of teams are trying to just lean into defense. Forrest has just kind of been more on the hunt. New Circle has popped, and it has now moved out of Los Leones right onto the tail end of the E and the S. And there you go. Forrest still not done. More kills to be had.
That's a brutal way to finish the day for 4 a.m. They had the defendable position.
Expendables?
Yeah, here you go. The Expendables letting loose with the throwables. That's a good one.
Oh!
My word, the Expendables are outrageous.
All right, that buys them way more movement. It was going to be pretty scary for them, but now they've got control of most of the southern area. Al-Qadzia cited the fact that they want to try to sneak out and had to deal with the same problem that Twisted did, which is going to be VP's high ground. Nixie most notoriously.
Well, that is a nice blue zone. It at least removes example.
What do you do?
Yeah, Twisted is in a horrible position now, but the fact that they're even into this top 5 is pretty nice. Only 1 kill, whatever. You're still going to end the day with plenty of points to feel comfortable about getting into that grand finals. Meanwhile, the Expendables, 9 kills between TanVuu and DuckJuice.
Okay, this is going to be interesting to see how the Expendables opt into trying to play away from this.
No way. That went through the window.
Nice. Al-Qadzia, the Expendables, and Twisted all have to get into the circle and all have to deal with VP's high ground.
There has been some just bananas stuff going on today. That grenade onto Petrichor Road earlier was just so dumb. The timing on that was incredible. Yeah, this should be the end of Twisted. What in the world, Perfectix?
Perfectix not going to go quietly into the night. He wants to see if maybe he can open up an opportunity. BatulinS, can you creep in, steal away some more points? The Expendables, eyes onto Al-Qadzia. Here come the throwables on one side of it. Let's not forget about FS playing the lower section of it, and TanVuu lines in the nade right on top. Cowboy, that's going to leave Roth, the last one up, out inside the blue, and he's taken a ton of damage. Probably not too long for this world either.
Yeah, they're just assuming that he was inside of that building. Grenade up on top, 25 damage into Nixie. BatulinS, though, Perfectix knock probably allowed him to get to this spot, to get further into this game potentially, because now the Expendables have to make their way forward. They're trying to find a timing while everybody's busy. Too bad, so sad. Nixie puts down DuckJuice.
Okay, the distraction could happen to allow the Expendables to sneak into this. FS peeks in back behind. BatulinS on the other side of it. TanVuu lined up. These guys were enemies a moment ago, but now rallying together to try to take on VP in the high ground. FS just walks right into VP, and they do not care. VP defends it up well.
VP should be looking towards a chicken dinner. TanVuu able to still be alive. He took down Batu again. 1v1, has a Groza, throwing some stuns up. Nixie's taking damage. This is tough now for VP. They're getting lit up.
There's just enemies everywhere. Every single peak just getting punished time and time again. Belmont's taking control over the center. There we go. VP does manage to take down TanVuu, so that means it's going to be Belmont and Thanadol for FS lined up against the high ground VP, but circle control, center dot, leaning into FS's favor while it is still multiple members for VP up.
Yeah, and there's some level 3 stuff there for FS. You got that FAMAS. Thanadol. Just got to watch the angles, kind of tee up Belmont, try to get the info on when VP makes their move. I assume this is going to kind of take a pause here. I mean, Phase 9 not in play just yet. Will be very, very shortly. And VP has the high ground, and they're going to want to look to hope that, you know, FS makes a mistake somewhere, over-peak something, and then they can really commit to the fight. They have the numbers advantage, but you don't want to give up those freebies. There's a lot of angles that you're going to have to clear on the way down, so they're going to use some of that cover as well to give them a little bit of extra oomph in these pushes.
Remember, VP's been fighting over here for a long time. Watch the Dorito Belmont. It wants you.
No
it's
way.
Chasing after you. Okay, everything's fine. But now look at Belmont's angle on anybody that goes for those Doritos for safety. Oh, man, that is scary, scary stuff. The Thanadol almost feels like he's back here throwing down smokes for baits and distractions to try to lure VP into an angle that could open up, but they're not taking the bait. You can see that VP is wrapping around, instead trying to sneak behind Thanadol, leaving Belmont all by his lonesome.
This is so smart from VP. This should make things very difficult, unless you're going to see some crazy gun outplays from FulSense. Doable, but they know that Tanadol's out there, and they want to eliminate him, and then they can deal with the Belmoth problem after that. Grenade, just a little bit on the Corexi. Nothing else to write home about. And VP, let's see what they can do. I don't know if they're going to see Belmoth just yet. Are they going to realize he's hidden behind that emergency cover?
Tanadol's in such a hard spot to play from because he can't step away from this if any nades come rain down after him. Belmoth now using the cover. Nix is going to come up back behind him. Really crazy right now that we can see anybody from FS holding it together. Belmoth finally does go down. The crossfire so strong. There's just too many members for VP. Tries to go after it. Can't get anything back, but it is going to be Virtus Pro taking the last game of the day.
Yeah, really nice hold here for Virtus Pro.
How many kills? I don't even know.
A lot.
I think last time I saw it was like 10-ish.
Yeah, they have more than that now, for sure. That end game, so well navigated. That could have been tricky if they don't suss out Belmoth's position, but that wide wrap around the edge when they saw Tanadol, and I wanted to isolate him at the very least, actually expose Belmoth. Really well played.
And a big shout out to FulSense, man. They've been playing ridiculous all day today. And I mean, even the Expendables having their pop-off moments today, it's just been a plethora of plays that have just stacked into a beautiful day of PUBG.
Truly one of the best. I mean, this is a great start for 9.
Yeah,
hopefully more of this, please.
I know, yes, okay, guys, we can be a bit facetious, but no, today has been absolutely wild. PGS 9 is delivering, and I cannot wait for more.
Well, Virtus Pro gets themselves the victory to round out the day. EMEA shining strong here to finish things off. I'm going to be honest, though. Virtus Pro had me concerned at the first half of the day. What a nade that was. But then their big recovery from Virtus Pro, especially in this last game.
Yeah, big Miramar performances for them as they come out and get the points that they needed. It was an EMEA day. I'll let you have that.
They did all right.
You know, it's the first day of group stages, the first PGS of the doubleheader, but they look good. Na'Vi looked really good. VP looked really good. Twisted Minds looked top of their game. But I think that's after UWC.
You'd expect it.
Yes, EMEA has been on a really nice run lately.
At FulSense as well, though. Like, they're not EMEA, but they were looking great. Even day trades, even FulSense is
even
here.
FulSense is here.
They were looking good. But to round out this game, and as it all stood, a difficult circle for the majority of the teams going up against Virtus Pro that had the high ground. And if you have this, in what is relatively an unusual circle, normally you'd expect it to either go towards Los Leones or towards the other side of these cliffs. But to have this high ground, it's a huge vantage point.
And to have that happen twice in a row, to be honest, to have 2 games with such a massive high ground position that was able to just dominate everything around them, has to be frustrating for some of our players who are going to be on the bottom half of the board saying, you know, this is another game where it just became really, if you didn't have a good early spot, it's an untenable push.
Well, we now have an interview ready and good to go to round out day number 1 of the group stage with Lisa.
Hello, welcome to the post-match interview. I am Lisa. Today is really an exciting day, and we have really exciting matches. First, I'm having BatulinS from Twisted Minds. So we know that actually the first half year of 2025 isn't really a Twisted Mind year. But with the win, the champion in EWC, do you feel like Twisted Mind has come back to its peak?
I mean, it's pretty easy to say that we are on the peak now because EWC was the biggest event of the year and we won it. So yeah, of course.
Oh, great. Yeah, I can really admit that you are coming to the peak. And also claiming this back-to-back PGS champion title, and with this win, very huge win, as you said, in EWC 2025. Are you feeling any pressure now coming for maybe your 4th PGS trophy?
No. Like when you're winning back-to-back, it's like just another step, like another goal, winning more, and that's all. No pressure.
I totally agree that you have the strength to say that as the back-to-back champion. Thank you so much, BatulinS. Good luck on your future games. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead and have a rest. And next we're inviting Salute from DN Freaks. Yes, we have Salute to get the interview. Welcome, Salute. Long time no see. Actually, not really long time. Just like 2 months is from EWC. Yes. We have so we know that actually coming back to PGS after this back-to-back. I hate to say that, but back-to-back runner-up in PGS 7 and 8. So are we expecting a revenge or even like a breaking the curse to see in this PGS 9?
PGS 7이랑 8에서 연속 준우승을 기록하시면서 이번 PGS 9에 이런 징크스라는 걸 조금 풀어보고 싶은 마음이 있으실까요?
일단 저희가 아쉽게 2번 준우승을 해가지고 이번 9이나 10에서는 꼭 우승이랑 좀 좋은 성적을 거두고 마무리하고 싶다는 마음이 컸었기 때문에 좀 다른 뭐 징크스라고 저는 생각하지 않고 이 정도 좋은 성적이라 생각을 해서 그냥 똑같이 우승하고 싶은 마음이었던 것 같아요.
I don't really think it's a curse, and we are just looking for the trophy, the same in this PGS 9, and we're going to show our performance well.
Yeah, I totally believe in you. But let's look at today's performance. You are not seemingly to have very good start in the first day. So are we expecting any adjustments into the next group stage day?
네, 오늘 데이 1, 네, 첫날인데요. 그렇게 좋은 성적은 아니라고 생각하는데 혹시 앞으로의 그룹 스테이지에서 어떤 모습으로 임하실 생각이신가요?
일단 저희가 느끼기에는 솔직히 론도판 말고는 저희가 막 딱히 못했다라고 생각하는 판이 없어가지고 오늘이랑 똑같이 경기를 임할 것 같고 저희가 최선을 다할 거고 무조건 올라갈 거기 때문에 뭐 걱정 안 하셔도 될 것 같습니다.
Actually, I think we did that bad rather than map rondo, and we are not worried about our performance in the upcoming matches. So just wait and see our performance.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident, yes, you are going to do better in the group stage, in the next group stage day. And also we've seen that there are many new teams coming out on PGS 9 this time. And are there any teams you pay special attention to?
이번 PGS 9에서 새로운 팀들과 새로운 선수들이 많이 오셨는데요. 혹시 눈여겨보고 있는 팀이나 선수분이 있을까요?
일단 눈여겨보고 있는 팀이나 선수는 따로 없고 저는 개인적으로 기존에 있던 강팀들이 계속 잘하고 있고 계속 잘할 거라고 생각을 하기 때문에 딱히 뭐 기존 신인 선수들 그런 쪽은 생각하지 않고 있습니다.
We're not really keeping an eye on a specific team or a player. We're just focusing on our rivals before. So, yes.
Wait. So who are your rivals before you would pay attention to? If you're not paying attention to new names, so who would you pay attention to for your previous rivals?
혹시 그 전에 눈여겨보고 있던 강팀들은 혹시 어떤 팀일까요?
일단 결국 2024년도 PGC 챔피언이었던 T가 제일 그 라이벌이라고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
We think the 2024 PGC champion TE is the biggest rival.
Yes, they did perform really well today, but I believe that you're gonna have your own status back in the future games. Good luck. All right, that's pretty much all for today's post-match interview, and I'll see you tomorrow. Let's go back to the analyst.
Well, thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you to BatulinS and Salute here to join us for all of the interviews, and that kind of rounds out the day. But let's take a look at the results coming in from that last game as well. 15 kills go the way of the Virtus Pro boys. They looked fantastic here, really able to capitalize on the good old high ground.
So hot right now, the Polar Bears, as they come out with a good win when they needed to. And that's what VP does. They start slow, but they're like a boulder as they roll downhill. So VP looking good, and I think going to look even better next time they take the field.
What will the Polar Bears eat when the ice caps have melted, they'll run out into the world and eat everything. These people going down as Lucarux and Kurexi 5 apiece, Nixie with 4 as well. Beamy, the kill count master.
The kill count
Just with
master.
a single one, but we've seen him pop up in the past.
You know, I like not seeing Bloomy. I like Beamy. This is exciting, having him out there putting in fights, getting involved, been entertaining. Lugarux comes out as man of the match, despite from what I heard rumors of not feeling great this morning, so able to still step up and play well.
We heard a few players had been a bit under the weather. Yeah, but that's what happens at LAN sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's kind of mingling with one another, and if one person gets ill,
it's a lot of players. And
You're
all it
done
takes is
for.
one.
Yeah. Well, TanVuu will be able to get himself 7 from this, though, despite all of that. The Expendables, TanVuu especially.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a shoe-in guarantee man of the day MVP for Hakatori. However, TanVuu's really kind of giving him a run for his money.
Yeah, I mean, Hakatori, that's Hakatori for you, though, right? He's one of those guys you put on your fantasy roster because even on a bad day, Hakatori is still overwhelmingly good. This guy knows how to farm. Comes in at 3rd place with the total kills. And then Na'Vi, total damage up there at 7,100. Very, very. Also VP, though. I mean, for how their day started to be in that spot's really good.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not going to, I'll go as high-pitched as I want, but I have to completely agree. I thought they were in shambles at the beginning of the day, to be honest, but 25 for this one, as well as doing well in the previous. Not bad at all.
I was literally dropping Scoom wasn't the problem, so now here we are with them moving up the leaderboard, so excellent to see.
Yeah,
excellent to see.
I think what's interesting about that as well is that if you listen to Nixie in his previous podcast with Kobo that just went out, he really values Ibi as the kind of more recent previous pro player. But anyway, that's another conversation to have. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards for day number 1. It's 54 points going the way of Na'Vi at number 1. Full Sense, 53 points. It's definitely a success for them alongside Expendables for today.
Absolutely. I mean, those top 3 are very, very close, but the real takeaway is that it is a lot closer than I expected, going all the way down, even down to 11th place. So lots of opportunities for teams to jump up. Nobody really knocked out of it yet, besides maybe 4 Angry Men going to be on the struggle bus when they go into their 2nd day of play.
Definitely. And here is our maps for tomorrow, our same rotation.
I like that.
To kind of finish things up for Group B, at least. One final opportunity to get points on the board. Group C will enter the fray. We were saying at the beginning of the day how excited we are for that group.
It is going to be a wild group. You know, you talked about how good EMEA's day-to-day was. Look at tomorrow. We got some big bangers coming in from the Americas region that I think are going to put up some good numbers.
No, definitely. All right, well, those are our 6 games coming tomorrow. Let's bring on our lovely guest to have a chat about the Americas. We've got Rello. Hey, it's been a while. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Fantastic. All right, okay, my first question for you then actually is, I want to know, obviously you and Roth, veterans of international scenes, how are the new boys doing today? How did they deal with the pressure? How did it all kind of gel together for you guys?
In my opinion, they did fantastic, dude. I'm so proud of them. It was insane. I mean, we came in here with like no expectations. The goal was just to get experience under everyone's belt with the new climate for them. You know, it's intimidating for new players like them, so they shine, dude. I'm so happy for them.
Nice. Awesome. Only 8 points off the lead right now. Great start. Little fall off towards the end of the day. Do you change anything for tomorrow, or do you like the way that it went?
Absolutely not. We just want to be us. That's all.
Just be us. What would you say is your goal for this event? Is it you're going to win this thing, or are you just looking grand finals? Like, what do you want to walk away from this with?
I think it's important to go like step by step, be realistic. I would love to qualify for the finals, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay.
Just baby steps. I think qualifying for the finals, and then say goal of top 10. And then once you're top 10, aim higher, and aim higher.
Right on.
Yep.
Fantastic. Any final words for your fans out there for spotting Al Ghazia?
I'm here, and we want to win. We want to do something good.
Fantastic. All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, Rello. You can take off the stage for now. We'll wish you luck for the next games.
Thank you.
See you next time. All right, lovely to hear from Rello here about everything that's going on. I'm excited. I'm glad we can pull a few players here and there, wherever we can. We're currently in the cave.
The cave. So I did think you were going to pull a camera and say, please leave my stage.
No. This is a very old throwback.
It is. You got to have been the first PGI ever, right? But classic. Sorry, I'll never get over telling player unknown to off the stage. That was awesome, though.
It was something.
I like Rello's attitude towards that whole thing, the idea of like one step at a time. Very, very smart mentality. I think we're seeing that from a lot of our top teams is like not get overwhelmed with the long term. Let's just play this game, play this day.
No, absolutely. I really appreciate being able to hear from one of the veterans when it comes to bringing on some of the young guns, some of the new guys to this international stage and seeing if they can really get their feet underneath them. Because I think, honestly, if I was coming to a stage like this for the first time, I'd fumble.
100%. And we've seen that, you know, I'm not going to call out specific names, but over and over and over again throughout the course of PUBG, we have young guns come in with huge expectations, and that first land is just absolutely crushing for them. I do believe for QAD in particular, having that first win or that first great game right out of the gate put so many of those butterflies at ease.
They're leading for the Americas right now.
Yes, they are.
I mean, of course, EMEA did well, APAC's done well. Right underneath that, we have Al Ghazia. I think when you look at their position and how it's very close as well in that mid.
Yes.
So really a lot to play for these teams that still position themselves.
I think it's very wide open for everybody, especially those looking to get into first. The real worry, though, is it's all about making the cutoff to get to grand finals. So I think Al Ghazia and up, they're feeling pretty comfortable if they just keep their game the same way.
Well, thank you very much for joining me, Toffees. Thank you to Wello for joining us here, impromptu at the very end of the day. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. That does it for day number 1 here of PGS9 Group Stage. Tomorrow we are back, but thank you, of course, to Crafton as well as Hero Esports for making everything happen and keeping it good to go. And also, of course, thank you to op.gg for joining us along for the ride as well. That does it for day number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow we will be back, same time, same place, as B and C will go head to head to see who is going to be able to rack up those juicy points and get themselves to the final. Bye for now.
Ебать вы ёб. Ебать это